so weirdly. So I'm like, I'm doing acting now. And then like, acting. It's like,
She teaches dance at the same school Brad teaches at music at, so that's good.
yeah.
We're getting an episode of Glee tonight. This is nice.
Reese. Mia, how are you? Can you talk to the mic? Yeah. How long have you been doing stand-up? No, I'm here tonight is a to this place. Oh, cool. Interesting. We mostly just go funny Germans, and I just like to show that everybody's right.
That's the closest thing we've ever gotten to an apology for the Holocaust.
The Germans, we're very sorry about that. That is,
You burned some of their ashes on your scarf, so that's
at our church, they were doing, when you say our church, are you mispronouncing Auschwitz? It was this coincidence that they were doing, and it's an American Adventist church. They were saying, they were praising, Christians were praising, God. And I was just I know, and I just thought, I'm a German, it's so ingrained in me not to do. And I just caught me doing my hand like that, and not even, that was just not, that you can't see a German do that crazy thing. So I was just not doing it. They looked at me like, what are you? Like, no, not that hard. So I'm like, but no, so yes, no.
I gave that joke 99 Brett Lovey balloons out of a bunch of
I love that. So, how long have you were born and raised in America? No. Germany. For how long? How long have you been in LA? Yeah. There you go. You are like psychic. What? He knows a lot about the European ladies. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he bitch. Have you ever been to Red Mine? What? What? Okay, how do you pronounce Wilshire? Wilshire. Oh my God. Wilshire?
We must go to the Wilshire. Wilshire is where Magneto's parents were burned.
Everybody says Wilshire. It's Wilshire. And when I tried to order pizza, it's like, nobody knows the street. And I say it's between Sunset and Santa Monica. They're like, you mean Wilshire? I'm like, it's Wilshire. So, I go to my favorite pizza shop. It's on the corner of Wilshire and Wilcox.
Look, I know it's not going well, but I like you. I want you to stay in this country. I think you should marry Brad anyway.
What's this in the bucket? The green card? Are you a full-time, are you a citizen now? Or are you just running from the law? Running from the law, running towards the law. Taking shy eyes. Anyway, the left on Temple 555. You guys should all go Tuesday and assert your civil rights at the Board of Civil Rights. They hate Melanie rich people. I always fight for you people and say, stop it. Melanie rich are being incarcerated as far as you say.
Do you mean blacks are Romans? I'm not sure.
I mean people that are being falsely incarcerated because of the same thing that us do, but they get in prison, we go to rehab. That's the difference. Were you saying melanin rich? Well, I don't like to say black because I don't think there's black people. It's scary. Did you guys see This was comedy on
She's had 12 years of slave conspiracy theories. I don't think that's if you look for the clues, it didn't happen.
Patriots glaring at you right now.
Larry, he loves me.
Are you celebrating Nothing History Month?
It's not black. There's not such a thing as a black person. It's melanin rich. In our literature, black is associated with everything.
So, do you call white people melanin poor?
Yes, in fact.
Really?
Yes, in fact. Shoot. But they're also melanin rich, just not
Oh,
this.
that's just the racial slurs.
What?
No, that's just reserved for albinos.
I don't discriminate against race, I discriminate against stupidity. So that's a whole different. Race is if you can prove to me that race is something to stupidity, I'll look into it. As long as it's unrelated, somebody of any kind of like looks is completely important.
You gotta admit those melanin rich.
First they takes all our jobs, then they takes all our melanin.
Well, it's funny, we all try to look like them. We know we try to look like them.
And she just takes that.
We all try to do fake tails. We all try to get poofier hair. We all try to do a lot of things that they have, but then we just kind of say, oh, but they're bad. We all try so hard, and then with man, they're really trying to be.
I think our time is done. Teresa,
Once you go melanin rich, you're one happy bitch.
Wow.
I wrote this joke in my diary.
Man, those are definitely the two most interesting openers we've ever had on the show. This is like a fucking amazing story.
That was two really different types of sadness. That was great.
She really did apologize about the Holocaust for a moment. I don't know if you guys caught that. She goes, we are really sorry about that. That is so fucking funny. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy.
Oops, I did it again.
Oh, he really didn't need to do that. Next.
Did I do that?
Oh my god.
That's the melanin rich character, Steve Urkel.
We're getting together for Mike Roberts.
Hey, thanks for having me. How's everybody doing? Let's talk about college today. Anybody go to college in here? Yeah. College will make you do some stuff you never thought you would do, like stealing hot sauce from the cafeteria. And you put it in your room and you dress it like it's yours. And where you get your toilet paper from, Wendy's. You get the yellow napkins, pile them up in your bathroom. College was a trip for me from the beginning, though. My dad wanted to make it a road trip, so he made my mother drive so he could get his drink on along the way. And so we had this tragedy before I got to school, where basically he had to use the bathroom. He was on her nerves all the way, she wouldn't stop, so he peed into a cup. Peed into the cup, threw it out the window, and went right into the back window and hit me in the face. Bad part about it is, or the good part about it is I had no shades. Bad part is I had piss on my shades.
That was just some good line. That was like the day the MGM line was being put to sleep.
Ingestion from that horse earlier.
But why? How do we let them know this?
There you go. Mike Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Did that really happen, the peace story?
No, that did happen, actually. Wow. It wasn't quite as bad as it sounded. Only a few drops got on you, so but it did happen.
I felt like there was another twist coming. Like when you said the good news was I was wearing sunglasses, the bad news was I had pee on my sunglasses. I feel like that was sort of like a known thing I was expecting.
Yeah, everyone expected it. I know, that was kind of on purpose, because you would expect it.
This was later.
There were so I don't know what to call that, actually, but I knew you would know.
But there was so much useless information to get to that point. That, like, him being a drunk, what did that mean to the story? All these different things that you kept saying about college and all that. What did college have to do with getting piss on the face and everything? It's like, you know, when the SATs, they always have that section where it's like, circle which part isn't relevant to the story. You should do that when writing jokes, because because you got cut off, right? You didn't get to finish because you had so much unnecessary info.
And then also, you're expecting what's relatable. It's not like none of us is going to that type of system.
I was also personally envious because I could never afford the amount of melanin you have.
It kind of costs, dude. It kind of costs.
Did say that you use Wendy's napkins?
No, I did. You know, like, basically, when you run out of toilet paper and you're at a fast food place, you just kind of like get an extra tissue to take home so you can have the tissue in your mouth.
This is a simple fix. I don't know if it makes it much funnier, but you say I, you know what I mean? Because that's a more true thing. Yeah, make it personal. Maybe add something about how you wouldn't need as much toilet paper if you ate something better than Wendy's.
You use Twitter, so you know that there's like a character count. Like you only have so much space. Imagine trying to write that joke in a tweet. You know, like Twitter's really good because you have to try to edit yourself to get the point across. And that, like I remember last time you were on stage, the same thing. You had this very elaborate story, and then it kind of just like at the very end, I was like, wait. I was just paying too much attention to this story, and you really didn't feel it.
Because the thing is, if you work really hard, you could be a great comic or something, but if you keep doing what you're doing, you could be amazing and be our host really bad.
Yeah, they're averaging about a punchline every minute. So.
Well, you know, I'm really like a storyteller kind of style. It's my style.
It's more spoken word.
Yeah, I'm trying to like.
But then plenty of strengths, you know. But go to those.
I'm trying to figure out how to do it in there.
But don't think if that's your strength, that's what you're good at. Then don't. Don't. There are so many shows.
But if you want to do stand up, then you have to do that. You know. Definitely. What else happened when you got the piss on your face? There's piss on your sunglasses. Your face is covered in piss. What do you say to your dad? Do you say, "Dad, I'm back again"?
Yeah, exactly.
What really happened?
So what really happened is we were in Alabama. It was really hot, and so we just got a new car. Unfortunately, the car didn't work.
A new car. The AC doesn't work in the middle of the summer.
It had been up in August and going to Alabama, so it was
Oh
hot.
my God.
So that's why the
Why did you pick that car?
But you know what? It was kind of cheap. It was cheap.
You guys might be melanin rich, but not enough to have an AC.
It was supposed to have an AC, but it just didn't.
Do you remember what kind of, was it a Wendy's tub?
No, it was a big gulp.
Oh, the worst. There's like 72 ounces of hot piss.
Yeah, it was funny. He had ice in it, and the ice melted.
Right. So, yeah.
It was like water.
So what did you say to your dad after the piss hit you? And was he upset that there was no piss in the back of his new car? Or did they really not care?
No, it was my car, actually. It was my car. They were helping me drive into college. So I had piss in my car. Really, it was like piss water in my car. So I thought that was fun. It wasn't funny at the moment, but every time I tell somebody, it's like a funny story.
Well, I think it was funnier in the moment than it is now, actually. It's not hard to get that story across with a bang because there's no
comedy.
He's like, and the worst thing, he's like, I've done this joke a few times in Urban Rooms. I've always had it with them. They should have had a dad. And then it gets really, oh God, I'm so sorry. I was raised in Florida. It comes out sometimes. I apologize. That's funny. I just walk the Patriot.
I guess there's only enough room for one of you. That's a no. Really? This shit is out of control.
Thank God.
If you're wondering who's the King Mike Buggy, I mean, I'm sure you tried Mike Lawrence when you were getting on Twitter. That's probably the first one.
I'm so pissed about the person who has Mike Lawrence. He literally has one tweet and it's, when are we going to go hiking, Sharon?
It's so awesome. Yeah, somebody in, I believe it's like Uruguay or something, has the @Kill Tony. And it's just a totally different language, so I have no idea how to even ask him for it. I don't even know where he's at. It's just a little fun type.
At least, and I put it every once in a while. Things when it's cats and chicken come on. There's like a my raw chicken is always on a puppy pad.
Oh, yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, that's like
France was like,
even then, there's
the first person to get salmonella of the blood.
Air Calabria.
Alright, this is my impression of Brody Stevens is a strip club DJ. Alright guys, get out those dollar bills. Hell yeah, we got that 2 for 1 promo out there. 2 for 1, 2 for fun. Enjoy it. That's right guys, we got that promotional going on right now. It's the 5 for 3. You get 2 free lap dances. Loving it, enjoying it. Yes! Alright, enjoy it. We got that ATM over there by the bar area. Hell yo. Hot, sexy ladies out there loving it, enjoying it. This is Christopher walking in Spanish. Christopher walking in Spanish. Guys, necesito más cowbell. Más cowbell. This respeto. That was that cook. Straight to the bear. Straight to the bear.
That was straight to the unbearable.
Well, I don't know what's worse, hearing a comedian do the 1000th Christopher Walken impression or the first Brody Stevens.
That was a dick sucking itself.
Yes! Loving it and doing it. Hell yo.
Also, if you do an impression of someone so insider, you know, like not a lot of people would know who Brody is. Yeah, we will know who it is. The impression's got to be very good.
What about Andrew Dice Clay? Hickory, guess that cheap got you on the weekend.
Everybody can do that. That's like Mary had a little lamb in the store.
El niño Jesús necesitaba el dinero.
You answered the question, what if the rapper Pitbull did impressions for a living? And you guys like reggaeton impressions? This is Rodney Dangerfield sorting. Oh, I'm gonna tell you.
Yikes. Now, are you hoping to get those impressions like inside people to the point to where you make them famous? The person that you're doing an impression of?
You're doing a great impression of a guy who comes up on stage in a shirt that says pothead on it. That is fucking nailing it. Did you make that yourself?
No, this is my buddy's shirt.
My buddy is Bill Cosby, and he sounds
Stevens one, like, even though I know who he is, and I'm just having fun. I know, like, you know what I mean? I'm not taking this in comedy section. But look at the book, you know, that just having fun. Relax, you guys are just like, you guys are all like, no, sir, you're doing it wrong. Like, who cares? That's just like, what I'm saying is that it was a really good club DJ voice. I mean, it was dead on as a club DJ voice. I just didn't have it.
Everybody can do that one too if they want it.
The only grody thing about it wasn't the enjoyment. You know,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. There was no brody in there. There was like one or two things to the whole thing. If you're gonna do it, do it. But like that was just like it was her fun.
I think I should have got high before I did it. That's all.
Do you like
I mean, you're not high. You're wearing a pot. The fuck? Real potheads of North Hollywood. I'm just representing.
Oh, jeez.
That's my gang.
That's your gang?
Wow. Right. Lights on our North Hollywood. We smoke weed. We jam on. We do a bunch of bad stuff. Wow. It had nothing to do with the real potheads of North Hollywood. We're bad dudes.
You would have thought
We wear vests like this. They're crazy. We're nuts.
you would have thought your last impression would be worse than the ones you did.
I love when someone lizard get caught in your throat, Tony.
What's that?
Yeah, you heard me. What's that? Let me buy some time before I start calling you Spanish McFly.
Oh, is that what I'm about? Oh, you're getting scared. You signed up for this. You're getting
Right now, dude, we're having fun, right? You guys are throwing stuff at me. I'm throwing it back. Relax. Get all tight. All of a sudden, it goes back to the rabbi. Excuse me, we're like the nerdy. Well, we're going to Jerry Seinfeld throw it back. What's the deal?
Can you do a Schwarzenegger?
Schwarzenegger? No.
Damn.
Talk about Hank. All right, that's shit. You guys hear my Christopher Walken impression? It was like, it was one line. It was supposed to be a joke. Guys, they took my cowbell. You think that's my closing bit? You had 60 seconds. I'm doing 60 seconds on a freaking podcast, all right? For people to show what? That's your closing. What if they hear it? Oh no, what if they don't like it? Well, that is what's going to happen. So what's going to happen? I'm going to do comedy tomorrow because of it. Because it makes it like this.
Didn't end up too well for you tonight. You got a little bit nervous.
I'm heartbroken, Tony. I guess this is the end of my comedy career. I should just pack up and leave LA because you said so. Start walking.
Your comedy career would have to start for it to come to an end.
All right, Tony. It'll have to come to an end, I guess.
That impression is as good as your other impressions. I'm pretty excited that I sound like that. Erica, you're pretty much completely unbearable. All I'm saying is that we're just having fun up here, so you didn't really
So what else coming back here, you guys? You guys didn't have anything for that? You guys are just
running the material. You've said yourself that you don't do that on stage, that you can't do that.
Why would we all let go, man?
You should have
But then all the thing is gonna end my comedy career. You're just wasting everybody's fucking time for shit I don't give a shit about. Dude, you think way too much of this podcast actually think this is gonna make or break my career. That's not what I'm saying. You're gonna say get on the stage. I'll show you guys. I'm gonna be a big star, you see? I'm gonna be a big star. I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be somebody. You'll see. You'll see. You guys.
Still bombing here. They're still bombing.
Did we just get on the phone with I want to apologize to Eric Mars and person who actually tries and fucking wants to be a comic. That was terrible.
Yikes. I'm pretty sure he just burned at least 80 bridges.
And got a sitcom on Telemundo.
Oh, yeah. You didn't even get to make fun of him.
This has been a crazy fucking episode.
Yeah.
It
We
really
really need some Germans up in here. We need Germans to lighten up the mood and give them fun.
We only had a German to apologize for the Holocaust.
It's literally been, I don't think I should marry a girl. Kills the Jews, piss in my face, and Christopher Walken.
I mean, that was just the worst. Hey, I don't know. What do you think he could have done to be a little bit worse?
I think it's going to turn out that we've been dead for the last hour. It's weird when iron patron is the only thing I understand in this room, other than keeping you.
I love the thing is that you guys are taking this podcast way too seriously. Like, even if it was an open mic, just a regular open mic, and this wasn't being recorded, why would you want to suck and then be proud of sucking and then not pretend like you didn't suck and just say I'm just having fun?
Yeah, and then I'm just having fun isn't a defense.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't make it alright.
Yeah. On the screening.
He did kill with himself.
And that weird crying thing at the end where you try to make it funny by like, oh, that was a joke, but it's like there's a part of that that's real. And I know because it happens sometimes where like you just fail so terribly at something that you try to like exit on a joke, which you kept trying to do over and over again, but there's no real good exit after all that.
Yeah.
Your next comedian, who knows what's going to happen? So you name, I do believe, I don't believe it, that he or she has been on the show before. Eli Jacobson, everybody. Blacklisted. I don't know what to do. Yeah, double.
If you like Eli Jacobson was just going to be that guy within a cocaine.
Fuck yeah, Patriot, you finally put the black in blacklisted.
I just want to. How great would it be if that guy was Philip Seymour Hoffman's dealer, so you could hate him on two different levels? Shut the fuck up. Too late.
I love how you kept trying to guess what I was going to make fun of him as. You know, call me Spanish Party McFly. It's like, you know. Figuring it together for J Light.
Sorry, that's okay. Thank you. I'm a swimming teacher, and it's a pretty good job, except sometimes it's real weird. One of my kids that I teach lessons to, he almost drowned, so his parents bought him the lessons. And it's really hard to teach a 2-year-old how to swim when he's already seen death. He does not care. I can't imagine raising this kid. Hey, what do you call it? Their sport, huh? Oh, this is just all black. Yeah, Daddy, like the void. Like, I felt bad for the kid, and then he pooped on me. I didn't feel bad after that. Yeah, but we have his call an accidental release of feces. Or an ARF. Much less epic than it sounds. I can't be mad at the kid. He's literally scared shitless by the water. Get it? That's just there are other things you can be afraid of, you know? 60% use by the water. You gotta deal with it while in life. That's exactly. Perfect time.
That was good. Before you, Eli Jacobson had the set of the night. That was good, man.
What happened at the beginning of that joke?
Oh, I tried to say something about how fucking weird it was beforehand, but I fumbled the words.
No, I mean like the
first part of the joke. Oh, the first part of the joke? Live in the water, or what? Wait, what happened?
He almost drowned.
He almost drowned. Right. That's why I had to teach him lessons. Yeah, I tired of having that.
So what was all black? He was because he was dead?
Yes.
You probably should say blue or something. Because I had no idea what you were saying black. Like when you drown, you don't turn black, it's blue, right?
Well, I was no, I guess I was trying to think.
It's not at all. He said the drawing. Just circles, black circles, I get that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
It was a little refreshing than, the other guy. When he said swim
As a kid in the pool, it's
young guy, what's he doing?
Yeah.
But were you having fun, Susan?
What if Al Pacino was a swim teacher? Come on, swim, Johnny.
Like, legitimately, I would say I like the confidence, you have the cadence, you're making eye contact with us. It's like you look like you're comfortable up there. How long have you been doing stand up? 5 years. Okay. Yeah, you're very comfortable on stage. Jokes can be a little punchier, maybe that'll come in time. Just, yeah, you look comfortable.
How often have you been doing it in that?
Well, really, I've been like focusing on it for about 3. The first 2 was when I was like watching because the first 2 like 3 years.
I think once the writing becomes sharper, the comfort you have is on like the hardest, one of the hardest things on stand up. The writing is probably what is the fun.
It's like the word on like the ARF joke, like you just took an acronym and then said it, and it wasn't a punch.
Right. And I also, maybe it was just me, but I sort of didn't get any of the punchlines. I didn't get the black thing. I didn't get the part before that. I think there was one. I mean, I don't know. I guess, but yeah, they definitely need to have like some crisp. I don't even really know what the main frame of that. What was the front end of that joke about swimming lessons? Like, what was the beginning of it?
It's really hard to teach a kid how to swim when he's already swimming.
So he did die? He was initially dead. Right.
Well, there's a joke right there that you can see. I teach I teach swimming lessons to 2-year-olds. So more like try not to drown lessons or something like that. And like if you're 2 and you almost drowned, isn't that closer to your birth experience?
So, I mean, it's also like you had your hands on more wet 2-year-olds than Jerry Sandusky.
Honestly, one of the weirdest things about teaching a 2-year-old is because you have to like hold them up in the water and you have to be touching their butt the entire time and like go around. It's super weird.
There's probably a lot of people that pull too.
A lot of people. A lot. And there was one that when the kid broke, there was vacation.
Let's talk about that shit.
There you go. Jay, it's almost interesting having just a completely sane person.
Thank you for saving us lesbian Harry Potter.
Fuck yeah. Let's keep the fun train moving along. There we go. Anything can happen. It's Armando Amato.
I was born and raised in France, and after all this time, I still don't know French. And that's because my parents come from a touristic place called the Middle East. And well, it's interesting because since I started stand-up, people tell me that because of my French accent, I'm gay, and because of my face, I kind of look like a tourist. And it's not very attractive to be a terrorist. So it's not something that's working very well. Anyway, I took a lot of classes for my accent, and as you can hear. But I I found a new way to improve my accent, and it's called drinking. Alcohol is the solution, especially when the identification feels good. And there's still some words that I can't.
You know what? This is one of those weird instances where I actually want to hear the end of it. So, what instances?
No, my teacher. So, my teacher, my
Okay.
So, I have a hard time pronouncing some words in Korean. So, like when I ask a child to concentrate, I would tell him, alright, Jonathan, will you please focus? And I always sound like Francisco Ramos.
It's a French Cisco Ramos.
So you know what French you're wearing, like.
Can you vibe out your jokes?
Yeah, you look like so French. Super good. That's like if the Dark Patriot came up and was like, you know, I look nothing like a superhero. You're wearing the costume, I mean the striped short sleeve t-shirt.
That's very French.
Yeah.
Really sexy.
No.
You do a joke saying where you don't look French, but you won't tell me that I have a French guy.
Well, you did with your beret on.
But it's that was really very good.
Nobody that's not French wears their
Anyone who's American who wears that tilts it to the forward and sings for Smash Mouth.
How long have you been in America?
I've been traveling in the last 10 years. Yeah, I did French.
You lived there all the way up before that, right?
Yeah.
Born there. Yeah. And what kind of Middle Eastern are you?
Yeah, Persian.
Yes. Interesting.
So, I mean, there were definitely, obviously, this is, your second language or learning. I feel like at times there were some, barriers with that of, communication, of, wordplay and all that. Well, but just being honest, like, the way, you would say things factually, but not, in a complete, funny, punchy way. With the joke about, the audience, and I'm joking, they're not, that's how I sound. I'm not good at impressions, which we've learned is a good thing tonight. Actually a bad thing. But I felt like at times there was, some kind of distance, and the more you do it, I applaud you. I can't do the other language.
Yeah, it's very impressive. There's something like feel. Like syntax of what you're trying to say. Just the more you get it down pat.
I have a question for you guys who stand up comedy. I've done a set last Wednesday in the exact same room. Not stand up comedy. And I did my 6-minute show and killed. And so I just lost because, well, I bring my violin normally in my set.
Your violin?
Yeah.
Did you play that last week?
Yeah, I did.
How much of the 6 minutes was the violin?
45 seconds.
Did you open with it or close with it? 22.
But if you see the video, like, for 6 minutes, just laugh and laugh. It was great. And every time I go to open mic or something with stand-up comedy, it's 10. It's just so different.
Let me tell you why. Because a belly room bringer show on an average night, this is like a special format of a show that takes place in this room. Normally, the shows here, the audience, are filled with the biggest idiots in the world. Because they got dragged here by their friends who work in restaurants with them and stuff.
It's a very easy and supportive room.
Yeah,
they're trying to laugh to help their friends out have, fun, trying to be supportive and stuff. So I mean, you get a little weird audience.
That's what comedy can be. This is what comedy is.
And then another question is like, I would watch like Louis C.K. and stuff, and I would watch another comedian who's not really that funny. Right? I find you guys way more funny than they are. So what's that? They have their own audience.
Everyone has their own taste.
Yeah, it's always that way. Not everybody's always gonna like everybody. Everybody's different. So are the comedians. So it's all about finding your own little people that you like. Nobody has the exact same top 10 comedian list.
And the thing is too, because I noticed that at times, and there's nothing wrong with it, you were nervous, you would expect a reaction, and then there would be like kind of a sigh. And that's fine. I mean, it happens all the time. But the thing is, you should be performing as if you're on that television show all the time.
Right, and that's what the open mics are good for, is like burning away that fuel of, oh shit, they didn't laugh at that. Like, that's exactly what you want to get used to.
Don't give up on us. Let's give up on you. And a lot of comments will avoid shows where you'll get those size nerves. You just want to do those breaker shows where you have a ton of laughs. You're not going to get good if you just work all the time.
Oh yeah, I get it. That's good.
Yeah, but that's comedy.
So how long have you been doing stand-up for? This is exciting. I think, my favorite part of that set, by the way, and I don't even know whether you were trying to be sarcastic or not, but was when you said, I've been taking French classes, and as you can tell, they work. Right. But it actually is true at the same time. I mean, I can't imagine, like Vivian said, a second line of this is the hardest thing to do, in my opinion, with the normal language, to be able to change timing and cadence and beats and everything, especially just words. It seems like a fucking nightmare. Like, if my final...
we had to do stand-up in French.
Right. Impossible. Impossibility.
Yeah, you should talk more about that. Like, maybe just about getting French and stuff like that.
I don't know, just talk about whatever you want to, you know? Someone's going to be like, hey, talk about that. I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, right.
Just talk about whatever you want. But I think just get up more. Then it'll just wash away your sense.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, definitely. You gave me your email instead of your Twitter handle. Okay. Yeah, we won't put that out there because you don't want anybody fucking with you. Very good. Interesting fucking violin player, French, interesting. Love that. Alright, there's Armando Anto. Let's somebody else. Hey guys, doing? You having fun?
I want to apologize to the Afghans. All right, bumper stickers, guys. You really got to think about these bumper stickers because you guys are putting these causes that are near and dear to your hearts on your bumpers. You're driving around like assholes. I was driving behind a guy for 30 minutes. Free Tibet bumper sticker. I don't know where Tibet is. I can't even point it out on the map. And I want to fucking follow Tibet. I mean, the time he's testing and driving all over the road. I think I'm going to start a driving school where you do driver's testing based on your driver's score. You're one of the bumper stickers. All the shitty drivers can get a G 2016 bumper sticker. All the good drivers can coexist bumper stickers without the road being a better place. That's all I had.
Right. Awesome.
Saying you were in the military and then talk about bombing Tibet makes me think that you could.
It's funny because I'm anti-war after it.
You've always wanted to do stand-up.
Yeah, so I served and I saw the whole shit.
That's fucking Do you have bits about that? Because that's an interesting perspective.
It's not really fun. It's kind of sad.
I've noticed that time and time again. Ever since I started comedy, I've noticed that it is probably the hardest thing. I've seen religion jokes go. I've seen so many. There's something so hard to make military. I've been in the military jokes.
Yeah, but once you have the cred of, I was there, then you're allowed to because it's your perspective.
Yeah, and I understand that you want to talk about things specifically that you keep to yourself in comedy. Bumper stickers, I'm sure that somebody has some joke out there. You know, I never heard it.
Right.
Yeah, but,
I'll tell you what. I knew that. You're in it to win it. The fact that you made that Afghani Fahim joke right from the top. I mean, that's sort of like pro shit. You know what I mean? You acknowledge something that with you and your background, where right the direction you were going in, which is the military. You made the sorry about the Afghanis, and then you were in. And then you're playing with fire. I can tell that you're brand new by how fast you're going.
yeah, well, I was pacing up and down Sunset trying to get my minute in.
Right.
My original material was about automatic toilets.
Ooh, interesting.
I couldn't get it under a minute, so I was like, fuck it. Or something else. I mean, but I'm actually going to be in a documentary about drones. Ice.
So you saw drones in person, you saw.
I actually worked as a contractor
Right.
for a drone program. About after 2009, from it, I started questioning it. I started reading up on stuff. Started getting perspectives.
Test. Yo, dog, I'm just testing the camera.
So similar to there.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. That works. That's the type of stuff. I mean, if you want to go that, if you wanted to go that direction, you could. You can also, you know.
There's nothing so appropriate about him following the French calendar. American things up here. Surrender to my punchline.
I'll be in France in 2 weeks. I'm going to Leo.
You're gonna get a fucking prayer.
Just what are you doing in France?
Just, yeah, visit a friend. That's fine.
Fuck yeah. Adam, you just started in December, and I fucking love your style. I mean, I can tell that you're in it to win it, and you're probably going to be doing this for a long time. So congratulations. I hope you won that. Next time you're on, let's get my automatic title. That's Patterson. No Patterson. Unlike our Homeland Security, this guy's an actual patriot. So, I mean, come on, you're wearing a pajama costume for a 6-seater.
I'm trying, man.
Oh, Red Man, it's not on you. That's all Amazon Prime, by the way.
That's the saddest thing I've seen in shoulder pads since the Denver Broncos.
I give that joke a Seahawks 75 points.
Super Bowl.
You were at that Super Bowl. That's right. You.
I Wikipedia football to tell that joke.
Well, as many of you know, every episode we have 2 regulars that go on. They always bring a new minute every single week, and this week's no different. Bring it together for your first of our 2 regulars, Kimberly Condon,
Hi guys. So I was thinking the other day. I was walking and a guy walked by me. I was wearing some leggings and he got a hard on. And then I got to thinking, boners are flattering. You know, it's like they're saying, "I choose you." Do you guys remember being really young and like doing some like Christmas performance at school and looking out and seeing your dad in the crowd and he gave you one of these? It's like the same thing, except it knows you inside out. One of my favorite hobbies is watching my high school friends fluctuate weight via social media. You know, it makes you feel good. Because, okay, so people have friends that commit suicide and they always say, you know, they didn't show signs. I had no idea. People show signs that they're giving up on life. Like, girls become Mary Kay consultants, and guys get tattoos that say bless. That comes out.
No, she has a minute about blessed tattoos. That was old. Okay. I already had some ideas. What was the first premise that you talked about?
That's right. Boners are flattering.
Okay, I get an understand that ending part. I think there's a little bit of something there with the flattering thing. Like it's almost like, I don't know.
The boner knows you inside out.
It's like a compliment.
Yeah, I didn't get the inside out thing.
There's something funny too with the fact that like what if you're flattered by it, but then you realize that it just happens all the time, works for everything but you. You know, it's like it's not hard to get hard.
Yeah, I thought of that too.
Maybe that's exactly how it is. Like
I saw Philomena last weekend. Judy Dench started crying, and I was kind of aroused, you know.
Judy Dench. I can't come without watching Judy Dench cry. She cries in every movie.
Only 6 minutes of Shakespeare in Love, but it lasted 12. So.
And then the second part is the premise that I like the most. I think that makes sense coming through. That sounds like something that the young female comedian who just dropped out of college would talk about, is watching her friends fluctuate in weight on Facebook.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
I was going to add at the end of that, I talk about how the girls that were really hot in high school, they peaked too early, and like they wasted their sexy on getting fingered. You know, like they're still the same hotness, but like it just never increased. They just got really hot in high school. You know those girls were like hot in high school that just stayed at high school.
Yes, I've been to Applebee's. That's interesting.
Maybe their Facebook maybe it's like a hot dog eating contest without the hot dogs or something like that.
It's definitely something. Yeah,
It's a good premise to be fun.
totally, exactly. I can't really think of much right now, but like, it's almost like when you read their status update, they can put whatever they want as their status update, but you're looking at their profile pic and that says 185.
They're fat as a
Right? And there you go. Or, you know, just look at everything and analyze Facebook and figure out where the fat joke is. Whether it's fucking, I can just feel it being close. There's so much there.
Iron Blackie or whatever.
I don't feel so bad now.
Did you have something? Did you have something that had to?
Well, I knew what she was saying about the fluctuating weight. I thought she was going to get more detective about how she comes to that conclusion. Like stats and things, like all the pictures. Family, blah.
Maybe the pictures aren't of spring break in a bikini, but
All the pictures start being from shoulder up. You know, it's like
there you go. Exactly. Yeah, that's got to be in the front
the
end.
angles are all the same.
Right.
Profile pic is something you can just get.
Yeah.
Right. But when they were in high school or college or whatever, it was their full body pic or whatever. I don't know. There's a lot there. Kimberly, how are you, everybody? I don't even know how to do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna get together for the always fun, always goofy. It's Sarah Weinstein,
I ate a Rice Krispie treat a few days ago. Mind-boggling. Who thought of these? What type of psychotic genius, guys, thought to mix Rice Krispies with melted marshmallows? Takes a special mind, that's for sure. I imagine it was like a poor college student that was stoned. Nothing was in their kitchen except for some marshmallows left over from Thanksgiving yams and a box of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And he had this genius idea to melt down these mallows, if you will, and make them into an adhesive, much like Elmer's glue. And he did, or she did, and I'm thankful for him, you know? And what the hell? Okay, let me tell you this. Try to eat a Rice Krispies treat and have your gums not bleed. It is so, the terrain of a Rice Krispie treat, guys, is rocky.
I was with you on everything up until that point.
minutes ago, threw it in there, and I'm full of regret about it. No, my gums have never bled, but I feel like you could.
It could be like if they started off with Great Big Treats first, or some other cereals first. Like you can just go right to Rice Krispies.
Yeah, well, then I wanted to do this thing about like Snap, Crackle, and Pop, the three guys, like being pissed off about Rice Krispies treats because they don't want their like respective sounds to not come out because. But I was like, is that too far? Like, is that too far?
You went with gums bleeding.
Yeah.
It's like the Rice Krispie treats that there's like Snap, Crackle, Pops, like punk song.
That's the thing is that when you say that, like, you know, your gums have never bled and you don't even really know if people's have, you said your gums always bleed in the jokes. If you're using like generality and an absolute, then it has to be.
Well, like, okay, I've eaten a Rice Krispie treat before, and they're kind of like rough and rocky, and like they hurt my gums. So I said that it bled, but that was an exaggeration. And
So you want to
yeah, I basically lied to you guys.
I love the premise. It fits with everything else you're doing. I love the malo, if you will. All that goofy stuff that you do that makes you, that defines you. That was all in there. Definitely be punched up. Great premise. Great job.
I love this world. This is the first time we've seen it. How long ago was that?
3 years.
And then it's like when you do a character kind of on stage. Doesn't you talk to us? It's very different than your comedians when you do stand up.
Yeah, like it's how I feel, but when I haven't had to.
Or like Sebastian, you know, the way Sebastian talks on stage, the way he is on stage.
No, yeah, it
It's
is.
interesting to me. I don't really know being on stage, but then there's some people who character works.
That's why you and Kimberly balance each other. Kimberly's definitely the more her right.
I was confused that you started off like really indignant and angry about the Rice Krispie treat and why it exists, and then you're like, what I'm thankful for. So which side?
Yeah, I know.
Are you pro Rice Krispie treat or anti?
I'm just actually confused by Rice Krispie treats in general. Like, what the
Well,
fuck
then
are
that'd
they?
be the joke.
Yeah, get into that one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Sarah Weinshank is We're both going to be at the La Jolla Comedy Store Saturday, March 1st. Folks, thank you guys so much. At the Mike Lawrence, anything coming up that you want to promote? You, Fahim Anwar, at Fahim Anwar?
Got nothing.
Saturday, Mike?
Yeah, I'm at Mike Lawrence Comedy is my website, and the Mike Lawrence, and yeah, I'm around. We're all gonna get stabbed to death by the freaking guy.
The Dark Patriot was Willie Hunter. That's at the Willie Hunter Show. Will Hunter Show, one of my funniest friends. At Josh Martin Comic, always helping us out. Thank you so much, everybody. Right now.
Yeah, stay tuned for the longest, hilarious, most amazing, coolest show ever, the King Kong Show.
Test. Test. Test.
issues on the intro, and I love that. That's when you know you're in for a crazy night. How you guys doing? Fuck yeah, it's happening. It's an electric room right now. I'm pretty excited about that. It's Kill Tony 38. I'm here with the great Brian Redband.
Jesus Christ, you can tell this is already a crazy audience.
Yes.
I'm kind of nervous from if you saw last week's episode, that was like traumatic.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
We had some aggressive foreign people. We had a complete meltdown from one guy. I mean, a true meltdown. A mass. It was the only time. 38 episodes times we'll say 15, 20 comedians. But last week was the first time that a comedian ever freaked out so bad that he left out of that door. He exited
the stage left even.
Right. I'm pretty sure that if that was just like a rooftop and not a stairway, that he still would have just jumped right out of there. He was up very quickly, no hesitation. Yeah, it was a crazy episode. A lot of fun feedback. A little bit of audio magic.
Yeah, we had a MP3 recorder that I have been using for about 5 years decided to go out in the middle of recording last week's episode. Thank God we had a backup. But it was, not only did we have some of the craziest things happen, but like I even focused in on the MP3 recorder on the video, and it was showing I was recording the whole time. It's so fucking weird.
Could have been the ghost. You had a ghost.
Now I get what Tennessee Tuxedo from the Ding Dong Show always talked about.
Yeah.
Ghost here.
So I spent the weekend in Traverse City. We have that was insane. I just had a comedy winter festival this weekend with Tim Meadows and Dave Foley and filmmaker Michael Moore. That was insane.
You're around a lot of snow. How was that?
It was, we were inside. I mean, you just go from one place to the next. It's sort of bizarre. Like, there's no really,
I just forget that it's like freezing cold.
The people that live there are so used to it, it's insane. And that was always pretty much the first 5 minutes of my set was every set were these theater loads of people, and I would just keep asking them, like, what the fuck are you people doing here? Because I don't get it. There were some people that were riding this Ferris wheel that was in the middle of the street that was in the middle of this festival. I mean, it's like 6 degrees out. But anyway, it's always great when you get off that plane. It's fucking 75 and sunny. Anyway, so if you guys know anything about the show, you know that a few weeks ago, our head of security, the Iron Patriot, quit the show in a devastating move. He said that he got too big for the show, and that he wanted to move on to bigger things, and that when Comedy Central picks up the show, that he'll be waiting by the phone, which I'm guessing, all right, for those of you listening to the podcast, Brian just poured water on a doll, and now he is tapping its butt with a battery. People in the front row are loving this. And so anyway, since he quit, we've been replacing him each week with a different kind of patriot. Our first patriot had a speech impediment.
The Iron
Josh. Our second one was the first ever
Iron PDC.
Oh yes, Iron PDC was great.
And then last week
he was in a band called the Filthy Lobster.
Yeah. And then we had last week we had the first
African American.
Yeah, I must have something else.
Also we had a surprise appearance by the first ever homosexual patriot, the Iron Gatriot.
Yeah.
And that was very exciting. Well, this week we are debuting yet another new patriot, everybody. I present to you our first ever Mexican patriot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Cholo Patriot! Got a cowbell, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you do have lights there. I love that. I like the bill. I love that cowbell. Yeah, that's fucking great. I love the bandana. You have your own take on this character. I really like that. See? Fuck yeah.
Is that a gun? Do you have a gun?
Oh yeah. She goes down.
That's a first. Right back into your holster. Oh, it seems like there's naturally just a hole in that thing from perhaps you putting it on earlier, and then it.
No, we had a Black Patriot last week, and you ripped through it.
Oh yeah.
Totally crazy.
The African American patriots are. They'll poke a hole in your pajama. If you know what I mean. And I mean poke a hole in your pajama. Anyway, yeah, something like that. So you want us to? What are we calling you? The Cholo Patriot? Is that what you or?
Just Mexican, that's fine.
Okay, Mexican.
We already have enough shit stacked against us. Why fucking call me Cholo?
Now, who is the Mexican Patriot? Who are some of your favorite comedians?
Bill Burr. George Lopez.
Oh.
George Lopez, yeah. Not local, George Lopez. Bill Burr, George Lopez.
Okay, well, it looks like you have a pretty extensive list. I think you're going to be perfect as a comedy head of security. So, oh, that's a good one. The yeah. Wow. Oh, that's very good.
Almost lost my balance.
This is great. Next week we might have a Mexican woman be the patriot, and she could be the ironing patriot. It's their maids. You get it, everybody? All right. I hate it when people make that noise. I'm sorry about that joke. I shouldn't have said it. So let's get this thing started. Thank you. Put your hands together for the Mexican patriot, everybody. Well, let's get it started. It's episode 38 of Kill Tony. And every week on this show, I always have two of my funniest friends sit in with me as guests. And this week's no different. Two of my funniest pals, everybody. You know him from Last Comic Standing and his own Comedy Central 1 hour special. It's Chris Porter. And the winner of the HBO Aspen Comedy Festival. The host of the Test Work Talk. Wow. So awesome to have you guys. This is Kurt's third appearance on the show.
Really?
Yeah.
I gotta get things going on, but I'm not so available.
Aren't you on TV?
I am, but I guess it's not enough.
No, you need to get on better.
You gotta be doing podcasts to really start connecting with the people.
It's good to know you've been busy on Monday nights is a good time to have off.
Shit, man. When you called, I said, fuck, I'm already here. I was already here, so it's good.
I got locked out of my apartment, so I'm here regardless. I mean, not that I wasn't going to come, but then
Is someone in there? Did someone lock you
I don't
out?
know what the fuck happened. I left. When I left, part of the door handle came off of my hand. You'd think that would
Did you leave angry? I mean, did you
No,
just rip a fucking door off?
No, I'm just strong. I've been in the gym.
Well, what happened? Did
Well, the
somebody
door
help
handle
you?
came off, and I was like, oh, I'll just put that back on, which I did. And I was like, problem solved. Left. Came back 6 hours later with friends going, let's listen to records and do shit face. And they're like, cool. And then we sat outside my door for 30 minutes.
What about, like, do you have a
Was it
super
your
or
door?
something?
Maybe you went to the wrong place. Maybe you were already shit-faced.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it looked like my place.
Nobody could help you at the
Well, the
complex?
super was there, but he's not real good with the English.
So right, we had to rush him off and get him in his PJ outfit.
I knew you, man. I could have broken that for you.
Yeah, I know. He was also of Hispanic descent.
Oh, nice.
So I thought of anyone, he was just going to pop the thing open.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
But apparently it's not as easy as a Honda Civic.
Yeah. You need a Robert co-hanger. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad to have you guys. Some of you guys know the deal.
You did no research this week?
Oh, yeah. You have any questions for our guests?
Yeah, so I know Kurt Fox, mi amigo, goes to Los Compadres down the street. Little
Yes,
restaurant
I do. Is there a problem?
Yeah, how do you take your margaritas? There's a special way.
Just take them with a straw and I suck them down. What do you mean a special way?
Because when I went there, I asked for a margarita. They said, would you like the Kirk Fox special?
I like it strong, not sweet. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's it. But they have it on the menu.
Do they? Does it say the Kirk Fox?
Kirk Fox special.
Strong, not too sweet. It's Cadillac, but I don't want the fire in there. I don't want to catch fire.
Oh, the Cadillac.
Yes, sir.
So that's Grand Marnier, right?
You can call it that. I'm sure it's not pronounced that way in the handbook.
Probably not in France, right?
I think the Grand Marnier.
I think it is.
No, there's no one yet.
They'll deliver it. It doesn't matter how you say it. You'll get your.
Bring that orange shit that I like. That's what I say.
So you're Mexican compatriot in there?
Yeah, Mexican compatriot, yeah. This is it.
I looked it up earlier. It's the Del Patriote del Hierro,
That's, yeah.
the Spanish Iron Patriot.
Butchered that shit.
Grand Marnier and El Patriote.
You could probably sneak into America in that outfit.
Oh, yeah,
They wouldn't even see it.
You just think, oh,
If one guy did, they would sell like 1 million of those outfits.
When I think leading edge technology, I think Mexico. I don't know if you've been to deep Mexico, but nothing screams technologically advanced.
That does look leading. That looks like a good toy set from Tijuana.
Iron Man with a push light.
He's great at closets.
Yeah. You can hang him anywhere.
Patriot, did you have any question for Chris?
yeah, Kansas City?
Yes.
What do you hate about it?
The way they vote.
They pulled me over to Kansas City, that's all I
They
really.
pulled me over in Kansas City.
Were you wearing that
I'm
outfit?
from there.
Yeah, I was wearing this outfit at 4 in the morning, and they're like, like, shit. Yeah, man.
Well, let's get this thing started. It's episode 38 of Kill Tony. You guys know how the show works. Comedians sign up for the chance to get 1 minute on the stage to get some kind of help in any way from us. And you know that your 60 seconds is up when you hear that meow of a kitty. Aww, so adorable. You should wrap it up right around then, because if you run your time, then you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Bear fucking an elephant?
I'm pretty sure
The bear, was that longer than a minute? Like,
That's my kind of bear.
that's a long bear.
Yeah.
It's longer than your set.
The elephant gave a bear a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he made an elephant come at the end of that. Anyway, so let's get it going. Your first.
Imagine if an elephant squirted. That would be fucking.
I mean, I would have never imagined it until
That's
you
like
brought it up.
that's like a.
I don't have to think about it a lot. Yeah. It's something that I don't want to ever
I'm
think
gonna go
about.
change.
Does it squirt on us? Is that what you're implying?
Oh, I don't. No.
Shit, I hope you get back in your apartment soon. If you're thinking this shit, you've been outside too long.
Well, elephant coming. I don't think that was a real far stretch.
They should have a zoo where it's only animals that squirt.
They do. It's called the Spearmint Rhino. Thank you. I'll close on that one. I'm going to head out of here.
Well, we got momentum. Let's get our first comedian up here. And they go by the name of Gian Whitney.
So I realized I can't call my family when I'm feeling down. So one time I did an open mic and I just fucking bombed. And the next day I called my brother and I was like, James, you know, maybe I'm not funny. And he goes, yeah, maybe. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're only funny to like your family. I was like, okay, thanks. Can you put Dad on the phone? So my dad gets on. He goes, hi, Gene. How are you doing? I was like, I'm okay, but I got a speeding ticket. And he goes, what? What? You are screwing your life up, aren't you? Son of a bitch. Are you in porno? I was like, what? No, I'm not in porno. You need to come home, damn it. You need to come home and be a nurse. So now don't call them. I don't miss them. They can go fuck themselves. Thank you.
Give that exactly a minute. Exactly. Fuck yeah. How long have you been out here?
I've been out here about a year. I've been doing this about 6 months.
Where are you from?
I'm from Indiana.
What part?
Southern Indiana, Evansville.
Evansville. I've been there.
Oh, really?
What a shithole.
I know, it's so
The
bad.
comedy club was next to a Chuck E. Cheese.
There's a comedy club there?
There was. It closed because it was a fucking.
Is it the Funny Bone?
Yeah,
Okay.
and it was terrible.
Yeah, I'm very sorry that you had to experience that.
Did you go to that?
I did. In one of my worst experiences, I showed up to do the gig, and there was a giant like Wheel of Fortune on the stage. And what's that all about? They said, "Oh, everyone here is in a raffle to win a ticket to the Super Bowl, and right before you go on stage, they're gonna select the winner." And I said, "You mean after?" They said, "No, before." So right before I go on stage, they give this guy the Super Bowl tickets, and everyone else is in a shit mood because they just lost. So dude gets Super Bowl tickets and fails. And I walk up, and I'm a dick, so I just went, "What's up, losers?" And it was an uphill battle from that point on.
So it's probably good that you started comedy out here and not there.
Yeah. No, you want to bring a note to your parents about how you ended it. And that's why.
I like the fact that your dad just went right to asking if you're in porno.
Yeah, he worries a lot.
Did he not know? Does he think you might be? I mean, did he really ask that?
No.
Do you have a video on the internet that we should know about?
I don't know, do I?
I would
I hope not.
There's still time. You've only been out here 6 months.
Good, thanks, good. But no, he worries about me a lot, and he always jumps to the worst conclusion.
Uh-huh.
Porno's not the worst. There's
No.
a lot of money in porno. Yeah, just
Well, like if he had jumped to, are you fucking elephants? I mean, that'd be a jump.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I think you're funny.
Wait, that's just a sound effect this whole time? I thought we actually had a...
I like it. It was genuine. It was stuff I hadn't heard before, which is rare coming from a young comic. And, you could have gotten into it a little quicker. Just, you don't have to set up the whole picture. You just have to tell us what we know to get the joke. So you can just be like, my family are dicks. I have a bad set, and my brother's like, maybe I'm not funny, but, just get through it as fast as possible. Brevity is key in what we do. So it's just, what I try to do is I'll write after what I, like, word for word, and then I just take out all the words that I don't so that's just a bare minimum. Because as comics, we're conversational anyway. You're going to add the words. You're going to make it. It's not like you're just going to go up there and be like random sentence fragments. Like you're going to make it so that they can fucking understand it. So you just really remember the punchline and shit and get to it as fast as you can.
Well, I always feel like I've got to set it up so they understand exactly
Well,
what's
you
going on.
did it more like acting. Like you're not talking to me like if you told me the same story, you would tell me a different way than how you just did it.
Like the way that you were talking to us right now and listening, that's kind of how you want to connect with that room. You just kind of want to tell them that story and then hit those punchlines so that we're listening like you're talking to someone at a bar. That's what I think. I think it should always feel like, man, I was just talking to my brother, and God, he just jumps, he's on my ass, and my dad got on the phone, told him about the speeding ticket, I said, yes, and I need money for a car. It's just,
I need money for what?
Whatever you want to do, it's
And you can reset that and tell them like you told us that your dad always jumps to the worst conclusion. And then you could even have more things rattling off.
Yeah, that's a good way.
And I'll also say this, even if you have a minute, I think you should always find your spot, take a breath, let the room adjust to seeing you for 1 second, say hi, and then just go for it. It's better to do like a minute Sorry, that was my penis. Every once in a while, I whistles when I feel I'm talking to a girl. But just a slow ride. Don't try and squeeze 2 minutes into 1 minute.
Squeeze, or just have 45 seconds of it. That's what I do.
It's true.
Like if I'm doing 30, I plan out 25. And worst comes to worst, I leave at 28 minutes.
Well, what if sometimes when they're like, oh, you can't leave in 28 minutes, you have to do about 2 more minutes.
You have to do 2
But just stand there.
I don't know what
Don't let her
fucking
fucking
where that
squeeze you.
happens. Yeah, I've never been to a club where they're like, you went 2 minutes.
You're in 28 minutes stretching.
Yeah.
I heard a story once about a comic who was supposed to do 30 minutes and they only did 26 and then tried to get off stage and the person was like,
I've never
4 more
listened to any
minutes.
stories.
Oh, yeah, no, it's one thing if you're doing 45 and you bail at 30, but in 2 minutes, listen, comedy.
It's one thing if you're doing 1 minute and you try and get out at 50 seconds.
Yeah,
Like, you fucking stay there for 10 more seconds.
But yeah, comedy club waitresses have drug problems. They want to get the fuck out of there quicker than anybody else. So it's like 2 minutes earlier, great, let's do blow.
For 6 months in, you're really comfortable on stage. You have like a acting or theater background or something?
Yeah, I went to acting school for 2 years.
There's an acting school?
There are plenty of them.
Yeah.
There's a lot willing to take your money. I went to ADA, which is on the Brea.
Okay, she's a thief.
I'm a thief.
No, she is.
No, the chick.
No, I'm kidding. She sounds great.
You have nice lips.
Oh, thank
There
you.
you go. There's Brian always has. Brian's the chairman of wisdom over here.
Unfortunately, he was looking right at me when he said it.
Gian, thank you so much. That's Gian Whitney, everybody. Her first time on Kill Tony. She's on Twitter at Gian Lenora. Well, what's that? What's that last name? What is that? Oh, what is that? Your last name? Leonora?
What's wrong with your last name?
Oh, yikes. Gian Leonora,
You just do
everybody.
it. You just change it like that. You just say, here's my last name and stick with it.
Yeah, first name, middle name for the Twitter
Can't
handle.
change my name. I've already told someone to
Are you
leave
sure
home.
she's been on before? I swear to God, remember those lips.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe she is important. Maybe her dad's right.
I would know.
Yeah, I love the point that you hit, and I think that's definitely something worth noting on this show, because I feel like that's often something that I hear people say is, oh, I think I went to often the note is that people are going too fast. And there's nothing worse than trying to squeeze in a minute and 20 seconds worth of jokes and punchlines into a minute and having nothing hit because nobody really knows, because you feel robotic, and so then we don't even get to really absorb the punchline. So it is very important to take your time on this, you know what I mean? Like a 45-minute, 45-second.
The truth is, I think even if you don't get to your punchline in your minute, you're going to have a minute on the chair, and you can even say, hey, here's where I was trying to get to.
I mean,
As long as it's a real conversation,
Right.
I think in life you should just talk about it. Say, fuck, I didn't even get to my punchline. Well, maybe you were a little slow. It's better.
That's what the bear is for. That bear comes out. Okay, your next comedian, everybody. Here we go. Amir Khalil. Amir Khalil. He's already wiping the sweat. Amir, everybody, bring it to her.
Hi, guys. I really did not expect this. I had a dream where Shaquille O'Neal is dressed as Kazam, the genie, and he said he's going to grant me one wish. I said, I want to grow 3 more inches, but not taller. I mean, down there you go. And so he laughed. Your wish has been granted. And he disappears in a blunderbuss of smoke. I said, whew, all right. Thanks, Shaq. What am I supposed to do now with 2 3-inch dicks? You're looking at me like, I know what you can do with them. All right, that's my 1 minute, fellas.
That's 42 seconds. Fuck yeah.
Get back out there and do your 18 seconds. Not kidding.
All right, well, it's interesting.
Okay, well, let's start at the beginning.
That's a good place. I like how you went right into it. You know, if they don't get that you're referencing your dick, fuck them. Like you know what I'm saying? You don't have to say, you know, down there. Like it just kind of feel like it cheapens it a little bit. Just let it sit there, because if anything else, it shows confidence in the joke. You know, fucking just sit there and go, yeah, just sit there. I like that. Yeah.
I think there should be more. I think it's like I'm waiting for there to be a Shaq thing.
Well, and I like the turn. I like the 3-inch dicks like that. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
You know,
here was my problem with it, because I think you're funny, and I think you're smart enough to know that. But it was a joke. So when you come up on stage, it almost felt like, you know, you could have been doing a knock joke. So you have to find a way to make it not feel like a joke.
Okay.
I mean, it was like everyone thought they, you know, a genie. I had a dream about it. No, you didn't.
Right.
That's right. You know, so immediately they're like, oh, fuck it, this is a real complicated dream he had. So it's tough to make that funny.
So you want to make it genuine to yourself.
You know, sometimes I wish I fucking could walk upon a genie and ask him for, you know, a bigger dick.
Yeah.
Then they'll be like, well, fuck, we all wish we could ask for something.
Right.
You know what I mean? Instead of saying, I had a dream last night about Shaq. That's a fucking shitty dream.
Yeah.
You know, if you're dreaming about Shaq, you should be asking yourself some different questions. Especially if you're dreaming about Shazam, fucking don't go to bed.
Yeah. That's worse.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I want therapy now.
Get up there and talk about it. Get up there and talk about your day. You know, something funny happened today. Like tomorrow you can do a joke about how last night I did a fucking shitty dream joke. Oh, you see that? You see how funny that is?
Thank you.
I'm glad you said it. I didn't want to say it.
No, but he knows. He fucking knows. Especially when you start attacking someone in the audience at 40 seconds in.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah.
But just talk about your day. You're funny. You're relaxed. Just get some material.
Okay. Yeah, I really did not expect to go on tonight. That was fun.
I love that you said that, but you did sign up for the show, and you know.
Yeah, when you get in your car and you drive somewhere, it's like, fuck, I didn't expect to drive there.
Right. Like,
Yeah, if you win an Academy Award, deep down, you're hoping you can get on that boat. So don't come up and pretend you don't want to be here. We know that you're here for a reason.
Right.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Now, me personally, I do not want to fucking be here. I'm kidding. It's comedy.
Thank you so much. That's Amir Khalil.
Thank you guys. Thank you, everybody.
Amir Khalil Comedy on Twitter. That's at Amir Khalil, K-A-L-I-L Comedy on Twitter. Fuck yeah. Kirk, you and I just did the Traverse Fest. You were there with me.
Yes, I was. In Traverse City, Michigan, correct?
Yeah, in a winterland.
3 or 4 days, I saw you every day. So a lot of total.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun, right?
There was laughter.
Heck yeah.
You drank at night and slept during the day.
That's right. Drink very heavily.
I told jokes at night.
Yeah.
It's cold.
It's creepy when you go to a place that's on the East Coast and you're having that much fun, like a comedy fest, and you're around comedians, because all of a sudden you feel like you have a very serious problem when you're drinking at 5:30 in the morning. First off, but the night before it was 2:30 in the morning, you know. But it's like you look at the clock and you're just like, God, I'm still having a blast, and it's 5:30. But
First off, geography kid, Michigan is not on the East Coast.
it was more about the
It is if you're drinking at 5:30 in the morning.
Well, if you're drinking at 5:30 in the afternoon, Nevada is on the East Coast. If you're going to get that fucked up.
there's a time zone thing, right?
Yeah, it's East Coast.
I like that.
It was about the 3.
So basically, you can be anywhere you want.
It's still not on the East Coast. It's because Chattanooga's in the East.
But the East Coast has the same time zone as Michigan.
The East Coast, it depends on how far you want to go east.
I guess you're right.
Like, I'm about as far east as I'd like to go, so this is the East Coast for me.
You don't do regular Hollywood.
We'll be right back.
And it really is. I'm telling you. And this was the inside joke all weekend with Kirk. He kept doing that at the most perfectly timed moments. If you know anything about Kirk, he's a fucking timing guru. So he'll sit on something for a while. Anyway,
5 years. I should have been sitting on for 5 years.
I bet you have been. Because you kept hitting me with that. It made me literally, my knees buckled so hard at one point. We were walking back to the hotel.
Well, your knees are very
big group of it. I do have tiny knees.
They buckle
and fell in the snow. And Matt jumped in the snow. He was having so much fun at one point. But, what was that? Oh, a fun fact about the East thing, though, Chris, is that, like,
Well, I've been there a lot.
our perception, one thing that I've been looking at recently on these crazy learning websites is that, like, Cleveland, Ohio is farther east. Yeah, that's it. I learned this on RedTube.
These crazy fucking learning websites. There's Pornhub. I learned how to not fuck.
Cleveland, Ohio is farther east than Tampa Bay, Florida.
Yes, it is.
And Pittsburgh is farther east than, I think, Orlando.
And that was information you thought you'd never use.
Which is right on the almost to the complete East Coast, literally. But because it's a fucking circle, our shit's thrown off.
Fuck yeah,
I'm obsessed with this shit lately. Like, another one is Reno, Nevada is farther west than Los Angeles. They're laughing. And
he showed it to me. I wouldn't believe it. He showed it to me.
It's insanity. So you look at that because California goes like that. Anyway. So, geography.
Why aren't there girls just surrounding you right now?
They're on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Why is Reno just models galore in bikinis?
Well, you got in my head with this fucking geography.
Well, he starts rattling off capitals, and I'm almost there.
Are you going to pull my hair and tell me what's north of South Dakota?
How are you doing over there, Iron Man? See ya.
Good, man. I'm glad to know that. That's the best one yet. Good one.
Speaking of sitting on a joke, look at this guy fucking 40 minutes in.
I'm just glad I got that information, Tony. Now when I take the citizenship, guess what? I'm going to pass it.
I love that.
Citizenship. Here we come.
All right, let's get another comedian up
If you
here.
really want to get citizenship, keep that microphone next to your dick.
Yeah.
Your next comedian's name is Brett Banta.
My name is Brett Banta. I have 3 daughters. They're half Japanese. Their names are Kiyomi, Mina, and Baya. They're karate kids. Sweep the leg. But Daddy, we're in IHOP. My daughters are always mispronouncing words. They'll say penis when they mean peanuts. That's always when there's cops around. They'll say, Daddy, give me more penis. Now I just feed them almonds. Isn't that nuts? I have a twin brother. He has blonde hair, blue eyes. He looks like a movie star. I look like a POW. I don't sleep very well. I don't really brush my teeth. And I like crying out for help. Do anything for my twin brother, I'd take a bullet for him. I also have a half brother. I'd take a bullet for him too, but only from the waist down.
That is a minute.
Thank you. That's usually when you would say thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Brett, I like your cadence. I think you have an interesting style to you.
I like your material. You look incredibly frightened. And I know that's part of being. How long have you been doing this?
Almost 2 years.
Okay. Well,
how often when you say 2 years? Like,
I'm gonna try and get our like 4 times. Really? Multiple nights.
No. Are you nervous though? Are you just kind of working that angle?
No, I'm nervous. Yes. You look like you're in a video where you're telling people like how well they're treating you now that you've been captured by the enemy. Like that's the kind of demeanor I'm getting from you, and it's like your material's really funny. But you look so frightened up there I don't want to laugh because I'm afraid you're going to pull a weapon out.
Yeah, I feel like you have a bomb under that shirt.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I'm exaggerating to an extent. You're just like, and it's like,
Start drinking.
I don't know.
That's really one point is I've been sober like that, but I don't bring everybody down. But I've always wanted to do comedy, and I got sober. It takes a lot to kind of get up on this.
Absolutely.
Right. Cough syrup.
But just
I love cough syrup.
stay, you're funny though. So I'm I can tell you are funny. So take that with you on stage. And you gotta kind of have this I don't give a fuck attitude.
Yeah. And I have when I have like a cold, or I had the flu once, I went up and did open mic. My twin brother was like,
I'll tell you what you should do.
So,
No, you don't have to apologize. But what I'm saying is, you're funny, and as nervous and creepy as you are, slow it down.
Yeah.
Because it's going to help you. Because you were slow that night, you had the flu. You were just chilled. And that'll help you breathe into communicating with the people. I get the hand out of the pocket, No, because I used to do it too. I mean, I still do.
He was the worst.
And it's a shitty habit, Once the hand's out, you'll start working on your posture, but you have good jokes. And if you slow it down, they're going to hit even harder because you're blowing through some of the laughter. And if you pause long enough, they'll realize it's okay to laugh without hurting you.
I work on pausing.
Right.
Yeah,
but slowing it down is also another way to show confidence that you don't have.
And I know it sounds weird, but you have to be pretty deliberate. And to you, it's going to sound all kinds of fucked up, like you're talking to them like they're stupid. But you have to realize these people don't know what you're saying. Even though you think they know, they don't know the words that are about to come out of your mouth. So you have to give them time to take them in and figure out what they mean.
And it might, and the way you deliver a joke, it might take them a minute to even realize, oh fuck, this is
not a literal.
No, but give them a beat. Because you're blowing through where laughter might be.
Okay.
You have nice lips. There you go. An equal opportunity harasser.
You're funny, man.
Yeah, totally. Seriously, you are very funny. You really have 3 daughters?
Well, see, that's how good you are. We totally bought it.
But you know what's funny? What you should say after that joke is say, I was kidding. I don't have 3 daughters. The one that's fake will be the other. Use the other name. Yeah, just but just say I'm lying. I don't have 3 daughters. And then what was the first name of the daughter? Yeah, Keone is made up.
That's great.
That's why I have an apartment.
Yeah, and I would lose
I know how to work
Do you have a real Japanese wife? Congratulations. That's awesome.
Did she help you get out of the POW camp?
Do you have another job?
Good, man. Just keep riding.
I love that Chris is asking for another beer to Josh, who's on the other side of Brett, and he just wants a drink so bad while Chris is holding up his glass.
Listen, I'll have a beer too. This show's driving me to drink. Yes, sir.
I'll have another Hinchcliffe.
And
Hinchcliffe.
it's a Crown Royal.
The fact that you're sober is driving me to drink, so that's good. Your set was successful.
The only thing I would lose with no hesitation is that's just nuts part of that thing. Like that noise that you heard when you heard that, like that's sort of what.
That's silly. That's
But if you're gonna sit in it, if you're gonna do it, fucking sit in it and just bathe in it. Go, that was awful.
Right.
Because I do that shit all the time. I'll make a terrible joke. The truth is, if they don't laugh, do it again. Yeah.
Let them know that they were right.
That's hilarious.
That's what I do. I'll technically something 3 or 4 times till they really know that I think it's good. Then they'll realize they should be laughing.
Brett, I love your style. Thank you so much. Brett Manta, he's on Twitter at Brett J. Manta. One more geography fun fact that I forgot to mention earlier is that Detroit, if you travel directly south from Detroit, you end up in Canada.
100% true.
Not everybody knows that. Did you hear that noise that the crowd made, you son of a bitch? So no, you're wrong, Mr. Voice in the Darkness, hater guy. Everybody knows that.
Geography hater.
Yeah. That's the guy that tries to steal all my geography puss that I try to get. Your next comedian is Dan Lawler, everybody. Here he comes. I wonder if he's any relation to Jerry the King. Dan Lawler.
Any more Jerry the King jokes, or we do this all last time?
Hi guys, how's it going?
Good? Great. I'm gonna drop some knowledge on you guys. Check it out. Coffee was originally discovered because in South America, goats would go and eat the beans, and they'd start jumping around, so the farmers would know it was good. Bestiality was discovered because goats look damn sexy when they jump around. Right? So the farmers know it's good. Guys, that wasn't the goat. That's the goat's fault. Because, you tried denying a horny goat some dick. Not gonna go well for you. Labia, you know what I'm saying? Labia is actually both the plural as well as singular form of the word, like deer, So if one of your friends just mentions deer labia in casual conversation, they'll literally be talking about an infinite number of woodland vaginas. All right? It's a lot of deer pussy. It's possibly too much Bambi box to even consider, but just watch your ass, watch your labias. Thanks.
I gotta tell you, if you could get your material to catch up to your delivery, you'd have something. Because you have such great confidence and your brain's working. And you
have the jokes though.
I didn't hear him.
I'm not saying this to be offensive, but I didn't really hear a punchline. I heard a lot of, you were saying funny things.
Funny words.
And
Kurt's absolutely right. When
I was
vagina,
you had a lot of
get
words.
somewhat of a laugh.
You had a ton of funny words, they just weren't in the right order.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's I know everyone wants to be all shit, but a joke requires a punchline. That's just how it is. And in order to have a punchline, you gotta have a setup. And in order to have a setup, you have to have a punchline. And so it's math. And so you're going somewhere. We just need to get there. That's all.
That's exactly what I meant.
And I know we only have a minute, and you may be going somewhere. If there's somewhere you were going with, is there a big punchline that we didn't get to?
No.
Yeah. So it's we're on a journey, but we need a destination, and that's what a punchline is.
It'd be you could use that as a setup, but that could be a long setup, and then the punchlines would need to come now.
Yeah.
Fucking, I was reading about coffee and goats, and there's a lot of fucking going on in Brazil.
Right now, I feel
then you lead into something.
He made out with
they fucking goats because they dance. They're fucking dancing because they drink coffee.
Yeah.
But I'm into labia. Do goats have labia? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, they do.
Now that joke works. And for $5,000, I'll give you the order of it. No, but you know what I mean? It's fuck, you have great confidence and a great voice. You just got to tie it into something so it's leading something.
Yeah, I just sort of tied together two bestiality jokes to do the minute. So. But yeah, maybe they
which isn't a sentence.
Well, maybe you don't need to tie two bestiality jokes together. You should just work on one.
Yeah.
Or have a bestiality chunk and just work it all together.
Or a coffee chunk. You decide what you do.
That's right.
I really think the coffee chunk would lead into the bestiality chunk.
Yeah, you always gotta have knowledge what the fuck animal.
That's as well.
You want to be alert for that because they're kicking.
Oh yeah, the goats especially.
Yeah. I'm from Kansas. Trust me, I know. When you fuck an animal, You need to keep your head on.
And I'm from San Diego, so when you drink a lot of coffee, see, it's just two different worlds.
And then once the humans are drinking coffee, they want to fuck the animals more. So the two things just keep feeding into one another. The goats are jumping more. The people have more energy to fuck.
Yeah.
Our job is to confuse you to the point where you don't remember if it was ever fun.
We're there. That's where we are. I can tell you this: don't get a girl stoned or she won't fuck you. That's all I got.
And then the labia thing. I mean, so labia is plural for labia. So there's no such thing as labias.
Right? No, labia is
Oral labi.
Wow.
No,
Right.
but where did the labia come in? Because it sounded like you just threw it out there. Is it because it's a funny word?
Yeah. It's like a random just transition. Sometimes like
So your labia is your transitional word.
Yeah. Well, if when I do a longer set, I'll do like a little labia rap.
Labia is my safety word, which is really confusing.
In West Hollywood, it's not.
No, not WeHo. No, you say labia, that's just a fucking buzzkill.
But I will say this: if you're going to have a transitional word, don't have one that just confuses people and makes them wonder if they missed something.
And we don't need transitions. Like, we're in this MTV society where you can literally just stop a joke and start the next one. And the audience isn't going to look at each other like, where's the segue? I didn't know, where are we going? Like, they don't give a fuck. Like, as soon as you start that first statement, they're like, okay, now we're talking about bestiality now. Like, they're fine. You don't need to lure them in. You can just be like,
It's almost better to have nothing.
yeah.
Because now you know they're listening.
Yeah. Like that was sort of halfway between the two different ways I would normally do it. I like to do like a labia rap for 5 or 10 seconds, or I'll just say so labia and just.
If we just thought you had Tourette's.
Yeah. I have a labia rap.
Is that
It's to Coolio's Fantastic Voyage.
You have a rap song about labias?
Yes, and it's to the tune of Coolio's Fantastic
And you do too?
Slide, that's bad.
I almost
Are
passed
you a
out
rapper,
just then for some
as well?
reason.
You do some rap?
Joke raps, not like real raps.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll do a rap battle.
You look like a member of Drive-By Truckers. For the 8 people who know
Hey man, you have a good delivery and you're confident and you're cool. Just just instead of a labia rap, just wrap up one of your
Rap up
jokes.
the joke.
What? We're all family here. Shit, I wish I had someone like me when I was.
Maybe there's something in, mentioning
Cut
that.
to tomorrow, I'm doing a fucking labia coffee animal fucking joke.
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Maybe there's something in mentioning that, that you know a lot about vagina, but not the types of things that other people know. Like you're a master of vocabulary.
Yes,
and
it's
things
the
like
shit
that.
the shit that you're interested in. I mean, then it becomes a cool joke.
Yeah, I mean, I have other jokes about vaginas. I have other jokes about words and things. So, right. I just happened to put together 2 BCL jokes to make this minute.
But where does all this vagina knowledge lead you? I think it's what we want to know as an audience.
That's on a fantastic voyage of
See, and I want to hear about that. See, like a joke should have a big da-da, like at the end of whatever. And, it doesn't have to happen right at the end of every sentence, but at the end of the chunk.
Yeah, and a lot of times with the labia joke, the woodland vaginas, the infinite number of woodland vaginas will get a big laugh.
Right, and I can see why that would be, but again, that's just funny words. It's just woodland vaginas. It's funny together. I mean, that was the first thing I thought of when I heard that. I'm just like, that's the epitome of not a joke. I mean, it's just really 2 funny words. You're just saying woodland vaginas, which is a great trick to do in between punchlines and setups and things.
And in Oregon, you don't even have to say woodland vagina.
No, it goes without saying. If you see vagina, you know it's woodland.
It's from the woodlands,
True. And they get their hands on that coffee. Anyway.
Is just having foreplay with an animal illegal, or is that still considered being
No, it's all illegal. Like, you can't even fucking ask a goat out anymore.
I mean, if you like if you kiss your own dog longer than a minute.
Yeah. Somebody kicks the door.
The rule is it can lick you, but you can't lick it. That's the rule.
Different states are different times. Like you're allowed to kiss your dog for 3 minutes in West Virginia, but in California.
Oh, in West Virginia, you can marry your fucking dog.
But you're fucking.
As long as it's not, you can marry your goat in West Virginia as long as it's not the same sex as you, right?
Yeah. Isn't West Virginia the exact? What angle is that to a different city?
No, believe it or not, West Virginia is actually east of most of the country. They should call it not quite as east as the other Virginia. Dan Lawler, thank you so much. That's at the Dan Lawler.
Thank you, Dan.
That's fun. Chugging along.
Funny word.
I think it's a. Is it a funny word? No. I don't think it is. Lady is a beautiful word.
What about pussy lips?
That's the most American you've sounded this whole time.
What about pussy lips? I'm the Mexican patriot.
You ever seen pussy lips so big look like two stingrays hugging?
Yes. There you go.
I lost you at pussy lips.
Brian loves those kinds of lips.
I don't like that word. Pussy.
I don't even say it.
I don't either. Like, it's fun when, like, in the heat of the moment where girls.
I don't ever say it. I just point at it. Give me those stingers.
Put your hands together for Clee Wiggins, everybody.
Back there reading my Star Wars novel. Not paying attention to the show. I decided going full retard is to white actors what going full slave is to black actors. Like, good luck, 12 years a slave if you're not gonna win full slave. I actually cannot watch those kind of movies like 12 Years a Slave. I don't want to hate white people that much. I still need you. Because I'm not famous yet. Like, I got a screener of it, and I only made like 10 minutes in before I was just like, yeah, this is going to make me never want to see a white person alive again. Like, it's the same reason why I can't watch The Color Purple. I don't want to hate black men that much. Every morning when I brush my teeth and I go to brush my tongue, I start to gag, and it makes me wonder, like, how come I can suck dick so expertly, and I cannot brush my teeth without feeling like I want to gag a whole pizza.
There you go.
I thought that was just the sound of your gag drop.
That's a little bit of what it sounds like.
Were you really reading a Star Wars novel?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Exile, Legacy of the Force series.
You know, the Tropic Thunder reference. Tropic Thunder wasn't the most famous movie, so I don't think a lot of people in here got the reference. I did because I saw the movie, and I think it's fucking hilarious.
Yes.
But I was watching out in the audience, and I don't think a lot of them quite understood. So if you're going to do that,
It's a new bit.
yeah, you might want to preface something, or I don't know. But even if you reference the movie, it doesn't matter if they haven't seen it. So fuck that. But I don't know. It's it definitely got awkward. Mainly because of all the white people.
And I think if you gave examples, I think you're sort of painting a picture when you say the whites playing
Wait, I have like
people.
I have a longer sort of version. So I do because
But at least
but
have a
also
couple
I decided to
examples.
switch.
Right.
Throw an
I think
example
you
in
gotta-
there, throw Gilbert Grape in there, just
Right.
something so we know that
Forrest Gump, Gilbert Grape, you can hit it,
Yeah.
but you got to sort of just, because if you're only mentioning the one side, the one example, and if you, I feel like if you don't compare the two,
Well, it wasn't working, so I switched gears.
Well, that's
I decided to abandon it in the middle.
Yeah, but
Take
we
my
don't
20 seconds.
we didn't know that.
right?
You know,
Yeah.
I would
I figured I
never
would-
don't abandon too soon because the punch might be right around the corner.
Right.
We don't know that it's not supposed to be funny yet.
and some of the
Yeah.
biggest
No, it went very well downstairs.
some of the biggest punches come after
A
the
lot of things
biggest
happened downstairs.
silences.
Yeah.
Like that's what's great about what we do is if you say something completely outlandish and something where the audience is like, what the fuck? And then you follow it with something that ties it all together and is hilarious. It pays off tenfold.
Because the audience, they don't want to be uncomfortable. So they'll be uncomfortable for a minute, but then they're fucking hoping you say something to let the room get their air back.
Right. But the second that you switch topics, because you're abandoning it,
you left it hanging.
Then we know that you were done with that. But up until that point, and you're still blowing up this balloon that, if it pops, creates laughter, but then you're just letting go of that, letting it fart away, and then picking up another balloon. You know what I mean? Where that balloon had air in it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all the white people in here think they're racist.
Right. Totally.
Yeah.
We feel really guilty.
People did 2 centuries ago.
Yeah.
Well,
The fact that you watch 12 Years a Slave and can only handle 10 minutes a slave, I mean, that's a joke. There's a joke in there.
oh, there it is. Yeah, it's definitely funny.
And you can do it. I can't. Because I tried it, you know. Because it's like I saw 12 Years a Slave after 4 years I got it. You know, I can't do that joke.
And the fact that you're the type of chick that's reading a Star Wars book, you know, I mean, there's so much there.
I got a lot. I have a lot.
Awesome.
That I've been doing for a while.
And you're easy to listen to. You're easy to look at. Just I would trust that you can make that funny at any minute.
And it's newish. I've only been doing it like a week or two. So.
But I think the key to making a joke that doesn't work is finding out what the audience is. There's obviously some sort of logic bridge that you're not crossing, that you're not helping the audience cross. So it's finding out what that is.
And I also think there's a ton of examples.
That was very affectionate.
I just want to let them know that he's on the right track and that I'm about to interrupt.
Yeah.
But it's just like you have all these examples of white guys playing, you know, mentally challenged.
Yeah, so
you get shot and you get everyone, and they all get Academy Awards.
Yeah.
And then the black guys who, you know, play the slaves. I think it sets up a good world, but you didn't set up the world, so we were just scared.
Yeah, you just assumed that we'd all seen Tropic Thunder and then we would get the reference. I mean, we didn't really do it well.
In Color Purple, 80s, right?
Everybody, yeah. But I feel like it's like, even if you've never seen the movie, like we have, it's like one of those, like I've never seen Braveheart, but I can get the references. You know?
Fuck, he's never seen Braveheart. What the fuck you doing, reading Star Wars books in the back of comedy clubs?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I've never seen Braveheart, but I can feel like never take our free. You know what I mean? I figured it was on that.
But to some extent, you need to relish in the audience not liking you a little bit. Tony does it all the time.
Yes, one of my favorite.
Literally made a living out of it.
Yeah, and I know you have only a minute, and we're sitting here judging you, and it's fucking weird. But, you know, that's the environment.
And it shows you that these 2 minutes after the joke, we see your twinkle, we see your charm. But during the jokes, we didn't. Yeah, but we didn't see it in the joke.
Yeah.
In the joke, it sounded mean and bitter, and, you know, you hate me.
Like, we're all sitting there like, you know, that was a long time ago. None of us were so angry like that. I know you are. And in the Midwest, you have every right to be, because all those people still hate you. But
San Francisco, I'm very, you know.
Yeah. Like, out here, we all know, you know, we just want to get high and fucking Uber places.
And we're all
And what was the exact comparison of the white retard and the black slave again?
That's a
It's like it's sort of like an SAT phrase question, like going full retard is the white actor going full slave.
The Tropic Thunder, Robert Downey Jr., who's black at the time, has this whole conversation with how actually you can't win the Academy Award if you go full retard. And Sean Penn did it. He didn't win. Forrest Gump won, but he didn't. He was dumb, but he wasn't full retard. So that's what she was referencing.
You got into trouble because you thought there'd be a laugh there. And the thing is, that's a hell of a setup.
Yeah.
The laugh's not going to be on that line because it's so good you're getting people thinking. And then you start giving the examples.
And plus, just the word retard really freaks people out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get over there. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what I would recommend doing instead of saying retard is just going, or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'd get out of the habit of telling rooms to get over it because they won't.
No, I mean, that's just in this conversation.
Mongoloid's the better word.
I think that's more offensive than retard, I think.
No, it is. That was the joke.
Yeah, which is, but also Mongoloid's, I think that's more.
Well, and here's, listen, I don't know if this isn't CNN.
Yeah.
It could be if it gets
retard is English music, it means to slow down, and that's where it comes from. So that's why, when people say you're retarded, it means you're
if I did what you said about, giving the examples clearer, then I feel like I could say full retard, because that's sort of the...
Absolutely, and just don't assume that we've seen Tropic Thunder, you would kind of have to explain that more.
Yeah.
Just say transgender instead.
The views of Brian Redman are not the views that, Clee?
So did you say full retard and then full slave and then right? So now then tie in full Monty just so that you can maybe get some of that.
I'll test drive that and see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're going to go full retard, full slave, when everyone's uncomfortable, then you bring in full Monty. And
that's a good save. I like it.
Well, that's what
there you go.
But you know what I mean? By at least let them know that you're going to get to a joke.
Gotcha.
Do you literally have a joke about your reading a Star Wars novel? Or do you just have jokes about being a nerd?
I just sort of have jokes about being a nerd, that reference in Star Wars.
Because I think it's funny that you're literally reading the book Star Wars.
But if you can tie your Star Wars into how good you can suck a dick. Because you mentioned that, right?
By the way,
yeah.
When you say expertly, is that did you take a test?
This is just based on
full
feedback
from other guys. Yeah. Like guys have finished me you're an expert at that.
I more base it upon their.
And I'll tell you this: if a guy's getting a blowjob, he will say you are an expert, and we all are. Fuck, I can't. You are an expert. I've never done that. Holy shit! You are one of the best. Do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I do what I can.
See, I do it the other way. I'm like, you should work on that. And I give them notes.
Yeah, and then you're all like, that's maybe why you're locked out of your apartment. We'll be right back.
I love it. Lee Wiggins, everybody. There she goes. Yeah. She's on Twitter at Clee the Pimp. That's Klee. The Pimp. Fuck yeah. You guys
Change lives.
Now, Kirk, you probably heard this question before, so
Probably.
I guess
So
I'll just ask. I'll ask Chris.
Oh, okay.
I always ask everybody that is on the show this question. Do you remember a joke that you did when you were very first starting out doing stand-up that you're embarrassed about? That's short that you want to share?
No, it's not short. I used to walk up on stage as a notorious B.I.G. It was off the Ready. I wasn't ready to die. It was the one where he's a baby. There's a baby on the cover. No, I'm not ready to die. Was the one with the hearse.
Live After Death and
Oh, okay, yeah. So there was Ready to Die. Had that Notorious song on there. Notorious. Yeah, I would walk out to that, try to get everybody to start dancing.
And you're brand new in comedy, so you're literally less notorious than you ever
I'm like, dude, you guys want to get naked? And then I would take my shirt off, and then no one would get naked. And so then I would stop the music. I go, okay, here's my impression of a greyhound, because I was like $130, 6'5", and I would get up on a stool, on all fours, and suck at my gut, and you could see all my ribs and shit. And it might have been the most devastating. It would kill. And that's when I realized how bad it was to be why strippers did drugs all the time. Because even it was just my shirt, but you still have to be in the mood to do that shit. And some days you're not in the mood.
You do?
I do remember.
That's a great shirt, by the way, Chris.
What's yours, Kurt?
My very first joke, I just remember you because it was it had those commercials. It was like Kotex Fitness, period. And I was like, fuck, I should get into advertising. I can do that. It's like Charmin Soft, asshole. Well, then it's like Trojans Fit, dick.
That's
and then Vagisil Works, pussy.
Wow. That's a great. There you go. That's the most positive heckle I've ever heard.
Thank you so
much.
much.
To interrupt the show to
Thank
tell
you so much. Security.
Security is gonna love this.
I might have to work that joke back.
Oh, it's amazing, by the way. Yeah, I was totally just about to say that. Is that, you know, a lot of the times, sometimes you'll find something that's so hilarious and they forget how funny it was, and when they say it, they get that. Anyway, that's a hilarious one.
Cut to I do it 12 times in my next set.
Yeah. Cut to Chris Porter later tonight in the original room with his shirt off, just sucking at his head. Just worked 12 years ago. Now it's the descended belly right now.
Or you're doing the full slave, full retard joke.
Right. That's what we really need is a slave retard. That guy's gonna win. That guy's gonna win everything, right? Fucking if Forrest Gump and Bubba Gump.
That would be the worst slave ever.
Fox, right?
Don't pick cotton.
Oh yeah.
Stop peeing on shit.
Jimmy Fox could play a blind retarded slave. I know that.
That could play the piano. But not very well.
Get an Academy Award for that.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Al Gonzalez.
Congratulations to the United States hockey team for winning over the Russians. Apparently, Putin was so upset he put his shirt back on. My friend asked me if I was upset that the NSA was listening to our phone calls. I was like, bro, I got Metro PCS. I can barely listen in on my own phone calls. I got into an argument with a white supremacist. It was pretty intense. At some point, he said this to me. He goes, just because you're Mexican doesn't mean you're tough. Folks, I was very confused. I didn't know whether to be insulted or thank him for not stereotyping me. So I said to him, you wouldn't like me when I'm Mexican. And then I stole his job and impregnated his sister, Chupacabra. Thank you.
Big Al just featured for me in San Jose this week.
Oh, really? Wow. What are the odds of that? That's so cool.
Yeah, and he did a very great job.
Did he do more than you did?
Yeah, most of the time. He did 25 times longer than that, which is a lot.
That's awesome.
Then we would get super baked and drunk and listen to
Some
rock
good music.
Did the improv in San Jose?
Yes.
Where are you from? You live up there?
Originally from San Francisco, yeah.
Did you go to the dad house across the street?
I brought my own weed.
They were giving it out.
Yeah, the dude at the San Jose Improv handed me so much hash that I couldn't hold it all in my hand and like spilled onto the floor. And we were just picking, like in Cincinnati, we would have been arrested handily. Like we're just picking up grams of hash off the floor and I'm just putting them in an envelope like,
That is awesome.
yeah. So
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Several years.
What does that mean?
Several.
Yeah. More a long time?
Yeah, since 2006.
Do you enjoy it?
I love it.
Do you ever get scared up there?
All the time.
Good.
you're a very, you're the very old school, like just joke, like, but I'm not saying that as a slam. I'm just saying that's what it is. It's like, here's the setup, here's the punch. It's a joke, and it's just boom, 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 boom. And there's something to be commended for that.
Yeah.
It's like, meanwhile, Tony and I go up, or Kirk and I go up for 30 minutes. We have to remember 6 things. And you have to remember 48, probably. Just because, and Hedberg had to do the same thing just because his jokes were so short. His set list was 89 items. So I really dig what you do.
Are you happy where you're at with it?
I'm never happy.
Would you like to work some stories into some of that as well?
I mean, I do. I mean,
Yeah, I do. He's got more than a minute.
Yeah.
He does do stories.
I write a lot of setup punch jokes like that because I know in LA I'm only going to get 3 minutes a lot of the times because I don't have TV credits, I don't have a movie credit, but I have a lot of the longer jokes that I've been writing and I've been working on for quite a while. And when I got more stage time this week with Chris, I'll do those longer bits where it's like a whole 5-minute bit, where it's set up, punchline.
My advice to you when you're in LA, especially, is you need to do the stuff that's close to you. And if you're doing 3 minutes, write a 3-minute piece. The thing with the jokey jokes, not that the jokes you write aren't great and not original. It's just that there's not a lot of voice behind it. And when people are looking for comics to book for shows and book for hours and shit like that, they want a voice, they want a point of view that's different from others. So you need to showcase them.
And I'll tell you something. I used to do a shitload of joke, those quick little snippets. And then one day, I just took 5 of them and weaved them into one story, one little joke. And then suddenly it dawned on me like, oh, fuck. You can take 5 jokes that are in the same ballpark and weave it into a little story. It'll blow your mind because suddenly you're telling a story and then you start adding little things in there and then you start hearing your own voice as opposed to jokes. Because when you're just doing jokes, you know they're fucking jokes. They're just well-constructed jokes, which they are. But even Mitch, he was doing these jokes, and he started connecting them, and he'd get those little moments in between. It's those moments in between the jokes where we find out who we really are. So take 5 or 6 of those little snipers, fucking connect them into a little story, and it'll be exciting.
And it's just like, it's like the music we were listening to. It's like the music we respond to is the music we can attach ourselves to. And the comedy is the same way. The comics you really glom onto the comics, and you're like, I can fucking have a beer with that guy. That guy knows where I'm coming from. And so your audience wants to know, where's this guy? I like this guy's jokes. Where's he coming from? That's why the music you love is because this guy's saying shit. And he's putting words to feel.
They want to know who you are. They want to feel your vulnerability if you're scared.
And when they feel that, and when they know that, when they feel like they're investing in you, that's when they start following you and wondering where your next performance is. Because they want to know what you have to say. So just show them. I mean, you're a great joke writer. Show them, show them
who the guy is that's writing the joke.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for me, that's been something that just recently happened in the last year.
And it comes like, trust me, I found out some shit about myself and in life. And it's like, it's kind of a therapeutic thing.
Oh, we're all learning.
We don't like it.
Very funny job, though, Al. Thank you so much. That's Al Gonzalez. He's on Twitter at Big Ass Comedy. You actually got that Twitter handle, huh? At Big Ass Comedy. That's that guy, Al Gonzalez. That's pretty good to be, be able to do comedy, feature around Cali. 7 years in, especially San Jose. 8 years in.
A small theater.
Yeah, Christie's.
We made more money than we did this weekend.
Oh, put your hands together for Kill Tony favorite Kevin Christie, ladies and gentlemen, saying hello. Very nice. We also have another friend of the show that's here tonight who's going to do a spot right now.
You get to judge them?
Yeah. Well, yeah, whatever we've been doing, whatever you want to call it. But she is an awesome friend of the show. She had her first stand-up appearance ever on this show, and she's been back a couple times since. It's always fun. Put your hands together for Missy Martinez, everybody.
Fitting, very fitting. So I never realized how much me doing porn affects my day-to-day life. Besides not being allowed 50 yards from this school, I can't go to heaven, and my vagina looks like a twice-baked potato now. Just little things. I go to the movies, someone needs to get up in front of me. I just put both my legs behind my head. And it's convenient, but it's really awkward at funerals and family functions. And then even little things, like I go out to relax, my girlfriend, she took me to the spa, and they spent time with my facial. So, of course, I immediately dropped to my knees and stuck out my tongue and started reeling not to get it in my hair. Yeah. So, I'm not allowed back at Tiffany's shopping for clothing.
Fantastic. You know what I love about the way that you do it is you always make sure that you set up who you are and what you do first, and that gives that fun perspective, and then the jokes follow that. I mean, that's sort of like what we were talking about staying in the same sort of storyline and pocket, and she's talking about that. Those are funny. What's another one like that? Idol necklace.
I did dig it. And you know, it was funny when you walked up with those pants, the first thing I was like, what you talking about?
My jeggings?
Well, the thing is, like with chicks, man, it's like you're in sexual beings, and so it's like, especially with dudes, like if you pull up with pants like that, like we're all just staring at your legs and John.
Consciously made a decision. Fully, completely clothed.
So did I. Looking in on I can see your vagina.
You made the wrong fucking decision. I don't know where you want to get in comedy, but you're making the wrong fucking decision.
Yeah, but, you know, and it's like, my point is really, it's like you want them to focus on words and it's like, and there's so many things that can distract them. Like, I see the same thing with comics are worded correctly, and I'm like, you're finding the audience wanting to talk to you, right? And so, like, if you use wording correctly, they're going to be looking at each other for that. And it's the same way, like, if you walk in with those pants, your jeggings, they're still like, can you see their fucking vagina? That's your fucking vagina. And it's like, but then you go up and your wearing shirts is filthy, and then you're like, I'm a porn star, and you're immediately talking about your vagina is like, looks like a twice baked potato. That's fine, and it's hilarious, but now I'm kind of looking at it going,
right. Even if you were wearing 10 pairs of sweatpants, when you say you're a porn star, every guy in the room is going to try to find your vagina.
Yeah. So
you could be wearing a snowsuit, and we would still just look for a few seconds. Like maybe there's just a hole.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe just wear.
I do suffer from chronic camel.
Right, and that's something that
the pornography.
That's something that we've never been afraid to share that with female comedians on this show. Is that because it's just an honest fact of life. Is you can walk a line, and I could tell that you tried with the shirt.
I did.
It's probably hard to cover up a lot of the magic that you have going on, and yeah, you know.
Yeah, what are some of the? There's some other tags that you can use, like you said, the pro.
Right, almost like an ATM, like if there's something.
Yeah, and the cash machine.
Right.
Out,
right.
Yeah, or
But I think the key.
Yeah, like I always just cash my checks because I refuse to even go to an ATM. Like if that's something that.
Well, and I think, but also you need to limit the number of taglines. Like you don't really have a giant 8-foot tagline. Where you're just like, here's the joke, and now here's 97 other taglines. Like, let's narrow it down to the 3 best ones of the 97 we have. And just nail those. And if they're still left, then maybe nail out a 4.
And do you have a lot of jokes that aren't porn related?
Yes.
Get rid of them.
Okay. Right now, I'm focusing on bringing the porn stuff to life because as I have an interesting perspective that no one else has.
Absolutely. It's usually
which
is awesome.
Try to project your voice also.
Okay, I try to be more like this today.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, that's another thing you can't do without guys immediately.
You should talk like this and just, see what happens.
If you can just do this a little more while you're talking.
Listen, you're funny and you have a great delivery.
Yeah, no, and your stage presence is great.
Yeah, totally.
Just wear some pants and I'm not like I fucking can't stop working.
My dad was right.
And I can't remember. Did you?
Did he pick out that top?
Did she move
That's me.
Did she move the mic stand or did it stay?
I moved it.
You did?
Okay.
You should try to find a way to put the mic stand inside of you instead of having to move it off stage. That'd be just
Yikes. Hashtag yikes. Missy, always funny. Awesome stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say, I love how how she left the mic after that, just flaccid.
She's done.
Yep, man. Got the money shot and out.
Need a fluffer for that money.
That's Missy X Martinez on Twitter. Heck yeah, another.
Was that your fourth time? Third time? Third time.
Awesome. Fantastic. And what's cool is that.
Natural.
What's that?
She's natural.
It's true. Yeah.
And if you could fuck on film doing jokes on stage, it's okay.
Yeah. It's
So
true.
okay.
We'll be right back. You son of a bitch. We'll be right back. We always have two regulars that go up at the end of every show, and it's always fun to watch them grow. They do a new minute every single week. This week, Marianne together for you. You know her from the Kiltony podcast, and also she's been on a couple dysenteries recently, right? Yeah. We love her goofy sense of humor. Put your hands together for Sarah Wineshank, everybody.
Went to a mall. Wasn't fun. It was a big pain in the ass, actually. Had to find a parking spot. Had to try to remember where I parked. It was 5B. Had to create a riddle in my head to remember where I parked. 5, like how old I was when I lost my first tooth. B, like a butt. I'll remember it now. And then I get into the mall, and there's so much going on that I can't even remember who I am. I don't want to eat Wetzel's pretzels. I don't like Cinnabon, guys. Sbarro, it's not for me. Sweet Factory, take it or leave it. What about the Sunglass Hut? I don't like the Sunglass Hut. I'm always afraid that if there's an earthquake, I'll be trapped in a mall. That seems like the worst place to be when the big one hits. Just like the referee for Foot Locker running looking for safety. It just doesn't seem like an ideal situation. How come?
It's the noise you hear when Brian forgets to hit the kitty at first.
No, I did. 2 kitties.
Oh, you did? Oh, I missed it. I didn't so quiet.
I didn't even hear the kitty.
Yeah, I've heard the kitty all night.
I promise you I did.
No, I believe you. I just, if nobody hears it, if nobody hears the kitty in the belly room, then it was the.
Did anyone hear the kitty?
There are 2 people. Looks like Congress right now. Hearing.
The tree falls.
Hey, I admit I just like pressing the bear buttons.
Of course.
I really dig your persona, man. Like, you came up. I've never seen you, first off. My man. Like, I just, like, came up here and you owned it. Like, you were, like, and the way you said it, like, it was all very, you were saying sentences that are just setups, but they were funny just the way you were saying it.
You should. There was parts though that I was like the Sunglass Hut. I wish you would have went into why you don't like the Sunglass Hut. Like what? Am I on vacation? But I'm in a mall. Like there should be. If you just said like and Sunglass Hut, I hate that.
Yeah, there's so much mall stuff that I want to talk about.
Maybe it's like you don't want to be seen there. See.
Yeah, I don't want to be seen there.
But if there's so much mall stuff, just pick a couple.
Right.
Of the shit in the mall and they expand on it. But
yeah.
Find
there's
stuff
something
in the mall
goofy about all this.
the most.
Yeah.
Now, granted, it's a minute, so there's not a lot of time to get real expansive. But, you know, there's shit there. You're definitely you're one of the strongest characters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, are you really that angry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sensing that.
I just don't like a lot of things.
How old are you?
26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true.
You know, and I told you this last time. Like, I really think if you can be sweet and still hate all that shit.
I was thinking that. I was thinking I was being sweet tonight.
No, it still comes off angry, which is cool. But to me, you know, we're friends, but it sometimes feels like a character.
Too jarring.
Like you're trying to be tougher than you are. You can be pissed at everything and just be telling them a matter of fact. because the way you look and the way you dress, I think it has more effect if you just say, you know, I hate everything. I hate all. And then have it build, because if you come out right away and you're that angry, there's no place for it to go. And I always think with you, it's a funner climb. So they at least see you for a minute, and then they're like, why is she so pissed? We'd like to find out why you hate everything.
So
why do you hate everything?
Build up to it a little more. I just don't like malls. That's like one of those things.
Well, then that's how you started. It's just like, fucking hate malls. Everyone in here hates malls, but you know.
That chick definitely doesn't.
But I always think you're so funny, and your brain's always working. But I'd love a little.
Do you ever go back to 5B?
Climb, right, for like the roller
Yeah, I was
coaster.
climbing.
Right.
Yeah, 5B, because then I can't remember it, even though I thought of like this whole complex thing of how to remember 5B.
Right. Maybe there's things that annoy you that you, by the time, maybe it winds up so that by the time you get back to the parking lot, you forgot the parking spot. You can't remember whether
You
it's.
can't see. You couldn't even see your car because you were wearing 4 pairs of sunglasses. It's just like you buy shit so you get out of the mall.
Yes.
Like maybe that's your angle. Is like everyone's trying to sell you shit and you just buy it to shut people up. I mean, you're funny as
Thank
fuck.
you so much, Sarah. Sarah Weinstein. She's at Princess Shank on Twitter.
Very funny.
Yeah. And put your hands together for Kimberly Congdon, everybody.
Hey, so when you guys were younger, did your parents ever do like magic tricks with you? You know, just like little joke ones? My dad did this trick one time where he vanished, and that was the whole fucking trick. He just vanished. I mean, like, he was around for a while, but then he decided to switch careers, and his friend introduced him to fishing. And you know that saying, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, but teach a man to fish, and he'll move to Cape Canaveral full-time and stop paying child support. I don't know, my childhood was weird, you know, like, my dad didn't let me watch rated R movies because he thought they were too violent, but he didn't have a problem paying my mom. But, like, I think there's advantages to growing up in a household with domestic abuse, because, like, now I have cat-like reflexes, you know? Anytime anyone starts yelling, I run to the nearest TV and put the volume up 100.
Oh, an extra loud kitty. That's awesome. I love that. I think that, especially the Cape Canaveral fishing, like, I love that. And I think you could probably sell that magician joke from the top if you tried a little bit harder. I mean, I think it would be more like, you know, my dad was sort of, you know, whatever, in your own words, but you want to sell the fact that he was a good magician. Like, he was such a good magician that, in fact, he made himself disappear.
And I haven't seen him since.
Right.
I have a huge problem with rhetorical questions in comedy acts, because my philosophy is, are you not going to tell the joke?
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you guys remember when just like my dad was a magician. He was such a great magician. He disappeared. We haven't seen him since. Like, that's the joke. Like, and when people ask me a rhetorical question, that's the question I ask them. It's like, if I had never seen that movie, were you not going to tell that joke? And they're like, no. Well, then fucking don't ask. Just go. Yeah.
That was an awesome minute. I can't wait to see what you and Sarah Weinstein do down in La Jolla on March 1st when we take this on the road to the La Jolla Comedy Store for the first time. They're both going to be there. That's Kimberly Congdon. She's at Kimberly Congdon on Twitter. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. Anything you want to promote coming up, or your
Netflix special just hit last Saturday.
Oh,
Chris Porter.
Wow. You came out with the new
I will be on Kill Tony podcast. This is there
next week.
Okay, next week, catch me there.
An extremely huge thanks for Jesus Trejo. JESUSTREJO. That's at Jesus Trejo on Twitter. Truly one of our funniest friends. I can't believe I could even get a stand-up comedian so awesome to goof around and want to play around with such a funny show like this. Missy X Martinez, thank you so much. Thanks everybody for coming out. Eric Dallas, Chuck Geico. Yes, the love of my life. All right, thank you so much. Red Dan, I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. Thank you. Marcus La Jolla, San Diego. Tony Hinchcliffe. There's a backpack here. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. How exciting. Another fun Monday. We're here. It's episode 39 of Kill Tony, everybody. That's what's happening. So much fun stuff. We're going to La Jolla this weekend. Yeah, that's exciting. We're taking it on the road for the first time ever. This guy, actually, I just read this Facebook. He's like, hey, I see that you're in La Jolla for the weekend. If you want, you can stay in my sailboat. It holds 4 people. I'm not using it. It's right on the water. And then I was like, oh, who's this guy? And then he's like, oh, he's a private investigator. Now I'm thinking, like, oh, he's just hiding cameras in his boat so he can watch me fuck or something. What should I do? I think you should take him up on the offer. Really? If he's a private investigator, it's good to have a guy like that on your side. That's true. If you turn him down, then he might start. I mean, if he's a private investigator, then he can already look through your windows. Yeah, I guess so. So you want to keep him close, and then this way you have a private investigator in San Diego where you might need it sometime. That's true. Should we talk about the other possible thing, Sandy? San Diego? Oh, is that? Yeah, I think we already said that. But Comic-Con 2014 will be at the American Comedy Company for 2 shows and another Kill Tony. So San Diego's getting all the Kill Tony love right now. Yeah. Comic-Con 2014. That's a pretty big announcement, right? And I'm thinking that last year, I mean, we've been there for the last 2 years, Death Squad has, and last year there were so many people dressed up as Iron Man, like with like the missile rocket launchers and stuff like that. So if you know anyone that's listening that goes to Comic-Con that has an Iron Man costume and wants to join Kill Tony Army, we're gonna have an army of Iron Man. That would be so great, right? And if not, maybe a couple fans. You can get tickets to Vancouver and Seattle and Portland right now at DeathSquad.tv. All tickets went on sale. We're gonna be in Vancouver for 420. We're playing a casino, and it holds 300 people. It's this humongous fucking, like, we get to do that. And speaking of the Iron Man and our always, the Iron Patriot left us about a month ago, and every week we have been replacing the Patriot with a different type of Patriot. We've gone through, the Iron Patriot, Justin Martindale, the Dark Patriot, Willie Hunter, El Patrioto, Jesus Trejo was last week, and we're going to keep the diversity going. Tonight, we would like to introduce to you right now our first ever female Patriot, everybody. It's the Iron Hot Chick. That's right, Josh, get on it. Grabbing their boots already. There you go. Josh, fix the mic. He's nervous around her. Andrews. There you go. He's so nervous around a female Patriot. Look at that. Wow. Damn. Josh, come on. Josh, get on it. Now, is it the Iron Patriot or the Iron Sex Pot? What could it be? Is it
What is it?
I think
It's all of them?
fuck yeah. You call her anything you want, people. That's how open-minded the female patriot is.
Thank you.
Wow, those are some interesting sound effects.
Thank you. I'm patriotic.
I love it. Well, you look fantastic. It's so nice to have a little bit of female energy over there rather than the creep.
Turn the fucking mic up.
Turn it up, guys. Right?
That's what
Put your hands together for the running around producer of the show, Josh Martin, perhaps the worst producer in the history of anything ever. He's truly really unliked around the Comedy Store, and we decided to give him a shot, let him run around and work things here, and he just spills drinks when he drops them off. He fucking set up her up for failure. So there you go. So let me ask you something, Lady Patriot. Did you I heard a rumor that you sent a song in. That was something that the Iron Patriot would normally do, and he would sing.
I wrote it myself. All that jazz.
Awesome.
This is actually a song that I've seen her do before, and I loved it. So this is going to be a treat. What's this song called?
Mouth on mouth fucking.
Mouth on mouth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Lady Patriot.
See if this works. It does. The internet here at the Comedy Store, by the way, is getting fixed, I heard. No, they don't. They have a dial-up here still, I think, like that. But here we go.
Put your hands together for the female patriot, everyone. Come on, representing all women. Who said that they can't be a security guard for a podcast? That's a woman. Josh, are you gonna boom like that shit, Josh? She's singing over, and that sounds more robotic than the actual voice that's coming through the voice box. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. That was awesome. So, fuck yeah. What do you guys say that we get this thing going? We have our new head of security for tonight, the Iron Lady Patriot chick.
Iron Sex Bot.
Yeah, she's a wild one. So let's get into it. You guys know what happens. A bunch of comedians sign up. Me and always two guests talk to them afterwards. And this week's no different. I have two. This is both of their, I believe it's both of their third times on the show. They are two of truly the best guests to have on this. Two of the funniest pals that I have. Put your hands together for Rick Ingram and Kevin Christie, ladies and gentlemen.
Good to see you. Good to see you. You can smell the boners up here.
Fuck yeah.
It is boner central, man.
For anybody with a robot fetish, it's going down tonight.
Also just women. If you're into women.
Right, that too.
Or Jerry's and Laney's.
Jerry and Laney are here. Put your hands together for Jerry and Laney, everybody.
I got married to that beautiful lady on this very stage 7 years ago. Wow. And Jerry obviously was the maid of honor or whatever.
Is that during a Ding Dong show?
Yep, during a Ding Dong show, and I think Jerry ended up registering as a sex offender by the end of the night. Very weird as always.
So it's so fun to have you guys back. I know that I guess you've both been on. Well, it's been a two-person format. What do you guys think of the Iron Patriot or Lady Patriot?
She's way better. Way better than the original. Way better. Yeah, the original Iron Patriot just scared me. He just bummed me out and frightened me and was racist.
Yeah, it was very creepy how racist he was.
I guess Doug Benson had a live show last week, and he showed up, and they wouldn't let him in.
Was he dressed as Iron Patriot?
Yeah. And he was like, I'm supposed to be on the show.
How weird they didn't let him in.
It seems like they're making good decisions.
I mean, there's a giant trash can screaming by the door. He wants to come in. Is it cool? No.
No, I actually heard, and this is really funny. I don't know if I even told you this part, but somebody tweeted at me that the reason why they really wouldn't let him in was because there's no standing room. It's a seat-only theater, and he can't sit down in that suit.
It's a fire hazard.
Yeah.
He's like an upright speed bump.
What would happen if there was a fire? Like, if there was a fire here when he was here, he'd be dead. There'd be no way.
He'd be yelling, someone carry me.
Yeah. Well, another problem would be all of us throwing him directly into the fire, which would be my first instinct. Yeah. I'd risk my own life, you know?
Lady Patriot, do you have any questions for our guests? That was something that the original Iron Patriot always did.
Hey, boys. I was just wondering, Rick.
Yeah.
I'm listening to a podcast. You do it for the County Store, right? County Store podcast?
I mean, we haven't done one in about 9 months, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad you're an avid listener.
Thank you. I admire it. Okay. I was just wondering, what's it like now that you're married to Central County?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure at all what that has to do with the Comedy Store podcast. But, no, I mean, my comedy is me talking to people in the crowd. So as long as my wife doesn't sit there, it doesn't generally come up, I suppose. But, yeah.
Good question. How about for Kevin?
So, you also have a podcast.
I do. She's good with starts.
Exactly like the old page.
She's like a rabbit. Quick at the
So, you
beginning.
have a podcast, right? With
Nick Youssef.
Yeah.
and it's really good.
Canadian?
You like it? Is it fun? Good time?
All those things. You nailed it. They like it, good, and good times. Yes.
I mean, that was the best question that the Patriot has ever asked.
How do you like that?
Do you like things and stuff?
Yeah, I feel like we know why Pierce Morgan is not getting renewed. Because we got a new interviewer in the house.
Is the Iron and Sex Bot wearing underwear?
What? Yeah, I have underwear on.
Is it patriotic?
Definitely.
Can we see it?
You want to see my patriotic underwear?
Get on stage again.
How Brian has this kind of, how Brian pulls this shit off, I have no
That happened
idea.
so fast, dude. Yeah. Well done.
Yeah.
Zero to creep.
Or not well done.
Oh, wow. Same underwear the Iron Patriot wore. Amazing, they fit everyone. One size fits all. America. Beautiful.
America! And I have bush because I love pussy. Okay?
You have a full bush? I think it's a full bush.
Yeah, like a woman.
Wow.
That is very valid. Actually, like a woman, you're right. Yeah, it's valid.
I haven't seen one in a while. Can you show us?
Oh my god.
Brian.
Alright, let's get this thing started.
Not while I'm here.
Now that everybody has red, white, and blue balls,
God damn it, you son of a bitch.
a bunch of people signed up. You guys know what goes on. Comedians get 1 minute of stage time. They know that their minute's up when they hear the sound of a kitty.
Wow. I mean, the whole production has really gone to shit since last time I was
Top
here.
shelf.
Way more bush, which is good.
Top shelf.
People used to try sometimes and everything, but you'll hear the sound of a kitty. And then you don't want to run that light. That means that's your time. Because if you go much longer than that, you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
It just sounds like wind.
There you go.
It sounds like an episode of Wings.
Just like, like a lot of wind. God, I wish it sounded like an episode of Wings.
I feel like if you go over, you should play an episode of Wings as punishment.
What's a wing?
Wings. So that's an old show?
It was the
Tony USA?
Yeah, it was the terrible show that the writers from Cheers were like, hey, we could just take this concept.
Hayden Church is a mechanic.
Nantucket.
Yeah, it was about a small airline.
Wow.
Yep.
Listen, it was classic comedy.
It was on USA though, right?
Yeah.
Why do I feel like
They showed repeats on USA.
Crystal Bernard was on it, I believe.
All right, that fat guy.
Yeah, that
mustache. That's always a winning recipe.
If you're fat, you gotta have a mustache.
Your first comedian tonight, everybody, doing a minute of stage time is Jake Beck.
Almost there.
Jake.
I will not take a shower in a room that smells like shit, mainly because I don't want to breathe in those poop particles that are responsible for the smell of shit. There's just a contradicting feeling that you get when you see a toilet right next to a shower. They don't mesh. It gets people to take a shit and then have a really hot and steamy shower afterwards. And I'm sure that some people skip wiping and they wash out their leftover poo in the shower. All in all, I found this to be a hygienic dilemma. The smell of shit mixed in with the shampoo you just used just doesn't mesh. If you took really big and really mossy turd and then right afterwards you had a really hot and steamy shower, those airborne poo particles that are responsible for the smell of shit will mix in with the steam and it will soak into your walls and your skin. And that is why you will have a random incident later that day when you smell shit but you don't know where it's coming from. Worst of all, it's coming from you, and you are your last suspect because you showered.
Wow.
Huh. How much actual time was that?
That was 40, about 40 seconds.
Okay, it showed up as 58 on. I downloaded it on iTunes and all that. I recorded it, got it on iTunes. It showed up as 58 seconds. It was somewhere at the time range.
It reminded me of a hybrid of Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High and the Micro Machines guy.
Actually, have you seen one of those videos on the internet where it shows a guy just drawing really fast, like trying to sell you something? Like, this is how, like stomach acid works, and then that's what your voice sounds exactly like.
It feels like you're gonna get hired as the guy that says the stuff really fast at the end of radio commercials.
Yeah, you were the legal ramifications of leasing a Toyota.
Shit. Must be 21, 18 at door.
Yeah.
Were you nervous? Do you usually speak with this quick of a pace, or you
I just tried to meet the time frame.
You didn't want to hear the bear?
No, I didn't. No, I mean, at some point I was impressed with the memorization. Because you were going fucking fast, and it's obviously written like it wasn't.
Yeah.
But I thought to myself, the crowd's missing a lot of this.
No. Yeah, it's probably better. Capture the moment's way better, but just,
And it just, delivery-wise, it stayed the same the entire time. It was just like you started and then just like went the entire time and then stopped. So it was hard as listening to tell which parts you have decided were more important for me to listen to.
Indeed. But you also have like very definitive surfer stoner kind of cadence, which I have never heard spoken that way.
Yeah, I've never heard that fast.
That's awesome. Nice.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, you've been smoking pot all day, and right before you got on stage, you were like, time to do a bump. Let's
kind of slow.
Do a little crystal, get up there and knock this thing out.
I mean, I think what we're saying is like, I don't like completely lose your ability to go fast. There's something kind of odd about it, especially with the way you talk.
Yeah.
Like the fact you could be the only motivated stoner of all time.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah. You got weight to grow. Like you're freaking out.
I guess that's what smoking weed for 8 years will do for you.
Okay.
She is already great.
Okay, we saw our underwear. She just did that. I mean,
so far.
But I just think you almost wasted a lot of the things you're saying because they went by so fast.
You defy the stereotype of Jakes, though, which I like.
What is the stereotype?
Most Jakes in
That's what
general.
you did right then. The way you said, what is the stereotype? What is the stereotype? What the fuck?
Generally, Jakes are, pretty close to retarded in general. Like, no one ever's like, dude, my buddy Jake is the smartest.
Yeah.
It's a fucking 2.5 wasn't it?
You gotta meet my buddy Jake the scientist. That's not a thing that happens.
Oh my god.
Jake Ryan, though, 16 Candles, good dude.
Great dude.
It's because of that fucking Jake and 2.5 Men, wasn't it?
Luckily,
Because of that fucking kid.
don't watch that show.
Yeah.
Good.
And comedy in general, I wouldn't bring it up.
Okay, good stuff. I wasn't going. How long have you been doing stand-up? I just moved here about 2 months ago, and I just. Where are you from? Colorado. Wow. Look, can we discuss what appears to be the baboon heart inside of your chest there? There's some sort of an elevated. What is it that you keep in there? Oh, your side pocket? No, this is just my wallet. Oh, okay. Smart. You're at the comedy show. That's smart. Yeah. I wanted to climb it, but I'm like, not the worst idea. Here's where we are. Yeah, sleep about that. But yeah, Big Jake. Yeah, I got a 42-minute album on iTunes. I just thought I'd hit the ground running, going into LA. In 42 minutes, I guarantee you could do 70 minutes of comedy. Yeah. You have a 42-minute comedy album out? Yeah, on iTunes. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. The Jake Beckman Mindfuck. Fuck yeah. All right. And wait a second, you've been doing stand-up for how long? So Jake, 2 months. Wow. When did you put the album out? January 5th. Wait, 2 months. Stop. You've been doing comedy for 2 months and you dropped an album 2 months ago? Yeah. God, what a lazy as fuck. Just thought I'd hit the ground running. I can't wait. Ladies and gentlemen, the new Louis C.K. Give it up for him. All the time. That's hilarious how fast he put out an album, too. You just must sit at home with piles of cocaine everywhere you go. Just marijuana, dude. That's one thing besides maybe definitely, I agree with everyone. You definitely need to slow down. You blew past so much stuff. I was just trying to figure out what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe try an intro. Yeah, that's what I stick with, man. Yeah, that's all I got. And positive articles, though, is a nice touch. Thank you. Yeah, that would be. Also, don't forget the microphone stand. Just slowly try to put it behind you when you go on stage. Because it's one of the odd things, but like it is distracting. People will just stare at it. It's like these guys are like it's right in their sideline, which is a bummer. So just get it out of their way. I guarantee you're the first guy to do a 42-minute album with a mic stand left in front of him. Well, I still got to get that stage time experience, man. Imagine Pryor live on the Sunset Strip. You just I like his priorities, though, from what he just said. He said, you got to get the stage time to learn where you put the mic stand. All those little things. You don't need the stage time to drop an album. Right. No. Just like, hey, before I do this on stage, I'm going to make an album real quick. I gotta know, what's the album called? Like, I gotta get reminded and look into this, because I want to just fast forward through it here. Don't fast forward it. The Jake Beckman Mind. You'll think you're fast forwarding through it when it turns on anyway. Slow it down. Yeah. How do you spell Beckman? B-E-C-K-M-A-N. Is that your Twitter handle too, Jake Beckman? Or is that spelled differently? Because you spelled it differently on this. It's Beckman with M-A-H-N because somebody fucking stole it and I had to use the H. Wait a second. Your actual name is Jake Beckman, but you have the Twitter handle Jake Beckman with an H between the A and the N in man. Yeah, because somebody stole my. Why do you like Jake Beckman? Somebody took it. The real Jake Beckman. Somebody took it. When you say they took it, you mean there's another guy named Jake Beckman? Yeah, there is. There's this guy, Steve. He's just fucking stealing my identity. Instead of Steve Davis went with Jake Beckman, so I'm fucked. Instead of adding a number to your actual name, you decided to throw an H in the middle of your last name. Mon. Like you're a Rastafarian or something. Mon. Jake Beckman. Major birth certificate, a liar. Hey, do you guys want to play a little sample for a minute? Oh, yeah. What it was just, random. All right. Just give me 3 minutes. We'll try legalized cannabis. Just do a little iTunes. I feel like this is going to sound like Alvin and the solution. Unfortunately, our society no longer practices or promotes common sense anymore, so either a good amount of people won't know what the solution is, or you won't agree with me. This solution can provide our marketplace with more food, medicine, clothes, plastic, paper, You're talking slower in it, though. And what I like about it, why have an audience? You know what I mean? Yeah. They drop an album and charge 99 cents a track. It's Spicoli when you slow it down. So I'm just waiting here. Those dudes are fine! Why an echo track? You just make it sound like you're in a place with less of an audience. Right. So, again, it's important. First guy to do comedy from space. No crowd. But yeah. It's primarily just protect my material and then just also to have just something to show to the agents to show them that I have something established. Jason, that's what you said. I love you already, but no one is stealing your material. Better not. I like that you couldn't help but mouth it as it was playing.
Yeah. You had this thing alone.
I just he went Britney Spears on us.
Yeah, you totally were like, before.
It's just encoded into my brain.
But you can do that 42 minutes again, exactly like that. Is that what you're saying?
Probably just as fast as I just did that. Kept me up on stage and
go.
Yeah, okay. I really think when it comes to choosing the right job, I was very pushing.
And stop.
Oh my god. All right, Jake. What a first impression you left on us. First comedian I've ever seen to drop an album before starting stand-up
I cannot
comedy.
wait to see it. Let's leave.
Yeah, solid goal.
All right.
Well, thanks,
Jake Beckman, everybody.
Beckman.
He's on Twitter. And Jake Beckman.
Jake Beckman.
With an 8
That's
between the
Jake
A and the N.
Beckman. It's Jake Beckman Town on Twitter for no reason.
They never taught Jake numbers.
There's a hidden Ellen Beckman on Twitter. And 6 in the middle.
Well, here we go.
Let's go for all to this person.
Where's your album next guy?
Antonio Houston.
Give it up for me, because I just found out I graduated. For real.
Yeah.
Seriously. So I went to go see my grandmother. She's like, wow, you're a whole different person. I like the way you are. You're not a nigga anymore. You're a nigger. You're graduated. And I was like, wow, Grandma, you really feel that way? She was like, yeah. The room doesn't smell like reefer or anything. Everything's lovely about you. You're just so beautiful now. Who you been hanging with? I said, well, I've been hanging with different people, different crowds. And she was like, yeah, well, you're doing coke now? Because you had to bump up, right? I said, no, I'm not doing coke. Not just yet. She was like, well, you should try it because it's great. I was like, okay, well, I'll take your advice. Thank you. And my problem is I try to impress white people too much. You know, if first thing I say, hey, my name's Antonio. I like reading, like long walks and everything. And yeah, I'm not a nigger. I'm not a nigger. I'm just an average black guy out here. I'm just trying to make a living. That makes them feel uncomfortable. Well,
yeah.
Comfortable. Thank you.
Yeah.
And kudos to everybody. That's a comedian.
What did you graduate from?
Being a nigga.
Oh, that was what you graduated
Yeah,
from.
okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I remember when I graduated from that.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
First, I would lose a hat. I can't see your eyes, and I don't think they could either. Which that's a big. I mean, you use your like.
At least go King Griffey Jr. and turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're wasting half your jokes delivery system by having this in shadow. So they just don't get to see. They get to see what you're saying and have your cadence, but they lose how you feel about it because they can't see it from here. And I don't see any reason for you to hide your face, so I just wouldn't. I mean, there's no reason to. Unless there is a reason. Yeah, unless you.
The reason is I graduated from being a nigga.
There you go.
Damn, I love it already. It's home run derby time.
Maybe that could be a part of it. Yeah, turn the hat around as you tell them when you graduated.
It is that is a pretty big difference. I noticed immediately.
Yeah, like as soon as I saw, like even now with it higher up, I mean, like I see your face, like I just get a better sense of you as a person. Okay. Yeah, I just not a fan of hiding this.
And again, white people are terrified of black people in shadows. It really scares them. So like now I'm like, oh, he's nice. I like him.
Yeah, I guess I would definitely explain or write the joke a little different because I also had no idea that you were graduating from being an N-word.
What word?
Yeah, which one you mean? Nigeria.
Everybody says it now. It's fine. It's fine.
Not everybody. That sounds like a trap.
This is like the whitest panel of all time. I mean, we could get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
As an American, I was uncomfortable with the heavy R. I was like, whoa, slow down, buddy.
There you go.
Have you ever fucked a robot woman before? The best sound effect is the queen. Always a queen at the end.
Thank you.
I love that you wrote the topic down as crazy as family. Now, okay.
I thought it was all right. You just know Jake Beckman. You know what I mean?
big question. When's the album coming out? How long have you been doing stand-up?
For about 2 years, on and on. I made a commitment this year that I'm gonna stick with it. Okay, this is my A, B, and C plan. So
I found the "you want to impress white people" part most interesting because you mispronounced Reagan. You're like, I like Regan. I like that. I don't know if that part was that funny.
Did you say reading?
No, he said reading. Well, I said Regan, like he said long walks, reading. If I could have seen your eyes, I would have gotten that.
Exactly. That would be a much funnier twist. I'm like a white person. I like long walks, reading, Ronald Reagan.
It's just like, that's what he thinks white people like. Yeah, like that's sort of interesting. Like, what are the things you think white people like that are just wrong enough to be like, I don't really love that shit.
Yeah, whoever told you we all love Ronald Reagan, that's funny.
Yeah.
And other things that you might think we do. Yeah, that we do.
We're all Alex P. Keaton at the end.
When I signed the papers to join the Illuminati.
If you're gonna say your grandma loves Coke, I want to know a little bit more about it. Okay. Like that's just, you can't just drop it on me like, wait, what? Nana loves Coke? Like I need to like, whoa. Right. Like that's the great thing about deciding to talk about your family that you've decided is crazy is there's a lot. So like each person, it's like each person's bit as opposed to family as bit. You know, like you can go, you can stretch everything out, like your relationship with them, your relationship with, as a young person, as an older person, you know, with them. Like don't try to paint it with such a broad swath of just making it. My family's crazy because we've heard a lot of that over the years, and I think it's more interesting, especially. Fucking white people we want to know about your family. Like, it's interesting. Well, I want to know about families a family life I didn't experience. So, like, I feel kind of like shortchanged. But it's like my family's crazy. I'm like, how? Yeah, I want to really know why. Explain that to me.
The grandma on Coke is a great princess. Yeah, I mean, what does it cause her to do? Is she the only old lady driving fast? Like, what is that makes grandma
Did she get gangbanged at doo-wops? You know.
I know. It's a great
Grandmas go wild too, guys.
But also, that's like a generation thing. Where just age-wise, my grandma's dead because I'm way older than you. But your grandma probably was alive during when the Coke generation. So it's like grandmas did Coke, and your grandma still does Coke. So like that's interesting in and of itself. Whereas that's probably why she used to send my uncle to get condoms. So whatever. These are now
it sounds like white inbreeding, which I'm into. Send my uncle to get condoms. Lady, you ever do Coke?
Just a hit. Fuck yeah. Did your grandma really do Coke? Did she tell you about it?
Or she thought it was great. As I got older, I just figured out like certain things that happened when I was growing up because I grew up with her. So I just noticed certain things.
Gotcha. It'd be funny if your grandmother does Coke, she probably doesn't like use a CD to snort it on. She probably uses like a record or a tape track.
Still has some she bought in '78.
Right.
Oh, that means it's good. Right,
Great. Thank you so much, Antonio. It's Antonio Houston, everybody. Spirit AG 777 Twitter. Talking about crazy Antonio.
You must have been a Spirit AG already. All right, 776 of them.
It's a good name too, Antonio Houston.
And
it sounds legit. Easy to remember.
Fuck yeah. Adam Triggers.
Whoa, that's the DR word. Triggers. Let's trig up. Adam Triggers with a heavy R.
Hey, everybody got smartphones? Yeah. They're tracking us with those, you know that, right? The GPS, they're tracking us. I don't care. But I like to mess with it every now and again. I like to set it from automobile to walking. So every now and again, Google thinks I'm fast as fuck because I'm in my car and I'm like, they're like, he's walking, but he's going like super fast. Let's not mess with him. Have you guys seen the show Hoarders? Great show. Since you've seen the show Hoarders, have you watched the movie 101 Dalmatians? It really changes the way you look at your childhood. That couple had deep psychological issues. Let's just get one more. Sequel.
The sequel was called 102 Dalmatians. That's great. I used to be married. I'm divorced now. I like to refer to my ex-wife as Plan A. Plan A had sex with one of my friends. I was forced to improvise. Plan A turned out to be a real thing.
There you go.
I didn't want that to end.
Yeah,
I don't want it to either.
Great premises.
I really like the walking smart. I would change it to super fast, like a superhero.
Right.
Yeah, just like, you know, like that, and it gives them more reason to start tracking you. That you're just like, they're afraid, and then now they're afraid you're going to turn on them.
Thanks for giving me that great idea that I can't use now because people are using it.
No, you're right though. Rick, have I ever taken a tag from you?
I hope so.
I definitely have. Dude, that is fucking, I've taken tags from Tony. I've suggested tags to Tony. That is, you have to do that. Don't, to any comic here. There's no shame in that. Not taking tags is a young man's mistake. Like, don't fucking do that shit. If someone, because I'm not going to use it for anything ever, it's just going to not exist.
You even have to steal your joke.
Yeah, so like,
tag.
I probably have taken 20 tags in my life. Like, it's just one of those things that comics do. It's not looked down upon. Don't make that mistake. So I'm not saying you have to take it, but if you like it and you want to use it, take it. It's, you know,
absolutely, that's totally a part of this. Yeah. Like, try it. If it works for you, it works.
And the fucking 101 Dalmatians order thing's a good thing. Yeah, I really like that.
One thing, it's a beginner comedian thing that just happens. And by beginner, I mean like first 5-6 years of doing comedy, is you ask the audience if they have seen or heard something every time you start a joke premise. You can just start the premise, because they don't fucking matter.
You can literally just be like, bitch, show hoarders. Like, if you're in a comic film that haven't seen hoarders, you're fucked anyways. Yeah. So, like, if they're like, no, you don't want to just stop your joke. And you're going to explain within your joke what hoarders is. Like,
that's pretty self-explanatory.
Don't engage them if it's not necessary, because then you're begging someone to be like, yeah, I fucking love it. You're like, uh-oh, now you got to talk to that guy, and now you can't tell your joke. So just, you know, like, I watched the show hoarders.
Plus, I really did want to hear more of your jokes, and by asking them each time, it took away 25 seconds.
Right, it took out the end of that last one, for sure.
Yeah. But, like, everyone has smartphones.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so, like, it's just not necessary.
And definitely everybody's seen the other things. Yeah. And if they haven't, then yeah, you mentioned that. It doesn't matter anyway.
How long have you been doing it?
2 years.
Where are you from?
I'm from Florida. I've been here since October.
Nice.
You're really good. I mean, like, all of your bits were like I really don't have much advice except what they've said, because it was comfortable to listen to, and I liked your material. So, and honestly, it's easy to add a tag to a pretty good bit. Like, when you see like a bit that's not gonna go anywhere, you're like, maybe just like, you can't. It's easy to, like, you're on, like, when you see there's only like one small thing missing, it's way easier. It's like, oh, superhero would work better than super fast. I just like Flash. I'm like, oh fuck, the Flash is back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe after you see Hoarders, you realize that, what's her name, Cruella DeVille?
Oh yeah.
Is more of the good guy trying to break that shit up, and the villain that she's been painted to be this whole time.
Yeah, these two supposedly nice white yuppies that have 1,000 dogs.
House smells like shit.
House smells like shit. House is made of shit.
And that should totally be in that too. Now, since you're connecting those two things, I'd spell out the stuff that you don't see that you would have to do to support 101 Dalmatians.
Yeah, just unravel that film. Like, thank God they didn't have any fucking kids. It would have just been slave labor shit shoveling.
Right. And the trough that they must be eating out of. I mean, there's no way each. Do they have their own? I haven't seen it since I was a kid. Do they have their own, like, bowls and shit? I guess it really doesn't even matter. I mean, they left.
If you really want to dissect that shit, they only had the dogs for like a day. They weren't really their dogs. They didn't all come from the same dog either, did they? No, they were rescuing all the dogs in the city so Cruella DeVille couldn't kill them. So.
Why were they all Dalmatians? That had to be some inbred shit.
She wanted a Dalmatian coat. Yeah, I'm really into this movie.
Class, okay.
Amen.
She's a beautiful, stylish woman everyone should have fur. I'm sorry.
Don't ever have a different Patriot than this one.
Yeah, honestly, so far
the winning Patriot.
And now, just out of curiosity, just out of curiosity, is your joke in your head based on the cartoon or the live action film? Glenn Close.
I've never seen the live action, but I guess it would fit more. But
Live action written by John Hughes. Fun fact.
really? Yeah.
No,
That guy doesn't miss.
He wrote Beethoven too.
Yes, it did.
I really thought he was doing the 101 Dalmatians musical, but I guess I was a little confused.
Classic.
Nothing on that. All right, made it weird. Jeez. Adam Driggers, how fun. Please sign up again. Your one-liner style and you talking so we could understand every word that you were saying really helped. And
Shame you don't have an album.
I do, but I have a Twitter.
He's got a Twitter.
That's absolutely true.
Well, look at this.
Adam C. Driggers. That's
figured it out.
Driggers.
Even if there was another Adam Driggers, you just put that middle initial. Look at you.
There is. He's a famous weightlifter.
He's a famous what?
Weightlifter. He's like a world champion
Adam
weightlifter.
Driggers?
And he has a Twitter.
I
actually retweet all of his tweets.
I have a
Every
guy
single
whose
day.
name is. There's a Kevin Chris who's a famous weightlifter too. What? I had to go. I had to go middle initial too.
And I can tell you two never lift weights.
No.
There's no connection with the.
Like how someone thought that was gonna hurt my feelings.
Right.
Come on, get off him.
Push-up contest, first 1-to-1 wins. Yeah, I thought it was good. Definitely call your first album Drigger, please.
There he goes. It's Adam C. Driggers, everyone.
Man, I liked him.
Yeah.
I want more of him.
DWA Driggers with that.
Hell yeah. Those are great ones. Those are great jokes.
Yeah, it was all class.
Straight up.
He even had comedy glasses.
Yes, it did.
You're welcome.
Fuck yeah. Ryan Dune, everyone.
I hate jogging. I really do. I hate jogging so much that I'm going to start wearing American flag pants. So if my friends ask me to go, I can just be like, sorry, brother, these colors don't run. America! I'm not lazy, I'm a patriot. Thanks for that. Guys, I like to drink, but sometimes I black out. I just don't remember anything. It can be a problem, but I've been beatboxing for 12 years. I black out and beatbox. Like, for real, I do that. It's probably very annoying. I've also been working on this Jay-Z impression. So I black out, beatbox, and talk like Jay-Z. And it goes a little something like this. It's your boy Jay-Z. Then I drink more, I start getting a little hungry. Yo, your boy needs some Chinese food in this piece. We got any Chinese food in this piece right quick. Your boy's man hungry. I'm getting horny now. Yo, your boy Logan needs some pussy. Alright, your boy needs some pussy. Good night.
There you go.
Great job, Ryan.
Sounds like Jay-Z.
Yeah, the Jay-Z part I liked. It was everything that's ever existed about beatboxing that I don't like.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if this were 1989 and you were Barry Sobel, people would be like, damn, he's beatboxing. But I feel like a lot of people don't even know what that is anymore.
And I couldn't agree more. I think that the Jay-Z impression is so good, and I don't hear anyone else doing that I totally feel like the beatbox weighs it down.
Yeah, it just kind of got. I mean, I get that you have to like figure out a way to get to the thing, but it didn't help, and it feels a little too like music-y to me. Like it's like, oh, you just think you're good at this, so you want to show it off a little.
Yeah.
Which the impression is what's going to get you the laughs, and the other thing is just like, oh, I learned this thing in my house, and I want to like show it off a little, which I don't think that helps the joke.
Right. Since the beatbox thing isn't funny, you can use the Jay-Z in any way you want. It might take a few minutes to think of a better premise than the beatbox thing, but I don't even think it would. Like, it just seems like Jay-Z can be explaining himself out of any situation with anything.
Yeah, your inner monologue is Jay-Z for some reason. It wasn't just so much rap music. So much you could do with that voice, too.
Right, exactly. So, the beatbox, doing it in a beatbox form is like doing it in a knock-knock form on stage.
It literally does date it a little. It makes it feel like 90s stuff, because there was just a lot, like Rosie O'Donnell used to do like a beatboxing rap routine thing in her stand-up.
Yeah, I don't want to be the guy who closes with a rap song.
Yeah.
Way more chicks probably would sit on her face after she beatboxed.
Damn. Wait, so it should be
ground roll double.
We're saying don't be Rosie O'Donnell.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And the other thing was
one-liner. One-liner was good.
Yeah.
Hey, like, yeah. I mean, it's weird. In a minute, you did like 3 very disparate things. So like, I don't know what the one-liner is going to lead into. It's not like that one-liner about running is going to help you do your Jay-Z impression. But that's it's a funny one-liner. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, with the one-liner is, it's like it just exists in its own space, so you can. It's not like, oh, it's good, so put it wherever you want. But it's not unless you're going to build on it. It's just going to you're just going to use it occasionally.
Do you do any other impressions other than Jay-Z?
I do it, Jesse Pinkman yelling.
Then you could make it that. Then you could even slide in that way by saying that all that you do is the only things that entertain you anymore are Breaking Bad and Jay-Z. So bobbity bob, weigh in if you want to. There's just ways to go about it that you can utilize.
A lot of people use their more than one impression. They meld them together. Like, wouldn't it be weird if? Like, I always wonder if this, if Jay-Z was in an episode of Breaking Bad, it would have been like this. But that's how they.
And then those things are funny if they're having a conversation. Yeah, it's funny.
Also, you might be able to get away with the beatboxing thing if you're doing 30 minutes or you have more time.
Yeah.
That's what I like. There's lots of comics that do. They're essentially, stage tricks or whatever as part of their act.
Michael Winslow.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing 5-10 minutes though, then it's just it really does. Like right now, most of what I remember is just beatboxing.
Yeah, that's part of it. So there you go.
Anything else? Why was it so short?
You beatboxed.
That's what happens when you beatbox.
The first joke, there's nothing. I mean, if you have a longer premise that you can go into it or something like that, that'd be great. Because the first joke, but by itself, it's kind of weird. Like, there's not really anything I could add to that part. But the Jay-Z voice alone, like they were saying, it's such a good voice. You just need to find a way to just write.
Instead of it being beatboxing, there should have been a longer premise to justify the Jay-Z impression. That should have been the whole minute.
And for the red, white, blue pants thing, I wouldn't open by saying I hate running, because then you're stepping on your punchline out. They don't run. So make it exercise or jogging. Jogging. Yeah. All right. Well, then I'm an idiot.
Ryan actually is from New York City. We just had him on our boss. We just had him on our podcast. He's a very successful viner. He's almost 2 million vine chases.
Wow. You know what? Here's a fun fact. I've never watched one of them.
One Vine? You don't like Vine, do you?
No,
you don't like Canada or Vine?
Listen, here's the thing with Vine. For as long as I've had knowledge of film, the worst thing on earth are short films. So why would I want to watch a shorter film?
Do you like animated GIFs?
Fuck no.
So you don't like.
But I like the ones with butts.
Like butts?
Yeah, I like one of the butts.
I mean, you like porn, right?
Sure.
There's porn vines where it's just the girl sitting there, and it just loops and it never ends, and you can just sit there and just.
Cool. I don't need 6 seconds of anything ever.
Yeah. What's really cool is that he takes his Jay-Z voice and uses it in his vines, and it's pretty funny. That's how actually.
I could see how that would work.
I'll go do Jay-Z goes to a market.
Yeah, see, like,
that's with Beyonce.
Right. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing.
See, that worked. That should be worked. There should be way more of that worked into.
Right.
Because if you're that adept at the voice, it should just be. I wonder if this is what Jay-Z did yesterday, and then come up with a ridiculous day for Jay-Z.
Yeah, 10-minute big.
Yeah. Huge. And then that's your closer when everything happens and you're sitting on that. Then if people know you from your vines and they come out to see you do stand-up,
You know, I mean, 2 million's a lot. So if that happens, then make them want it. Sit on Freebird till the last song and turn it into a monster. Ooh, there you go.
I don't know about Freebird.
Guys. I love how you actually negotiated more time.
I know. I can see how.
That's a first.
Oh, that's it?
What the fuck?
You guys are making fun of me more? Fuck this. Yeah, but follow him on Vine also. It's Rydoon on Vine and on Twitter, Rydoon, Rydoon.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, guys. Ryan. Awesome. Dude. Congrats on the Vine.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I was actually the one that showed him, or he learned about Vine through me, and now he's making me relax.
Wow. This guy created Vine over here.
No, I was talking about it. Told him about the internet.
I think he should go with the last comic, and then that way he could be the Drigga Man.
Oh.
We'll put them together.
Very good. Drigga. Hey, I know this guy. It's Brad Sachs, everyone.
He was on a couple weeks ago.
Got engaged last year, guys. I did. And in 1 year, I put on 15 pounds. She's fucking killing me. And she's the worst cook, too. I just smoke so much weed to be around her, to put up with her, that I'm putting on weight. And I feel bad, because she's always like, what do you want? She's so passionate about cooking. She's so bad. You don't ever know anyone like this. What do you want next? I'm like, nothing. I don't want to know. She's like, no, what do you want to say? I'm like, nothing. She's like, I'll make it for you. What do you want? I'm like, cereal, bitch. Put it in the bowl. That was, okay. That's fine. That's fine. When we moved in together, she just went ahead and stopped shaving the bottom half of her body. You fucking believe that? Yeah. Just let it grow. I called my buddy. I'm like, I moved in with Wolverine. Okay, I'm quitting this tonight. Forget it. I'm just done with this. It's over. Yes, my fiance's so uptight also. It's fucking like, I'm like, look, we're engaged now. Can we make a sex date? She's like, absolutely. Who's going to play you? That's a punchline. Who's going to play you? Thank you, guys.
Oh, jeez. So what happened from last time you were on stage?
With my fiance?
Yeah.
I don't want to say.
No, you got to tell us.
Did she hear it?
She didn't hear. No.
Did somebody tell her?
No one said anything.
But did some things change in your life? Did you reflect on it?
Oh, I did a lot of reflecting. Yeah, I
what happened? So what happened the last time he was here, about 2 weeks ago, we had him. I mean, he really doesn't, as you can tell by a different minute than 2 weeks ago that he talked about. He really is unhappy. Yeah. and he's engaged. He's not married yet. And he's been engaged for a year, and he's still putting it off for another year, and he's so unhappy, but he's not jumping out of this thing.
Like you know, I mean, giving the serial bitch, you know, like that was the person that. Yeah, no, I felt genuine hate.
Yeah? No, it's not. I play it up for the performance. I mean, there is stuff about marriage that, you know, like I told Tony before. I don't know.
I feel like his wife is at a cooking class complaining about his comedy.
Oh my god.
What did you compare her to? The hair-wise, you said a Wolverine. You said, well, maybe something like, what's that, centaur or something? Like, what's the half horse? Yeah, Mennonite. Yeah, there you go. Not a Mennonite.
Very fine line between Minotaur and a Mennonite.
You said she stopped shaving from what? The waist down?
Waist down, yeah.
Wow.
Which is, you know, sort of true. I mean, when you move in with somebody, shit gets comfortable, you know.
Well, if you're with...
I haven't experienced
that. If you're with somebody who really doesn't want you to have sex with them, then that's how it goes. You're right.
That's her plan. She's like, I gotta stop this fucking. I know. I'll just get gross.
Absolutely. That's one way to... People that have... That is an interesting psychological technique, because those are people with real loneliness issues that are so afraid to lose somebody, but they don't want to break it off, but they don't want them to like them that much.
It's getting so deep.
Yeah, I know.
I've heard of this happening before.
I do it all the time.
I lived it this one time.
Right.
I do that though. Like when I'm in a bad relationship, instead of breaking up, I'll just gain.
You stop shaving your legs?
No, I'll just gain a lot of weight. Like I'll gain like 40 pounds just to get rid of
Just
it.
to break up with
Yeah.
the girl.
Wow. Twice.
It's like a Scorsese movie.
Yeah.
45 pounds.
Yeah. You won't move that. You don't want to break her heart, but you'll damage yours.
Yeah.
Easily.
You do the anti-machinist.
The reverse Dallas Buyers Club.
Yeah. I don't feel like most stand-up audiences, or at least a lot of times half women, I don't know that they like hearing a guy shit on his future wife quite that much.
Right.
I mean, if you're doing, and you kind of feel like, man, I started to sympathize with her.
Right.
I felt myself taking her side, because I was like, she fucking tries to cook. And I'm like, look, even if she's bad at it, she's trying. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, what's this guy trying to do at home except make up jokes about her? Like, it didn't. I felt like I found myself taking her side, and once you call her a bitch, give me serial bitch. Everyone's like, all right.
He hits her. That's what makes.
Yeah, you think like, okay, either he does hit her or he's gonna.
It is the classic. That is a beater symptom. Is when you are criticizing the nice things that they do. Like, I hate your cooking.
Bring me a shitty sandwich. Like, no one's ever brought me a sandwich in the world.
Why do you mix the whites with the color loads?
Yeah, she ruined my favorite shirt. She was doing her fucking laundry.
When you said the whites and the color loads, you were talking about sex, right?
Bobby Lee.
Bobby Lee. Holy moly. Fuck yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah,
I love you too.
it really though it does like they said, it makes, even last time it makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, sure.
And then what you call it, there's like the whole women hating thing that a lot of people do when they first start off comedy, like calling women bitches and just going off on them. It's really uncomfortable to listen to.
It's uncomfortable to listen to, and it's not genuine. I don't think you're.
Like if you're gonna go
call
her a bitch,
Of course I'm not.
the only way it's gonna go off well is if they think you're psychotic. So it's like it's your issue, not her issue.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, to me, the more interesting angle is you love her, but she's so bad. Like if she is terrible cooking, you're like, I love her, but I try to eat it, but it's so like I want what I want to say, but I don't. But if you're actually being abusive, you're like, oh cool, so you're just an abusive man. You're sweet.
No, I get. I mean, soften it up.
Yeah. Make it more about you and not about being angry at her.
Right. And I'm really not angry. It's.
And then
I just need to.
In that case, after hearing 2 different minutes of you hate your wife material, fine. Then you know what? I'll flip my belief just for you, and I'll say, and I'll listen to you when you say that you don't really hate her. But then in that case, I'll say that maybe you should start writing about something else.
Right.
Yeah. If you don't really hate your wife and you're trying to paint this fake picture, it's not gonna come across because you're talking about hating a woman he doesn't really like. So he hates his wife and he follows that up with it's tough being a black guy. Right.
Up here for a minute.
If you're not angry about her, then
I'm not. It's.
But you have to. You really got so real. I mean, now you're like
1,000-mile stare there, like
yeah.
It got real 2 weeks ago.
I'm in too deep. Yeah. I'm in too deep. It sure did.
You guys lived
It's
together.
happening again.
It has. I could even make.
Why don't we call her right now?
No. We don't.
That's a good idea. Would anybody in this room like that at all?
No. We only text anyway. We're.
Oh, now you're protective of her. Yeah. Now you want to protect her. Now she's not bringing you cereal like a bitch. Now you don't want to.
What does your wife think of this material?
Wait, she fucking heard it.
She. You know what? She stopped. She kind of stopped coming to see it.
She
That
probably
is
stopped
so
going to
weird.
other places too.
Was that about the time she stopped shaving, maybe?
But no, she didn't. She didn't just seem to mind. She minded in a weird way when I would kind of try to take that material and like put it on Twitter or Facebook. Then she minded, but when she would come to a show, because afterwards it would.
One second. You put it on Facebook. You're engaged. Absolutely. And I'm guessing her family are Facebook friends with you.
Well, that's why she's like, hey, some of my people.
I think your joke is so funny. My dad, on the other hand, is going to pay for this fucking wedding.
Right.
Didn't like to get my cereal bitch aside.
Nor does he want to know about my vaginal hair.
Yeah. He doesn't want to know that I have a pussy like a Wolverine.
I love how hard you laugh at
My
it.
dad's a little on the conservative side. I know. I don't want to affect your art.
No, we're not knocking Wolverine pussy, by the way.
You laugh so hard every time somebody tells you how stupid.
I know.
Like, you laugh extremely hard at that, which also leads me to believe that what you think is funny is the dumb shit that you do.
Right.
So
that is true.
Maybe there's something to that.
That's what should be. One of the best. I went and saw the comedian named Brian Regan once, who's one of the greats. He's truly, truly brilliant. And he walked on stage and he goes, I'm just going through life, trying not to look like an idiot. That was the first thing out of his mouth, and it summed up his entire act in the first 4 seconds. And then his act from then on was just, you knew what his perspective was. And that's the thing, it's like, if you do stupid shit all the time, and everyone hates it, but you just find it so funny, you keep generating stupidity, that's relatively interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the crowd would like it more if you talked about what a dick you are for not liking your wife's food.
Yeah.
As opposed to being like, that cunt, how dare she?
And if she wants to come on and do like 3 minutes on Kill Tony, become a regular,
She deserves a medal. She's got it on
it comes too fast. I bet she's cute and nice and like fucking smart, and the food's good.
Amazing food.
I bet it's so good. You just have a limited palate.
Maybe she makes your food taste like shit because you don't fuck her right.
Dang.
Damn. There you go.
You don't get snaps like that from the real people.
Oh, dang.
Fuck yeah, man.
That is true.
The iron estrogen dispenser. There you go, everybody. Brad Sachs. There you go.
Brad Sachs. Good luck to you, Brad.
Don't kill your wife tonight.
Please don't kill your wife.
Yeah.
This poor girl. I really would like to hear her side of all this.
We should,
absolutely.
I mean, we're already ask her if she wants to do 2 minutes.
See if she can cook for about 25.
Yeah.
We'll bring her in here and we'll be the judge.
We're already on her side. We might as well hear it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or if you want me to come over and test her food out when you're out of town, I'll let you know.
She can either come on and do a minute, or she could just make a casserole for the whole
Sounds
group.
like she can do a minute or less married to that guy.
Right? That could also be a thing. Maybe you are a premature ejaculator and she's growing out leg and bush hair all the way to try to get you to not come so fast. That could be a thing. It could be an interesting approach.
Do you think she wants to be a sack?
I don't know. That's a rough last name to take over, is Sachs.
She's not post-op, is she? No. All right.
Oh my God.
Brian.
Okay, that was Brad Sachs. That's Brad Sachs on Twitter, spelled Brad S-A-C-H-S. S-A-C-H-S. Gosh, my last name is Hinchcliffe, and I've been looking at tonight's names like, God, thank God that's not my last name. It's 11 letters long.
Oh, this is in Houston.
Right, Houston was a good one.
Antonio, we should do Antonio.
Here's a new one. Everett Fanor.
Hi, everyone.
How are you? So the other day I saw a guy snort Oreos on a baby, and I was really surprised. So I joined in and I snorted the Oreos with him. Now I'm here. Today's my first day doing stand-up, by the way. If you saw me earlier, I'm the guy that said nigger, and everyone looked at me. It was a had sex with a homeless lady the other day. This lady had a baby inside of her, and the baby was jerking me off, and I was like, shit, I'll come by later and see if I can help you later. You get it? Come by. Fuck it. How come dinosaurs don't have dicks?
Prove it.
There you go. No. Okay, that's time. Awesome. Fantastic. He's very easily swayed this one. Everett. Fuck yeah, your first time ever doing stand-up was tonight.
True, your first time?
Not bad. First of all, I was expecting like a 75-year-old white man with the name Everett. So that shocked me right away.
How old are you, Everett? 24. Fuck yeah.
24.
Start.
I don't know how to hold the mic. No, I mean that's the thing. I mean, when I was watching, I honestly, it felt like that was like exactly what I was like when I first started doing stand-up. None of it's true, and you're just trying to come up with any funny news. You're like, if I fucked a person and there was a person in there, wouldn't it be weird? So it's all just like, it's all conceptual, and none of it links together. But like, I fucking love watching people do that kind of stand-up. Like, it's just stuff you thought of. Like, it's just stuff you thought of randomness. And in the beginning, it's very, I wish I kept better track of all that weird shit I thought of, like, in the very beginning, because you're so desperate to have material that, like, I wish I could find it again, because it's usable shit. But, like, right now, it's just, you're saying anything that you can think of all the time. There's something great about it.
Yeah, if you're gonna open with a line, that same response, like, I fucked a homeless lady, probably the punchline shouldn't be about fucking a pregnant lady, because that's a different type of lady. I mean, you start like, ooh, a homeless fucker, I like this. But then that had nothing to do with her being homeless. Right. Other than, I guess, it is funny to fuck homeless people. So, I mean, great concept.
Yeah, you had the beginning of one joke, and then you went into a totally different joke. So I fucked a homeless lady.
You could have got, there's so many things, too. If you combine them, like, I mean, at least that baby has a home. You know what I mean? Inside the womb. Yeah. The womb.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Fuck yeah, you know.
Like, she was on her period, but it didn't matter because we just flipped her box or something like that. Like, whatever she's sleeping on, you know.
So maybe don't take that advice. But...
Hey, be a gentleman. Get her a new box. What's up,
Right.
Get her a new box. Is that Minnesota in here deep in that
You know it, baby. America.
Wow. Fuck yeah.
But yeah, initially, in the beginning, you just try and think, it's almost, the beginning of stand-up is so interesting because you can literally say anything you want. And it's so, you're like, okay, I can literally say anything. But like, start off, try to make it as personal as possible about your particular life, but then don't lose that weird random shit. Because when you find a place in a bit about you for a thing about snorting Oreos off a baby, like, and it makes sense, it's gonna be like, holy shit! Like, how did you fucking justify that reference? Like, don't lose that sense of oddness.
And for like people who know the Comedy Store and comics here, when you came up on stage and just started with a high-pitched voice, it's very, very diamond of you. It just like, it makes people like, what? Why is he doing a weird voice? Because it obviously isn't the way you talk.
Right.
I was about to be real bummed that you were going to talk that way the whole time. I was like, oh no, he's crazy. Right. Like, but then I was like, oh, he was just doing a funny thing. But like, yeah, unless it's going to be a thing, don't do it. If it's not going to turn into anything, just go up and talk. Because you weren't super afraid that this was your first time. You felt relatively comfortable. You just went up and talked. And like, I was uncomfortable. Well, yeah, but you hit it well. I mean, everyone's uncomfortable, but the first few years you're terrified, but it's how good are you at hiding that terror? You know?
You from LA?
No.
Where are you from?
Orlando.
How long have you been here?
October.
Another thing, and again, this is all stuff you'll learn, but don't cover the microphone up with your hand, because that muffles it.
No, I'm a rapper.
Oh my god.
So it's like,
all right, well, in that case, when you're rapping, they can't understand what you're rapping. Hold it below the mic part. Otherwise, you're knocking away at just a lot of, like, where your voice is supposed to be going into the mic. So.
And you're covering part of your face where they're going to see the, like, expressions of the joke.
Right.
Like, your fist is covering this area they want to see, you know. Don't cover your face.
And also, comedians are fucking disgusting, and there's been homeless people that have touched that mic.
You don't want to touch it.
Wash your hand.
Oh, no.
Dude, just literally ate Moonshock's ass.
Oh, God, no.
Jesus. Mugzilla, you were putting that on your chode earlier, right?
Oh, Everett. Oh, Everett.
Maybe start by licking the mic. That got a good response.
No, seriously, don't do that anymore. People have to talk on that.
The filthy people I've seen perform.
I guarantee he would have pulled his dick out after you said that one thing, and I not stopped him after seeing him just lick the mic twice. Yeah, you definitely don't ever want to do that again. It's when everybody talks and everybody spits when they talk. It's just whether we can see it or not in the lights, but it's constant spit.
And the last person that used that,
the spit catch.
Yeah, and the last person that used that was the Ding Dong Show, so that was probably in somebody's ass.
Yeah,
It's a disturbing. You gotta judge by the situation.
I'm guessing that Everett eats ass. It's other things that I'm concerned about that could be on the
do
mic.
eat ass.
There you go.
Hey.
Well, okay, Everett, you are slightly crazy. Everett, thank you so much.
No Twitter?
No Twitter, huh?
Oh, all right.
MySpace?
You can find him at Tom on MySpace.
Yeah, where do we find the rap music then?
We got Josh, alcohol swabbing me. Oh my God, Everett just knocked over their table.
It was Laney and Jerry, nothing to worry about.
Is everybody okay over there? Awesome. Fantastic. One more time for Everett Feiner, everybody.
Everett Feiner!
He just started comedy today.
I can't tell you that reminded me so much of when I first started. I had so many jokes that had nothing to do with me. I had jokes about being an alcoholic. I don't even drink. Anything I thought of that made sense joke structure-wise, I would just tell it.
Totally.
And so that period of time is so interesting when you first start. It's such a fascinating time.
I used to be really, 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 really bad at crowd work because I would overthink it instead of just communicating with whatever's going on.
Where are you from?
Maybe like once.
You never heard of that?
It was never that bad. It was never just
Pittsburgh. That's cool.
It's so true.
Where are you from? St. Louis? I don't speak queer. Like, what? That used to be the best.
Fuck yeah. Well, this is the part of the show. We have a special guest here tonight, who whenever she's here, she does a minute. She has done it.
Hey, what's up, Rabbi? I just popped back in here.
How you living, big dog?
Good. Just waiting till I get paid tomorrow. I have to show somebody how to use the invite. I'm doing like a giveaway on my server.
There you go, big man.
Yeah.
I see we have Riser in here. Riser, can you hear me?
Look who the fuck it is.
How you living, big man?
My favorite goddamn lawn, giant-sized lawn gnome.
Thank you, big man.
What's going on?
Slanging dick like it's going out of style. What's new, big man?
Man, I just wanted to give you the courtesy of informing you. I'm watching a documentary. It's fascinating on the BC salmon decline, and it's crazy. It involves like the government suppressing all this information. It's very interesting. If you want to watch it, I'll stream it. If not, I'll just finish it.
Yeah, I'll watch it, and then we watch O.J. Simpson afterward. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear? Yeah, can you hear me? Just a moment. Riser.
Yo.
Yeah, I'd love to watch it. And then we'll watch O.J. Simpson afterward.
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
What time did you even sleep
No,
yet?
no, I haven't. So it'll be better that we watch it early, and then I'll be able to get my hours back. All right, Riser. Are you ready?
Sorry, your mic's super choppy. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I know it is. Are you ready? I know my chop. I know my
Sorry,
mic.
what did you say? Your mic?
I know it is.
Choppy.
I know it is. Just one moment. I'm going to restart my computer.
Ready for what? The documentary?
Yeah, just one moment. I'm going to restart my computer, and then it should be better.
Frank was like good for like a while, and now the last few times been like so choppy. I couldn't hear you over the chop, but you're down to watch the documentary, so I'll just start streaming.
Yes, I'm down to watch the documentary. Just a moment. I'm going to restart my computer.
Okay. I can hear you now.
So I don't see you streaming on.
X.
Oh, yeah. So I changed my account. Yeah. So if you ever want to find them, just type Rabbi in the search. Of the Twitter, the X Spaces, and it shows up. And it's on like two nondescript accounts. So I'm actually live streaming on two of them. I went a whole year of doing live video X Spaces, and then I decided, you know what, I'm going to expand to doing two at once. And so I've got two different accounts and started doing that. And then one of them got suspended for whatever reason. I didn't do anything different than I ever do. It just randomly did. And so then I archived the other one and then created two new accounts. No, that bitch is still going. Yeah. And, you know, it's a game that I have to play with them, basically. So I stream on two of them simultaneously. And then if any one of them ever gets suspended, then I archive the other one. And then I start up two new accounts. So that way the data gets preserved consistently. Right. And if you're like, why'd you get suspended, dude? I do the same thing that I always do. And it's like I literally have two simultaneous apologies. I literally have two simultaneous streams going. So it's not like one is bad and the other is good. It's like if I was doing something bad, it should ban on both of them, but it doesn't. Which tells me their system sucks.
Yeah. I don't see that. It doesn't show that these are streaming video. At least currently.
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, it looks like they are. Click on one of them and see. Go enter one of them. Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so go into one of them and see. I know it's going to be choppy just for a second. Hold on. I'm going to be choppy just for a second. I'm going to be choppy just for a second.
I'm going to be choppy just for a second.
Can you hear me? No, you can't. This sucks.
The phone you're just using is good.
I know, but I can't use that one all the time. I know, but I can't use that one all the time.
I know, but I can't use that one all the time. I know, but I can't use that one all the time. I know, but I can't use that one all the time. I know, but I can't use that one all the time.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Check the X space and see if it's video. I'm gonna check the same. I see that they're not video, but I don't even see that it is.
I was just informing you.
I appreciate it. Well, it does say that it's video, but sometimes if there's like a minor cutout, it stops the video altogether.
Do you remember Marcus Wentz?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't heard from that guy in like forever, but apparently, Marcus Wentz. I just saw this now, but more life apparently is like his future wife or whatever, since he like proposed or whatever. Is this girl that Marcus Wentz at one point was trying to grizz?
Oh, no way.
Talk to her at like these crypto events and like whatever.
That's
and then, but I think she wasn't too interested in him.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, now more light is currently wiping her.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, I just saw that on Twitter.
Okay,
He's like a scientist or something.
more light?
No, not more light. The girl's like a physicist or something.
More light's fiance?
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah, some like it's some like field.
All right.
Oh, let's check out your Medium.
Oh, okay,
Do we have any homework? No, not today, not tomorrow, not ever.
Yeah, can I talk about that one?
8. A structural and empirically grounded case for eliminating traditional home base.
Yeah, no.
I was actually talking to a teacher on this. Because I did a papa ride to skiing, and the guy that picked me up was a teacher.
How hot was she? 0 to 10?
It was a dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was asking about homework, and he said that he's anti-homework as like a teacher, and does his best basically to allow his students to have in-class time to work on all the homework, and if they can finish it in their allotted time, then they can do it at home. But he tries to make sure that they have enough time to do everything in class, which I thought was cool.
Yeah, that's still not good enough, though.
Why? Because it involves the potential of homework.
So it yeah, just a moment. Recent email. Dude, every time I log in, oh shit, that's why. I log in with this one account into Discord, it makes me do a verification, and it's like, dog, I've done this verification like 50 times in Discord. Okay, so my argument is this, and I think it's a bigger argument, and I think I'd be able to completely win this. Okay, you ready for it?
Yes.
With everything that children have to do, and not, young adults, and the differences in their home lives, it is categorically unfair to give them homework. Some kids get picked up by the bus. They don't have a mom or they don't have a dad. They have to take care of their siblings and babysit until their parent gets home. Many times that single parent is working 2 jobs, and the child may have to be making meals for their siblings, basically filling the role of the parent. This is very common, especially in the inner city and even in rural areas, just poor low-income areas. And then the next day they get to school and they didn't have time to do all the schoolwork, and they get in trouble, and then they fall behind, and they're being evaluated against the same kid, a similar kid in their class who has 2 parents. The mom doesn't work. The mom picks them up from school, takes them home, maybe gives them a tutor, and they don't have to look after their siblings. They don't have to make dinner, and they're able to get their homework done. And you're comparing these 2 children? That's categorically unfair. So my argument is that I don't think it has to be a law, but it should be the absolute policy of the Department of Education that no homework is allowed to be assigned ever. Now, especially when you get into kids who have extracurricular activities, and we want them to be well-rounded individuals, so I don't want to get rid of those. It's unfair. It's absolutely unfair. But especially where you have one kid who's basically filling the role of a parent for their siblings, making dinner, taking care of their siblings. They don't have time to do their own schoolwork, and that's not fair to them that they're being evaluated against some kid who's got it made in the shade. Does this make sense? Riser, you're muted if you didn't know.
Yeah, no, it does. It does make sense. I mean, I feel like homework should just not exist. Not even for that reason. Just out of the sheer principle of like you're already dragging children to practically work the same hours as like a regular job. It's basically like instead of a 9 to 5, it's like a 8 a.m. till 3:15 p.m. job, which is like almost a full day, and then they want to tack on more work on top of that. And it's basically, and you can view it almost as like forced child labor in a way. And I just think that the sheer principle of that, like, you should be able to teach them all they need during that 8-hour window.
I absolutely agree. I've been a teacher in every single level of K through 12, even before. I taught, even before pre-K, it was like almost like a, for very young children, like early childhood development. I've taught pre-K, I've taught kindergarten. I've taught 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grades. I've taught high school. I've seen it all.
You have?
I absolutely have, yeah. I spent about 2
Do you need like a teacher's degree for that?
No, in the state of California, you can be a substitute teacher with a college degree.
Oh, and you're actually a substitute teacher?
100%. It was the best substitute teacher that children have ever seen. In fact, on several occasions, but one in particular that comes to mind, I had the opportunity to teach a class for about a week. I was covering for a teacher whose father had passed, and a kid came up to me after the week and said, "You shouldn't be a teacher." And I paused, and he said, "You should be the boss of all the teachers." And I just thought that was the best compliment any teacher could ever get. And I mean, it just brings tears to my eyes to think about it. I never assigned homework. I always made sure that the students, now it was a different story because I was a substitute, but I never had to send a kid to the principal's office. I was well respected. I always kept the class very disciplined, and we would just work on their schoolwork, whatever it is. And I would say, take out whatever work that you have. Well, I mean, I would have lessons to teach as well, but whatever there was free time, take out your schoolwork, start working on it, and I'm going to walk around the room, and if you have questions, let me know, and I'll be at my desk, and raise your hand, and I'll come to you, and I'll help you with whatever you have. And I would have teachers' assistants who would say, all of the substitutes just are counting down the time for a class to end. But you actually would get up and help people and help the students, and it's a gift to be a teacher, to be able to spend time with young people. So what I'm saying is that I have experience teaching young people at all ages, and I would see the different issues that they would have. And some kids would be on the football team or the basketball team or the baseball team, or would have gymnastics or in band. And that's an extra 2 or 3 hours of work every single night. And they would be exhausted when they would come into school. And some kids would be like, look, I have to watch my brothers and sisters because my mom works, 2 jobs or whatever. And fortunately, I was in a good school system. But this was something that that would happen. Not every single kid had two parents, and there would be other kids who were very wealthy and didn't have to worry about where like they would get extra help with tutors and stuff, and that's just unfair. It's absolutely categorically unfair. Um, and you're right. You have 8 hours to teach whatever you need to teach, and especially with AI now, it's so much easier that you can just be like, "Hey, here is the lesson plan. Here's an outline. Either copy it or I can just print it off for you, and you can study it." I used to have teachers who would waste so much of my time because I would have to just copy what they wrote on the board. And it's just like, print this off for me. And then let's move on to the next thing. I'll study it. But like, no, I had to sit there for hours and hours and just copy the board. And that wasn't very helpful to me. So anyway, that was an article that I wrote.
Since and punishment.
Exactly. That was
Couldn't you argue that like AI is, like you mentioned, the economic unfairness of some people being able to afford tutors, but with the invention of AI, that kind of evens the playing field now, and so you can have like a AI tutor help you with like literally every single question.
Dog, when you start to see what kids go through, they don't all have computers.
School, public libraries.
No. Get out of here with that. I mean, you have to be realistic. You're talking about kids, even the school systems that provide like Chromebooks to kids, those Chromebooks break, their power cord breaks. Like, you cannot expect them to have access to AI all the time. And even those systems, many times you're supposed to be like of a certain age to use them sometimes. So like, you can't be under 13 and use them. So you can't just randomly have that's only high school. So that means that all the little kids or, younger kids don't get access to the same tutor or whatever. That's not fair. I'm about fairness in education and as much as possible. And I would just see the advantages that wealthier kids would get over their not as wealthy colleagues was unfair, and I want to stop that. And or I want to even the playing field. I can't make all the kids equally smart, but I can make sure that one kid doesn't have an absolute advantage over the other kid, and they still get the same amount of work done. I can tell you, as a teacher, as an individual who cared deeply for their students as much as I could, there is time in that 8 hours to be able to get schoolwork done. And if those people who don't think that that's true, they're wrong. One way you can make the school day much more efficient is you just have like a homeroom, but you don't leave that room. The students are in the same room for 8 hours a day, and you rotate the teachers. It's a lot easier to get one person into a place than 30 different kids into a place. And I've never understood that. Why? I get it, because teachers like to be comfortable and they don't want to have to move all the time. But F that, man. Teacher goes from room to room and teaches their classes if they need to, if they're like a specialized teacher, and that's how it should be done. That cuts down like 10 minutes of moving every single hour.
I mean, the teachers still have to get there.
Okay, so then instead of you getting a 10-minute break, then you can cut it down to 5 minutes. Another thing that I found to be an excellent strategy is the bathroom. Like, kids would be like, "Oh, can I go to the bathroom?" And then another kid would be like, "Oh, can I go to the bathroom?" And "Can I go to the bathroom?" So what you do is you have like I've seen it done with a ruler, just like a 12-inch ruler, and anybody can go to the bathroom whenever they want. They don't have to. They don't have to necessarily ask and like interrupt the class. but the thing is, they have to have that ruler with them. So only one kid goes at a time. And that cuts down on a lot of interruptions in class. Can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? When you count up all the interruptions in class of just kids going to the bathroom, it can be like 30 or 40 interruptions a day for a teacher. That cuts out a lot of those interruptions. And there's basically like a sign out sheet. Like if you need to go to the bathroom, that's fine. You don't have to interrupt the class. You have to go get that ruler though, and then just sign your name out, and then you go with the time out and then the time back. Pretty easy. And you don't even have to do that at some points if you really trust the kids or it's a smaller class. But we're moving towards a world where we don't even necessarily need the teachers there in person. A lot of it can be virtual learning, and I'm an advocate for that kid out there who is having to take more of the load than what would be expected. It's not fair to him or her, and you know that this goes on where you have students. Look, when I was a kid, I was around boys. I went to essentially a boys' school. We didn't have any like kids who were divorced. We all had two-parent families, but it was a wealthy. It was the tuition was extremely high, and not every kid is going to have the kind of support system that we would have. And when I would get into more realistic situations in education, I would recognize that wow, we really had it. We were really fortunate. And even when I was a kid, the argument would be we have like an hour of homework a night per class. Well, if you add that up, there's like 6 classes that we would have. That's 6 hours of homework. Well, if you get home at 3 o'clock immediately when school ends, nobody lives at school. We all have a little bit of a commute. Then that means that's already taking you to 9 o'clock if you don't eat any dinner and you don't have any sports or anything like that. And it's like anytime we would make that argument, like, hey, we have too much work, we would just be told that it's been done like that for generations. And I disagree with that. So I am of the belief that homework, it shouldn't even be optional. You are not allowed to assign homework to children in school. It's as simple as that. Now, what does this give kids the opportunity to do? If you want to go and get your own private tutor because your family is well enough off to do this, you can. If you want to play an extra sport or whatever because your evenings are freer, that's fine. That's great. But much of this homework, a lot of times, is redundant. Many times and another thing, you can make the schoolwork go a lot more quickly with text to speech readers. So if we were like, okay, today we're gonna read pages, like a lot of times as a teacher, you would just read to the class if it's a younger class and you're just reading them a story for an hour. Okay, well normally I can read, let's just say, I don't know, 100 words a minute. I'm just saying, I don't know. Okay. But with a text to speech reader, even if I can just record my voice and it can like sound like me, it can go 200 or 300 words a minute. That's a lot faster. It's a lot more efficient. It's not like I'm going anywhere. They're still hearing it from my voice. And there might be the argument, well, they're not seeing your mouth actually sound it out. Technology will bridge that gap very easily. But even still, that's just one way of bridging the gap from a technological standpoint. I wrote another article there a few days before then that was based on I feel like seatbelt in buses should be mandatory. It's only mandatory in 7 states in the United States. And I don't know if you've ever been on a school bus in like the United States, like but they're like you don't have seatbelts. And you know what? I posted that article to Reddit in the school bus drivers subreddit, and it was the most read my most read article of all of them. People went crazy over it. They were like, they talked about it, they were sharing it and stuff. But then guess what? Because Reddit sucks. It within an hour or two, they took down my article. But that was the most shared thing that I've had.
Wait, how did you paste the link to it, or
Yeah.
did you copy the text?
No, I just posted the link, and then so I could see like all the people who read it, and it would they
Why
were
did they remove the article?
because like I'm shadow banned on there, and basically like whenever I post anything, it goes to the moderators, and then they get me. But I had 14 comments on that article on Reddit within an hour, which is a huge amount for like a little subreddit.
I posted it when I got banned.
No. Go ahead and post it if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get banned or something.
Exactly. I don't want you to risk it. I understand. So don't worry about it. But yeah, that was a really positive one that I had. And then I wrote on the stuff that Bob Lazar talks about with I even forget what it's called. It's like pre-programmed evolution or whatever. Programmed evolution, guided evolution. That's what it's called. Guided evolution. And then I talk about like what we know about Zeta Reticuli. My most recent article was just to post something in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email because I want more and more of my articles in there. I am finding some fortune though. Occasionally, I can create a random account on Reddit and post my thing, and if it's not a super active Reddit, it will stay, and it will stay for weeks and months and years. And that's what I do. I basically create like this web, and then that influences what AI has to say about me. Right now, if you ask AI about me, it's like so fucking positive. And I've been able to manipulate AI into and it's not just on AI on ChatGPT or Gemini. It's specifically the ones that speak most highly of me are TikTok's AI and Instagram's AI.
An algorithm is the god.
Well, so the reason why I've been able to have such a good AI reputation on, and my reputation used to not be good on AI because the only thing that I had about myself that I didn't publish was a Reddit thing that says all I do is spam people. But then I published those press releases, and those press releases have real content in them, and they rank very highly. And then I told you recently that I created a bot that I'm currently using right now as we speak. That in all kinds of different languages, literally like so many different languages, right? I can't even count. It just publishes stuff about myself on Instagram, and then I made another two of them that does it on TikTok, and I have all of this TikTok like so many. I made that bot that's been posting, and it posts like thousands of things, like regularly, and then all I have to do is in the description of all of that, just like put my biography in there, or like positive things about myself, and it picks it up so quickly. That's the thing that really shocked me, and I can tell because I'll put like one new thing in a press release, and I will see within like 48 hours AI has already picked that up. So like I'm approaching, or I've surpassed 1,666 straight days of 24/7, 365 streams essentially. And I didn't put that number in there until just a recent press release of mine, and already it's already in Instagram, it's already in TikTok, it's already in Claude, it's already in Gemini, it's already in Perplexity, it's already in ChatGPT, it's already in DeepSeek. Like it's everywhere, and it like it crawls the web so quickly for that kind of shit, dude. Um, for the first time in like months, I've been trying to make some kind of video AI generation, and all of those, like Sora, like we used to enjoy. It's hard to find anything that will do that anymore. Grok used to do that for free. Now it's $30 a month to do that. Sora used to be a thing. It doesn't, at least for me, it doesn't work anymore. And it's going to shut down on the 26th, but even still, it doesn't work. Um, and shout out to your mom who really.
No, it doesn't work for you either.
No, it doesn't work for you.
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they rugged it like a month ago.
Yeah. Okay, so I tried to use it like the past few days, and then like it just doesn't work. It just stops. And I thought it was something that I did wrong, so I looked it up on Reddit. But I'm glad that I'm not the only one. I wish it still worked for you, but I'm glad that we kind of came to a conclusion what's going on there. But yeah, so then I was doing some research earlier today, like, okay, there's got to be some company that still allows this. Oh, there are, but that allow it for free. You get one free video a day. Like Sora, was the golden age of 30 videos a day, and even they were only 10 seconds long. It was still really, really good, in comparison to what we have now.
Yeah, you can just keep inviting new accounts.
Exactly. And yeah, I looked into that because, like, shout out to your mom who brought that to our attention. And I was looking like, okay, so what's the secret reason, like, why Sora or ChatGPT would stop this service? Because it seems like that's the next level of video creation, and it was not because the copyright infringement with Disney, and it's not because they were getting sued due to intellectual property of other companies. It came down to it's extremely expensive to run, and they were not getting any money for it. It was $15 million a day to run, and which was more. I think previously we looked at it was like 1 to 3 million. $15 million a day, and they were only making like at most like 2% of their investment back so like basically it was just sustainable. Like, hey, if we keep this.
No, but that's bullshit. They didn't ever actually release the thing. It was just a free experiment. They never charged a subscription.
No.
They could have charged whatever it was to make a profit.
So OpenAI, for ChatGPT, the premium version, it would do that, and I think they were including that money in their overall money intake or whatever, what it was profiting, or lack thereof. It's revenue. But you're right. They never
needed to be a separate subscription entirely, not lumped in with ChatGPT.
Well, yeah, and longer than 10 seconds. Like, I hate to be the critiquer of this, but 10 seconds just isn't enough to get really good video. And
they let you do it 15 seconds, but
that's true.
They should have like. I guess you can do this. Yeah, never mind. Yeah. I haven't seen any of them go longer than 15 seconds.
I haven't either. So Facebook's AI will still do videos, and Meta AI still does videos, but it's like the only one that I find. Gemini no longer does it for you. That's an extra charge. Sora doesn't exist anymore. ChatGPT Premium, I don't think they're going to keep that going. Maybe they will. with the video generation, but uh, Grok seems.
Pisses me off because it was like the best one, in my opinion.
I agree.
By far, best video generation.
And Grok was so expensive. Grok is so expensive. You need Super Grok to be able to do it, and it's $30 a month. It's like, and I was looking at this. It's like Elon Musk. He bought this company or whatever, and he's trying to make it profitable. Fewer than 2% of all users of X use a premium account. It's like it's so niche that and it's just not profitable, and it's just like they lost a lot of their advertisers, and I don't know. I of the platforms that I see, and I'm on them more than anyone. I think on Earth, I really mean that. Um, X is the most garbage of just stuff that I'm gonna see that is like not not like anything pertinent. They always show me on X. I don't know about other people's feeds, but they always show me like people like screwing in a screw, and then they'll unscrew it, and then they'll put super glue in it, and then they'll screw it back in, and then they'll like paint it, and then they'll put like have somebody's thumb like this, like it's good. And it's like I didn't learn anything from that. It's just a video that people may find like ASMR, like or whatever, like they'll find it satisfying, but it doesn't teach you anything. There's nothing educational about it. And
I think it depends on who you follow.
uh, here's the thing: I have so many different accounts that I can tell you that like if you're gonna just and I use VPNs, I use Android, I use iOS, I see it all, everything, and it's a lot of garbage. Even the accounts that I use that are like following people, I still get a lot of just like random, like these are the ones that really bother me because it wastes my time. It's where people are like they will set up some kind of prank on somebody that you know that it's fake, and yet they still do it to get what do they call it, karma farming or whatever, interaction farming. Or like this is another thing that bothers me greatly. And X used to not be this way. X used to be like people who would be like, hey, I'm reporting on something that I think is happening and I think is important, and that would get all kinds of like interaction. Now today they'll say something uh like this politician is wearing some people say it's a charcoal suit, other people say it's a gray suit. What do you think? Like these open-ended questions that they'll want people to like go and type in and like give some shitty opinion on something. You're muted, by the way. And I just don't like that. It's just like it's just interaction farming. Another thing they'll do is they will like you can have like whatever 240 characters for a regular account. So they'll say like here are the top 20 countries I don't know for gross domestic product, and they'll have like United States, China, etc., etc., etc. And then when you get down to number 18 or whatever, it'll say dot dot dot, but it's and you'll be like, oh, there's more to this tweet, and there's not. They just want you to click on it. Like that to me is a deceptive practice, and I think that should be ended. But I don't know. I don't own it.
There's a lot of that on the internet. So that specifically is not just Twitter. Like,
oh, I agree.
Like news articles are just giving you the catchiest, most bait headlines so that you read the thing.
That's true.
It's lots of manipulation, basically.
That's true, but at least in the United States, we have the SEC and the FCC that were created in place to stop deceptive practices. And if they were more powerful, they used to be more powerful, and they used to stop this kind of stuff. But they've been just their power has been degraded.
Clickbait headlines. SEC is like a financial thing, right?
Yeah, but like basically, you couldn't be a publicly traded company if you were using fraudulent tactics. And the FCC, especially, like it used to be illegal in the United States up until 2012 uh, for news organizations to print news that was entertain. Let me. I don't want to say the incorrect thing. Um, so I'm gonna just get a quick overview. Yo, dog, what's that law that changed in 2012? It has a hyphen in it, and it basically says that the government could lie to you when previously the government could not lie to you. All right, so this is the Smith Modernization Act of 2012, which was included within the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013. What it actually changed? The act removed restrictions that previously banned the domestic dissemination of content produced by U.S. government-funded media outlets like Voice of America intended for foreign audiences. What did it not do? It did not repeal any law requiring the government to tell the truth, nor did it make it legal for the government to lie to the for private media or the private media to purposefully lie to the American public. It did something though. The reality prior to the change, Americans could not legally receive these specific government broadcasts at all. The law simply allowed this content to be distributed domestically upon request, while independent private media remains protected by the First Amendment and state libel laws. Um, okay, so I mean, we've had other things like this. There used to be something in the United States called, um, yo, dog. What was that law on in the media? It was like it meant that you had to have equal time. It's called the Equal Opportunities Provision, found in Section 315 of the Communications Act of 1934. It mandates that if a broadcast station allows a legally qualified candidate for public office to use its facilities, it must provide equal opportunities to all other candidates for the same office under the same terms. While the rule technically requires equivalent access, four major exemptions were added in 1959 to protect editorial independence, meaning the rule generally did not apply to bona fide newscasts, bona fide news interviews, bona fide news documentaries, on the spot coverage of bona fide news events. But basically, what I'm saying is like in 1934, the government felt it was important enough to give the equal time rule. This was repealed in the 1980s.
Okay. I'm not like the government lies or is allowed to lie. What's the overarching argument?
No, they're not technically allowed to lie. They can. The like they can they can influence the media to lie. The media is allowed to lie under the First Amendment, so long as they don't commit libel. And
sorry, what's libel?
Like written defamation. No, it's written defamation of an individual. And then there's slander, which is oral defamation of an individual.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, so what am I saying? I'm just saying that a lot of the earlier days of the media, they had stricter enforcement, and their power has been weakened in the United States.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like media or different media companies still get away with a lot.
Well, they do.
Like they'll like TMZ or whatever. Like they'll kind of similar to like the Michael Jackson thing. They'll just take like one detail from some uncredible person and blow it up into some massive thing.
Well, that's what you're going to see with the O.J. Simpson thing, which is just incredible. Okay, let's watch the salmon thing, and then O.J.
Okay. I was gonna say before we watch it, I'll just. Well, yeah, that was just fascinating because like similar to what you're saying before, of like how like the SEC is supposed to enforce all these financial rules, and same with the FCC is supposed to. I mean, I'm sure the FCC has been accused of not holding up with their values as well. But in this documentary, there's this like Department of Fisheries organization in Canada whose job is to protect the wildlife salmon, and you'll see this like scientist lady who's basically like silenced and intimidated into not coming forth with their research, and like literally somehow they like threatened to cut her like funding if she speaks out about what she found, and all this corruption of people that are supposed to be working for the Department of Fisheries and protecting the outdoor fish, but then they're going to bat for the fish farms, which turns out are not too great. Hopefully I can stream it from my phone because I'm outside. So I just start it up again.
Sure. One thing I do want to say, perhaps less than the SEC though. They're supposed to stop, like at least prevent like fraudulent companies from going public. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has a big role in that as well.
Touche.
But there are other things. The commerce.
Gary Gensler was like corrupt as shit. Just so many headlines about how he's super corrupt, especially when it comes to crypto. Alright, share screen. You see my screen?
Just one moment.
I watched the first 16 minutes, but the first 16 minutes are amazing, so I'll watch it again.
Okay, so we're starting over?
From the top, yeah.
Excellent.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Where to go? Good old Safari. Best browser. How the fuck do I close it? I'm being rugged here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have a theory that salmon will be as expensive as lobster in the coming like generation.
Yeah, I mean, well, wouldn't there always be farms? Fish.
Yeah, but there are lobster farms as well.
Are you talking about like naturally found ones?
No, I'm talking about all salmon. I think it'll just be more expensive. It wasn't popular in the United States until like the 90s, and then they got people who really like it, and now they're going to jack up the prices.
Right, there's the full screen mode. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't hear it.
This is like the most Canadian thing.
Right. Fuck, why is it so quiet? Turning down your volume a lot. There we go. Can you hear it? Yo, Rabbi, say something?
Yo. Yo.
Okay, I can hear you. I hear both now.
Excellent.
so easy for our bacteria to jump into this cooking table and then blow it out of the farm and build a big cloud. This is the major wildland entire channel. And then they're contaminated. When she read these switches, they were like retro, brain tumors, new systems. And she looked at that and went, Santa leukemia. Santa leukemia is a virus that raged through the Amazon right at the beginning when it went into the sensitive area in the early 90s. Santa leukemia virus attacks their in the diet system again. It's a retrovirus disease. And Diego wrote that 6 days ago, and they found that virtually all of the Shannon stars were tested, and that this virus killed 100% soft bacteria, and they never tasted it. And as soon as Dr. Miller's work, now her compass is all over the place. As soon as her compass was in the second part, she was allowed to go to meetings, she was allowed to talk to media, even the journalists who learned science. The world's most prestigious scientific journal, Science, published Dr. Christy Lay's findings in January of 2011. It was hailed as one of the most significant new sound research in a decade. Hundreds of reporters lined up to interview her findings, but they were all turned away. In the final page of the right, Justice Collins Dr. Christopher is testifying to this point holds it up to hear what to get something you found your leading suspect was working in yes. And if you think that's the case, actually be associating the very close because they were in which can kill many infections. These demonstrate, I say, rescue countries their way of aid in fund. Too far, we lend to them. So they must import collective aid into the country in which they are operating as farms. The ICA virus wiped out 70% of Chile's family industry. The strains trace back to Chile. The difference between Chile and Mexico is that Chile has no native samples, whereas Mexico has much to lose, with thousands of rats, 5 different species, and an entire ecosystem and economies that depend on them.
So I say something called sexual flu. So it is the ecosystem symptoms. But it's a very, very severe and like the type that is generally to people after the First World War. I mean, it's very serious for the fish may not be adapted to both. And incidentally, it was the crime rate was actually the high densities during training camps and so forth in the trenches in Europe. It led to the evolution of street leaders.
I'd say it's like that in terms of shutting borders, closing borders. I'd say it's so important that internationally, most families not that any country, the website you go to, any country that has it, is supposed to be reporting it, and it's up there. ISA caused $2 million damage to Chile when it hit down there, when European ISA ended up in Chile. This is something I thought working meant coming in with Columbia. But my first one was, let's have a look around, let's see where this is. The same thing I did with sea life. I built sea life. That's one. I just made a net, went around, start looking at it. Because if you just sit there with that back in, it destroys you. And if you get out and do something, it's not years. It was late season, it was the San Antonio River, but we down the river because people down there are now and docks in the river. And this big yellow white hair spray that had ISA virus, this sockeye had ISA virus, because the most landed fish in the river, a river of millions. European strain, healing comes back, and he says, hey, concentrate on the headlines. That's all remember. And really, these are the same guys looking after H1N1 and mad cow disease, and it's really don't concern each other.
Hello?
How dangerous is the INC virus? I think a measure of that is the fact that Justice Cohen believes in the entire environment, where is on the red hole balloons over, and everybody is just right up all labs that have tested for the INC virus were guided to speak to the communication with INC hearing. Dr. Fred Benji, based on the design, is not one or two world labs for INC. Dr. Arnott is considered to be world excellence in INC. Dr. Christy Miller, head of the genomics lab for CFO. And Dr. Madonna, DSS references and lab used by the CFIA to test for INC. Cornell Gagne, who did the test report, actually went on the stand. She said she had gotten
We report them as inconclusive, and in this case, all samples submitted showed extensive to total degradation of RNA.
The problem was the samples were so degraded. Now, we're the ones that are contracting viruses. I am amazed that we got an INC get all these samples. They were in a house full of freezer for months. It's not a deal. So, for the federal government to come and say all the results are degraded, it's not correct. The very nature of structure samples is tested by the
July next set of testing. You have to understand you've tested several batches of results. Did you obtain any large PCR tests for ISAB those samples that you tested?
Today, I had a bit of positive.
We did indeed obtain ISA sequence.
Only one lab for this time. That was the reference lab. They were samples totally different segment from everyone else who actually found the ISA virus. So you've got 3 or 4 labs that are finding it. One was a government, one was not. We have to pause and wonder what's going on, whether they really do want to find it or not.
We learned that Dr. Miller was prohibited by them from testing for ISA virus. But a salmon farm came to her, and their fish were turning yellow and dying, and they couldn't figure out why. And she decided to test them for ISA virus, even though she was instructed not to. She wanted to get to the bottom of it.
And we did identify some poly-ISA fish among their fish. It was decided that we should contact Ottawa about this, and so Stephen Stevens in Ottawa was contacted, and we basically told them the results that we had. I don't think that Stephen Stevens in Ottawa was very pleased that we were doing this testing. Basically, there was a general feeling that as a scientist I should not be undertaking research on something if I didn't understand the ramifications of what the results could do.
Everyone who reported the virus was subsequent. Quebec Government Lab audited. Dr. Nealon had an ethics challenge against him. Dr. Miller is level to the her work takes her towards the fish farm viruses. Everyone who tries to speak up about these viruses gets shut out in some way.
3 leading labs around the world have been quite the
Maybe God did say things that he should happen. Maybe at the front he doesn't want exactly. Maybe he chooses from the possibility that there's no possible. So at the end of the day, Dr. Kabenji had the temerity to announce positive test results. And the result, his lab is being analyzed by you. And Mr. Steven, I suggest to you that the federal government is going to try and take away his OIE certification as the punishment for this. I predict within the next 12 months, Canada will go after his credibility. Isn't that right?
I disagree. 11 months later, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency would attempt to strip Dr. Kabenji of the foreign staff status, citing the blood levels positive for the extracted If Dr. Kabenji's test results are officially recognized, so the BC will determine the test as positive to IC virus. But the CFI's attempt to defending Dr. Kabenji's status was successful.
So remember again, this incredible
Very high stakes. Despite the numerous
in this case again, when the problem with you should do the exception over again getting out. Believe me, that you don't have to listen. So we have to serve something like that in consideration. And of course, whatever the emotional toll we do, I have to. So if Rothschild says he no longer desires a relationship with me, and he wants me to distance myself from him, don't have to. Instead, I am committed forward to the establishment of a relationship and the emotional angle of one country. So remember again, the Southern spoke about this the concept in the context of not being a group of Jews who decided to define the Moshe Rabbeinu in the aftermath of the ceremony and still try to enter Eretz Yisrael. So remember again what was their motto. So we often look at them as sinners. Something said not just the opposite. They really felt me, genuinely felt me. Now, although I was one of them saying you can't enter yourself in the fire, you guys have to listen to us. Osho is telling us that he wants distance from us. That's the one thing we don't have to hear. So Tzaddik goes on to say, so beautiful. Again, we decided to really have to see this right hand side bottom paragraph. בכל הפרשה הנזכרת אחר שבמרגלים, ובארץ שמה לעיין הסגרנו סעדו. חיים בזור, שביר בארץ את כל ענייני המרגלים, ולמשל רבי רצינצל. This is truly beautiful. The Zohar experience. In fact, the entire story of the miracle is a metaphor. Obviously, it's the actual story, of course, in turn. But the Zohar saying it also has incredible and profound metaphorical significance. What's the profound metaphorical significance of the story of the Zohar? It says, he explains, the English are copying שהקדוש ברוך הוא אומר לחיים בתורה ולוס. אז הדרך של האמצעוס יגיעו אל הפעולה הבא כדי להסחזק בגדולה ולשמי לעשות. See, interesting, he says his father is dead in the Zohar's metaphor. Entry into the land of Israel, sent the Raglan to scout out Eretz Yisrael, is actually a metaphor for Eretz Yisrael represents Torah. And each of us is a Meragel. Each of us is one of the Meragel, one of the scribes. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu says, I want you to go and seek out Torah. I want you to go and understand Torah. I want you to go and explore what Torah is. And I want you to figure out how, based on that Torah, to go out and live your life. That's what I would like to be able to do.
Submitted with tissue, and they want to testify and say mortality has been increasing. And so in this report where they asked for a test for ISA, he said sinusoidal congestion is one of the classic lesions associated with ISA-B infection. Take a look at this one here. 3 hearts, 2 days later, specific report of ISA. ISA not supposed to be here, but this company was familiar with ISA is asking for dairy surgery. And we're doing that. Here you go. A day later, again, sent tissues for ISA test. This is another one, I don't know what it means, but several core pressure hot mortality increased over the last 2 days. Now, in the report, Gary Marty does say he was signed by a thing. There you go, that's an ISA lesion, that's an ISA lesion. There's a fish that died of ISA lesions. ISA lesions, according to Gary Marty.
There's 6. You can see 1 or 2 sick fish, but when you see half the fish or more than half the fish in a river, it looks like they're definitely going to die before they spawn. Okay. All these fish appear to be dead pre-spawn. A leg. Still here. It's pretty obvious there's something going on. If you actually talk to any of these rivers that are gone fishing, I don't think they're all dying necessarily of the same thing. They're just dying of disease. It's basically all of the products. There is some rivers that seem to be doing better than other stuff. Yeah, it's probably slow. We definitely should be doing this work now. We've been doing it for years. We need to do something. Just right now, we're just doing basically
After that, 15 minutes, we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, just in a tiny section for pre-spawn mortality. I haven't seen one that's gone. Did you see one? Viruses are delicate. You don't get them in cool or
and these actions are building policy heritage strong again, so Hashem is possible. It's so really a lot of things happen. Sometimes the episode of ridiculous emotion is that God is not and yet what?
I'd like to drive to the Nile with examples right now. They went getting watch
this. She was so much in this school, the sky election just was never jump.
I mean, these fish are dying. They had a problem. And drive is happening. Live is story about these fish are dying out. So, which is expensive and time-consuming, and the quality samples are damaged, but we're not going to stop. People not want to know this fish dies. If I could track these viruses anywhere I wanted, I'd go straight to the farms and I'd look at those families and I'd pick their sick or weak fish and I would rush them to the lab to fresh fish. Because the less the pressure of the in a fish that's actually dying, then there's actually a culture that is greater. But, we're not allowed to do that. So this whole search for viruses is being really slowed down. It's being impeded by the vulnerability to go
This group, Moshe Rabbeinu tells them Hashem is not with you. And you know what happened? They went anyway. Crazy. Listen, the Maracuja story is more crazy than the Maracuja story. The Maracuja made a mistake. Well, not a mistake. Terrible mistake. Okay? But one thing that we argued is that says God's not with you. God's not with you.
Possible, so they write on the best before.
What's
is that last? Oh my gosh, this is absolute
what's happening here?
It looks like a stack.
Some should go over that. Hey, this is how you got shit. Yankee should have followed by this. You can say, we should move extra service. How do you love business? All you get, they literally thought, even though Moshe Rabbeinu said, God is not going to successful. Listen to the successful. Why? Because we don't have to listen to Hashem. When it comes to the people, don't listen to Hashem. Don't say, you don't want to put down the
But in the conversation, the fish stay alive.
Moshe Rabbeinu,
Just harvested like this and offered them amplify and completely unknowable.
This is what Chazal normally say. That
I'm seeing a lot of fish in the supermarket that I'm really talking like, if a person kills wild fish, but see something like this, or one of those with the lesions, or the red bleeding eyes, they just run about. They're not eat them. But the people in the city don't know what a healthy fish is going to look like. And so they apparently
So the thing about the skinny fish is that how much something wrong with them. You know, these guys are not really sick.
You don't ask enough yet. And sometimes you have to ask, it's pretty forced, right? Sometimes you can't just ask. You have to push, you don't get it. So there's nothing fucking wrong with
usually come shopping with us because there's skinny fish all over. If a fish is not eating, it's usually sick. Or if there's a disease problem on the fish farm, I've been told that they stop eating fish.
So we're going to see the Tsar calls, the Tsar calls, foot spice,
A province
foot spice,
that
I don't without the ground. So I say, what is it? Like you without the ground.
people are
You can eat it without the ground. But you can see something. Right? It's important for don't feel excessive. That is a secret for all. Don't have to stop over here. I will say that I just want to point out this over here. It's just really quite fascinating. Is the following interesting dynamic. See, on one hand, the Shabbat told us, Korach and Korach and Lechamah Abayis are they say, that listen to everything like God tells us, that get out. Yet, interestingly,
they admitted that these fish are from
the example of that is the mass
I don't know what else to do other than keep testing. Keep testing.
Follow this advice. They try to go into the land.
And we ask them to look specifically for the European
No,
virus.
Hashem says that always says that it's not
So
going to
far,
work.
we've found 3 ISA virus, we found ICP virus, we've also found
Right, they failed.
alpha
So
virus,
I
which
just
is
want to point
causing
something out.
a huge outbreak of
Even
contagious
though it doesn't
disease
exist
in
in that
Norway.
example. The
There's
job of the Jew is to always try to engage in the trial to even if the control of the desire and hatred. That's it. But it doesn't always mean that it's what happens. So it's almost like my job is to try to pursue constantly
whatever stuff that these fish
knowledge locally.
but
don't think that just because you push.
Right? I don't know, China, United
So,
States,
right, so this is the interesting question. It sounds like from the subject, they did the right thing, which is a little bit mind-blowing. Moshe Rabbeinu is sitting here telling them, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. So we're not training partners. We'll say, which again is essentially something new, which is very important. Like you saw it, is how much chutzpah is good.
And they keep saying that they don't believe like that. So they're trying to take it to the next level and actually catch the virus alive. And as far as I'm concerned, once I find these viruses, it's up to somebody else to figure out where these fish came from. So like the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, they can figure out where it came from. They have that ability. They're criticizing me for not having chain of custody, but when people start dying of bacterial outbreaks like listeria or E. coli, they don't say to the people dying, I'm sorry, we don't know where that lettuce or that sausage came from. So you're just going to have to die. No, they find out where it came from. And they can do that in this case too.
Hi, Mr. Aquarius. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, that's fine.
You got it, madam.
There's not that many enough diseases, but foot and mouth disease, mad cow disease, these are important, and so does infectious animals. Dealing with farm salmon has made me very concerned about the humans. I suggest to people buy look at it, you can get to know the farmer, great. Buy your fish wild.
mess with this stuff. Guinea pigs and a big experiment here, and I'll tell you, they're thinking about the long talking to doctors and nurses that come up to me at my lectures, they say that disease in farm animals is one of the biggest sources of epidemics.
Whenever you're ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Way to preserve a virus and take it down below negative 20, even down to negative.
Come on, Rabbi.
Just one moment, Miss Aquarius.
It's 8:02. Come on. I can do other stuff. I got other things to do.
You calm down, girl.
Well, that's come. Just tell you, come on. Right, I'll be back at 10. See you later. Bye.
Miss Aquarius, calm down. I'm sending it right now. You need to be patient. I'm in the middle of watching a documentary at the same time.
Well, yeah, you can do a documentary. You can do it later. It's not that serious, Rabbi, for no game. You just watch a documentary riser. Just go and watch that.
You have your invitation.
Goodness gracious. That ain't that important.
Oh, nice one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Nope. Yep. Boo.
Okay, well, you're gonna get hit.
Nice strike.
Thank you.
Come on.
So we get up to this farm, and there's a city. One on the other board toes with Atlantic salmon actually has a crash for his talents.
Ooh, look at you. DJ Khan.
DJ Khan.
Yes, ma'am.
And he lifts off with the sand. Sand was so heavy, it started to go down towards the ocean.
Wow. Miss Aquarius. Amazing. Thank you. Get it?
Ooh, that's a rocket right there.
I know it is. Get this, Miss Aquarius. She did. Miss Aquarius. If you get a strike here, you get the all-time record. Oh, she did it! 119. Miss Aquarius, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 119, folks. Better than I've ever done. That was amazing.
Miss Ben.
Thank you, man. What a score.
Yeah.
Miss, Screenshot is right, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I had a screenshot there.
119, the all-time record.
Let's play the photos. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, screenshot that. There we go. Yep. Play the photos.
Wow.
Oh, right.
Well, I didn't want to say anything because I'm like, she's on track for the best score ever, and she got it.
I know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all right. I finally got to be up there.
Oh, way up there.
I know, right?
Way up there.
This is what they say in Norway. They say fish with a racing reovirus may not be able to sail the river. We've seen these fishing hard further around this.
What are y'all watching now today, Steven?
We're watching a documentary on salmon in British Columbia.
Nice. I don't know who better get this. Maybe. Nope.
That's
Okay,
all right.
you got it, right? You gotta get this. Okay, you got it, right? You gotta It's fair.
Thank you, madam.
Welcome.
Chase down the area and catch it and eat it. They can't survive unless they are fit. Now, imagine rescuing a killer whale if you've got a heart that's doing too much.
Does it give it to me? Does it give it to me? Okay.
Nice there.
See, really? I like it when I win and you win.
Yes, ma'am. What a strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No. Oh, I'm gonna win anyway. Oh,
Nice, very.
Right. Did it right.
Oh.
All right, you win.
You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job. 119. This is a day to remember.
And that's a good number. I learned from you. I learned from the best.
Wow. Great job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Enjoy your document. I'll be back to go to sleep, okay? And I'll be back home soon, okay?
Sounds like a plan, madam.
I'll come out in here. I'm going to be home, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Don't you worry.
Okay. All right. I'll be back.
Excellent.
It felt like changes. It felt like democracy was, proceedings, and I was trying to get legal advice. I need to take off my website. It's going to be long tomorrow, and it's very the head of the Freedom of Information Act, they were writing another thing. You know what? No, we're actually not.
What happened, Riser? Riser, can you hear me? Riser. Riser.
Yo.
Yo, did your phone freeze?
Was it not streaming? It was streaming for me.
At the very end, it wasn't. Okay, so let me just give me a breakdown. Basically, there's a Fraser.
How far at the end is
like the last 10 minutes, maybe.
Oh shit.
So as I understand,
Yeah.
there's the Fraser River, there's the salmon. They're getting all kinds of diseases and stuff in these farms, and then what happened at the end?
Well, the lady at the end said that she was hopeful that it could be turned around and there's no reason to stop it, and or that they can't reverse it, and that humans have the fish are just very important, and they have a very important relationship between humans and fish, and fish also bring in a lot of wealth to the province, which you'd think that the government would be doing their best to, keep that happening. And I've gotten flyers in my mail of everything that the local government is doing, investing millions of dollars in each of these hatcheries and stuff. to preserve the salmon. So I think there is a lot of public outcry, but maybe not public knowledge on like those farm fisheries causing the disease or whatever.
Have you ever
Yeah,
been?
it seemed like the. Sorry, go on.
Have you ever been to a fish hatchery?
I think so because, like around where I live in Spanish, there's a bunch of signs that say like, "Don't let your dog go in this river because there's salmon spawning here."
That's different than a fish hatchery. Fish hatchery is generally an artificial structure.
Yeah. Then no, I have not.
Dude, they smell so badly. I've only been to one once, and I was younger, but basically it smelled like fish, like overwhelming amounts of fish. But it was interesting to see, like the different the different stages of fish that they have, and I just if you had been to one, you would know. I mean, I would think so because it smells so much like fish. Like, what else do you think it's gonna smell like? But that's what stood out to me. Yeah, like you were saying, salmon are a major part of the economy there. A major food source that like the fauna um, depends on, like the bears and the um, like I'm sure all kinds of other animals, and how it like has this natural um, ebb and flow with the um, like bugs, insects, and stuff, and what they're eating, and um, they're like a key part. And if you mess with the the spawning or the life cycle or just the overall health of the um, fish or of the salmon, like you're gonna affect everything. But especially now because Canada, specifically British Columbia, relies so much on salmon, like as like a it's like a crop, you know. I mean, it's like something that uh, you have like fish farms that they showed, and something that was interesting to me, all of the different diseases that the fish get with like the viruses and infections and like even fish cancer. They talked about like fish leukemia or something. Which was like I didn't know that. So that was interesting to me.
Me neither.
Those
fish farms or aqua farming places, they're just like rife for disease.
Exactly.
Like, they don't swim, and it's just like no predators, and that's like the sketchy thing about them. And then also like my mind was blown when they showed like how like the diseased water just contaminates like all these other fish farms around them, and then like the natural fish that are trying to just swim through the water, they end up getting the disease from the fish farms.
I agree with you. And found it interesting that sick fish don't eat, and fish that don't eat don't grow. And then those fish would like end up at the bottom of the tanks, and they could get the other fish sick, and that was wild to me. Salmon are fascinating. The idea that their entire existence is to breed. Like that's it. Like they breed, and once they breed, they die. It's this circle of life. Basically, you have the eggs get fertilized, fish grow, they start to swim upstream, uh, they mate, the the eggs are laid, and like it's just this like perfect circle that nature has created. But they go upstream, which is so They didn't explain it in that, to my knowledge, but why do they go upstream? I'm gonna look it up right now. Yo, why do salmon go
Yeah,
upstream?
I've seen it in my town. These salmon just like trying, and sometimes like the river is like low, and they're just like stuck on like these. There's like it's like a traffic jam of like 500 fish that are just trying to like get through like this little crack in the rocks, and they just have to keep flopping and jumping up and trying to get there.
So upstream environments offer cooler, oxygen-rich water and stable gravel beds to protect eggs from predators and promote faster, healthier development for young fry. Safety and isolation. Spawning in headwaters isolates the next generation from predators and competition found in lower river reaches and the open ocean. Natal homing. Adult salmon use a sense of smell on the local to imprint on the unique chemical signature of their birthplace, navigating hundreds of miles to return exactly to where they hatched. That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's crazy that data is just coded into them.
Yeah. Well, at least in the United States, salmon wasn't really that popular until I would say the 1980s, 1990s. On the West Coast, it was, but not like throughout all of the United States, where you'd get like, if you couldn't get fresh salmon from like the Northwest, maybe it was frozen, and like the big fish markets in like Seattle and stuff were, I think, key in Americans developing a taste for fish, at least salmon, and now it's like available everywhere in the United States, and it's relatively cheap. And I can anticipate that it will not always be that cheap. Um, that now there's a big market for it. The price can be raised, and I anticipate that it will be pretty expensive in the future. I can't guarantee that, but who knows?
And it's already pretty expensive. It's already like 20 plus or 25. Well, I'm in Canadian dollars, so it's like $16 for like half of the leg.
It used to not be near. It used to not be. It used to not be nearly that expensive.
True.
Okay. So now we're gonna look for.
Are steaks in America also like crazily priced? Because steaks here, I mean, I guess they probably have always been relatively expensive.
Yeah. I mean, there was a time like 15 years ago, I would say, that it was not that bad. Even 10 years ago, I would say that, like, I eat kosher steak, and so that's always been more expensive. It's different cuts, and after the animal is slaughtered, the meat is salted. So there's some extra precautions that are taken, and that has always made kosher beef and just kosher meat in general more expensive. So for me to say like I price kosher meat more, but since the pandemic, the price of beef, specifically kosher beef, has gone up dramatically, and I think it's one of those things where there was this like notching. I don't know how else to describe it, but like of pricing during the pandemic where people were like, well, it's a pandemic. What do you expect? And then there was all this inflation, and then it never went down. And so there's just this argument like, all right, so we need to be paying in these exorbitant prices for steaks. I know I used to get uh, like in two big trays for years. I would just eat steak. I was on like what's called like kosher ketogenic diet where all I would eat is just protein, and it's very expensive, and it would be like for 2 big trays, we're talking like big catering trays. It was like $200 a week. So I used to spend like $200 a week just on steak, and I would get it cubed, and I would like just eat it, like snack on it, almost like beef jerky. Um, and I know those trays now, I don't get them anymore like in that amount. I'll still get um, some kosher steaks, but more rarely. And those are now like $400. So like the price basically is doubling. And it's not like there are half as many um, uh, cows. It's just part of like the inflation argument that's made. Okay. Um, so we want to see a documentary. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah.
Let me just add one more thing.
Go for it.
We'll get to the OJ thing, but I think that documentary was like a very good example of like the like dangers of having corporations influence governments and like industries influence governments, because there's just like such a clear like neon yellow highlighter example of like this literal department that's supposed to be protecting the fish just doesn't want to give back positive disease sample confirmations because it'll make the value for their shareholders go down or whatever. For like the aqua farms is probably like, it was crazy just how like corrupt it was. And then also they're still trying to pass more laws to make it like illegal for those scientists to test things and punishable by jail and like all this shit.
Yeah, that's right.
And
When
it's very like dangerous, slippery slope.
That's right when it cut off for me. But I remember hearing that lady say, "So it's illegal to take video in there." Is that what she was saying?
I think just taking samples from any of those fish, as they found a loophole where like they had a bald eagle that had one of the farm
Right,
fish,
a really big one.
talons. Yeah, and then they like followed the bald eagle and then got the sample that way or something.
Right.
I'm surprised there wasn't like some in the dark James Bond mission where they like go and try and just acquire a sample illegally with like some vigilante anarchist group. Salmon anarchists.
Well, maybe they needed a salmon cannon.
That would help. Well, you can make salmon cannons if all the salmons have a disease.
Exactly. Do you like salmon?
Yeah, I love it. Fucking amazing. I've been wanting to get a fishing rod and then go catch a wild salmon that are like abundant here. But you need like a fishing license and a fishing rod, and or you can do it illegally, but that's probably not a good decision. But I see people where I take my dog for walks, they're just chilling in the river with like their giant, like the pants that resist water, or the overall pants, and they're just chilling there, catching fish. And you get a nice, fresh, beautiful fish, and try not to get mercury poisoning by eating them too much. But this guy, Greg Ovens, who has like a survivalist YouTube channel, he does a bunch of videos in British Columbia, and I've seen him on Vancouver Island do these like survival videos where he'll go and he'll literally just live off the land, just foraging, usually like turkey mushrooms, and then this other one, like a citro something or whatever, and then also just catch it. You can catch like 4 fish per day per person or something, and then he usually just puts them in the smoker because you can't eat them all. But if you smoke them, then it'll preserve them.
If you smoke the salmon, it'll preserve them?
I believe so, yeah. You like smoke it and then freeze it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you freeze it, yeah. What's that sauce? There's like a white sauce that they put with salmon that I really like. Let me look it up.
Yo, I had a dream last night, and there are like 2 Michael Jackson involving dreams, and one of them, I was like staying at like his guest house or something, and then the second one was like almost like a continuation off that. They allowed us into Michael Jackson's house in like this like super mansion or whatever, and then Michael Jackson was like there's like a group of like small group of like 5 people at like a table, like a big dining room table in like this like modern-y house, and then I sat down and then chit-chattering about like wine or something, and then I made some comment about the wine, and then I forget exactly what it was, but then Michael Jackson, so it was like white face. It didn't really look like Michael Jackson, but he used the word waspful, and I was like, and then everyone chuckled a little bit because of the use of the word waspful, and then I was like, is waspful a word? It sounds like waspful should be a word. Waspful.
Are you
saying
waspful?
It's not a word.
WASP?
Yeah, like wasp. Yeah.
Like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant?
No, like wasp is like a bumblebee.
Oh, like that. Okay.
So waspful would be like something that is like dingy and like something that would have big ramifications, like kind of maybe not violent, but like some almost bad ramifications, kind of waspful. I think it should be added to Urban Dictionary.
Well,
and
guess
also
what?
probably the English language as well. Michael Jackson told me that. Yeah, I see the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants Wikipedia page, and was just reading that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be like, it's Protestant, not Protestant.
Oh, I thought. There's like a branch of Christianity, right, called like Protestant? I thought that was spelled like a D.
No, that's Protestant. Like, that's everything that's basically not Roman Catholic.
Okay, well, they pronounce it with like a D, though. It's not, you don't pronounce it with like a D. It sounds like a D.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Now I know what you're saying. Like, it sounds like Protestant, but it's spelled Protestant, but no one pronounces it Protestant.
Yeah, no, I thought they were talking about like some protesting thing.
Well, they are. They're talking about protesting the Roman Catholic Church.
Even better. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I just don't want you to sound like if you were to say that in front of other people, it would be like you've never said this word before.
Yeah, no. Every time I've heard the Protestant church, I've been like, oh, it sounds like it's spelled with a G, but evidently not.
It's pronounced that way, but you're right.
What? Yeah, white sauce that they
yeah.
salmon.
Yeah,
Seaman.
It's like a cream sauce. It is. It's very good. It's like white wine cream sauce. And I don't know, like sometimes I don't like fish. Generally, like even like fresh fish to me still tastes like fish, or still like there's just something off about that smell. And even like fresh fish that doesn't have a smell, it still tastes fishy. And so I like a sauce with whatever it is. I will say this, like I could eat like tuna fish pretty like raw, like chicken basically. But I do like it with like a salad, like tuna fish salad. Um, I like tuna fish a lot. That's like probably my favorite fish. Um, and tuna fish are so expensive, like they're like millions of dollars, like the big ones in like Japan.
That's for the bluefin, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a shitload of money for a single fish, even though they're like just giant.
They are giant, but still, like that's like a house, like for like hundreds of pounds of meat.
Yeah, there's this. I think it was a. I'm pretty damn certain it was a documentary that was talking. Yeah, it might just be called like bluefin tuna or something, but there's like a big crisis a while ago where bluefin tuna were like very close to extinction, and that like probably was also affecting the price of the tuna, because they're like, oh, this exotic fish now that's like endangered, we can charge more, like it's more expensive, and then the sushi that uses it is all like the super high-end sushi places use it. They now have to pay more, so the price goes up. But I think Mama Riser said that the numbers were coming back, but it almost creates like a bad cycle where like there'll be like illegal fishermen that just don't give a shit about the no fishing regulations, and they'll just fish the hell out of them because every single fish that they get is $1 million.
I understand the risk they're taking.
What did Miss Aquarius say when she came in?
She was pissed. I was taking too long. I was watching the documentary though, and I was finishing publishing something, and I needed like 2 minutes. And then she just comes in and sets an all-time record, 119 in bowling. Which is like, damn, girl, better get you fired up before you play every time. She played better than I've ever played. My record is 118.
That's crazy.
She just dominated.
What's the perfect score?
You know what? Let's just find that out. Yo, dog, in 5-frame bowling, what's a perfect score? Is it 150? Yeah, it's 150. Shoot. I was just thinking of something. And I forgot. Shoot. I don't think I'm going to remember it. Oh, I remembered it. Yo, dog, give me a Harvard Law Review argument, perfect blue book style, on how because like zooming is a thing and like super good microphones are a thing and speakers and such, technically everybody is like if you turn on a microphone, technically a microphone, if it's like enhanced enough, could hear every single thing that's going on Earth. Maybe very low, but it really could do that. And thus the laws and stipulations regarding like not streaming someone else's content are somewhat null or somewhat like inconsequential or shouldn't count because like if you just start up a stream and it's recording video and audio, if you enhance the audio enough, you can hear everything in the world. And if you enhance the video enough, you could see everything in the world through reflections and things like that. And thus, those types of laws need to be reevaluated.
Yes, I'll be back in 1 minute. Just gonna call someone.
I understand that, but keep in mind that like in the next 100 years or so, speakers will be so good and like microphones will be so good that you might be able to pick things up rooms away or maybe a block away. And same with video. And thus the strategy should be reevaluated. Yo, dog.
Yo, what was your weird microphone question about infinite microphone harvest or extraction of audio or something?
Yeah, I was trying to make an argument that basically stated that with the advancements of microphones and speakers and such and AI, like basically nothing is like everything is it could technically be picked up or like recorded, and thus the laws regarding that type of um, recording should be loosened. And so, what I am basically saying is that um, I'm saying that ambient capture is what it's called in the age of far field sensing, a use based framework for copyright and privacy. Um, so basically, as all of this technology improves, like the law needs to be updated because for someone who has a stream like mine, I'm listening to this like we watched that documentary on salmon, and if you were to watch my stream, I'm the main character of the stream. It's not the documentary on salmon. If someone's watching my stream, they're watching it because I'm on stream and my behavior and my reactions. But if you go by the current law, the fact that the audio might be picked up by my microphones can mean that I can get a copyright strike. And I'm making the argument that the law needs to be updated to state that the main purpose of the stream is more important than random sounds that get picked up or random visuals that get picked up, especially with the advancement of AI and microphones and speakers and zooming opportunities.
Sure, yeah.
I have a question for you.
Are you ready to lose?
No, why aren't we watching the O.J. Simpson stuff?
What's it called?
It's called...
Where do I find it? Is it on Top Documentary Films?
No, I have good news for you. The first documentary is an hour and 6 minutes long. It's available on YouTube. The second piece of good news is the other piece of evidence that I want you to watch is also on YouTube. However, it's 6 parts. But they're not all an hour each. They're like 30 minutes each. So
Summarize it with AI. I'm not watching 6 hours of OJ.
It's not 6 hours, dude. All in all, it'll be like a little more than 3 hours. So just calm down. The name of the documentary is called O.J. Simpson, the Untold Story. If you want to know the exact name of what it's called on YouTube,
it's on YouTube.
Yeah, everything is on YouTube. It's called O.J. Simpson. Type in BBC and then dash O.J. Simpson, The Untold Story. It's like an hour and 4 minutes. Or hour and 6 minutes. It's by...
yeah, I got it.
Minerva B. Wells.
OJ. Mine has a different channel name, but it seems it's BBC, the OJ Untold Story one.
Perfect. Is it like an hour and 6 minutes?
Right. Yeah.
Excellent.
Alright, I'll put it on. This better be good.
Doug, I'm telling you right now, it's going to change your mind like the moon, or Michael Jackson, or this one. And keep in mind, this never aired in the United States. If it did, it would shock the world. If it did, it would shock the world.
Before, I'm going to swap to my computer and start.
Okay, before we start it, let me just say, I know this was before you were born, but the O.J. Simpson trial was non-stop television ratings for like 2 to 3 years and then subsequent every single day.
Yeah, no, it's a big deal.
If you've ever heard of the channel called Truth TV, it might have a different name now. True TV. Previous, it used to be known as Court TV and was literally created just to cover this trial, basically. Like entire channels were dedicated just to this. And then the racial aspect of it, it split the United States between black and white. If you were to ask black, uh, um, if you were to ask black people who are like African American people who watched the trial, many of them thought that he was innocent, and do the same with white people, and they thought he was guilty. It cut along racial lines very closely, and um, what we were told I mean, just like you already know, like it's a punchline. Once something becomes a punchline, like, oh yeah, Michael Jackson touched little kids, or oh yeah, of course O.J. Simpson did it. It's really hard to change people's mentality on that, because if you break them of that, then what else could they be wrong about? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I'm gonna switch to my computer and start it.
Baller. Thank you for streaming. Riser, can you hear me?
When those socks were examined from high-intensity light, there was a lot of blood that was around the ankle. One of them was 19 projected battered blood all the way around. And there were 39 on the other that came back cold, blood, and projected. That's the case. Those socks were present when they're fighting in the That's one of the strongest pieces of evidence in this whole case is that pair of socks. Since some people go into the story that was breaking the detectives in charge of this Tom Hunt immediately spotted what they called a vital. We know when you wanted to sneak in Consistency down the road, but it's amazing. It's what you back up, please. The best shot is getting this evidence in the hands of the right. Well, the left side of the body, you got left hand, your glove. And he's got his left finger cut. Got the finger photograph, water in, also got his blood. And for the interview, you get these reports and stories of the reaction. Let all the person's on the phone, some other way, cuts himself all the time. When did you park your Bronco on Rocket Hill? I think during 30 to 30 minutes, whatever. One of the detectives fixed that case. Since it was released, that's the media frenzy. I was convinced then that he was definitely a violent suspect, but I was 100% terrified. But I also knew, having high profile cases in the past, that we better be damn sure. Because as we went through it, as we did subsequent interviews, everything was online. Nothing was pointed in another direction. Everything was in one direction. The key discovery was the abuse of attack on him. But during their marriage, the biggest event, there were also suggestions that Simpson had seen her. The evidence seemed overwhelming. 4 days after the murder, the police issued a warrant for Simpson's arrest, but he didn't surrender as promised. Mr. Simpson is a wanted murder suspect counted for we need to find him and apprehend him and bring him to justice as quickly as possible. Instead, the DC colleagues of the meal Simpson had visited Nicole's grave, while another family friend and lawyer, Robert Rothschild, already knows that Simpson had left behind. I have nothing. I can't go on. No matter what the outcome, people will look and point. I can't take that. As the drama unfolded on live television, thousands came out onto the streets to watch the most wanted man in America go by. As the Rothschild headed back to his house on Hollywood, Simpson held the gun in his hand. A SWAT team was called and given their orders. Robin Martin, the Bronco, was 24-year-old Jason, Simpson's son by his first marriage. Shortly after the police dragged Jason away from his father, Simpson gave himself up, in his own words, a depressed, lost man. In the months that followed, the police continued to build their case. They believed that Simpson had traveled over to Bundy and had either stopped Nicole or been driven by Goldman's arrival into a pit of jealous rage. The detectives believed that he had then brutally murdered them both before driving back to his home, spreading blood in his Bronco as he went. The Bronco was a high crime scene in its own right. Rod Englert examined the vehicle when it was taken apart. When the detectives approached the white Bronco that was parked outside the Rockingham Street address, there was a transfer of blood pattern on the Bronco door that was consistent with the bleeding left hand of O.J. Simpson, less than a half-inch wide, a little over 1/4 inch wide. Consistent with when he reaches out and touches that to open the door. And that pattern is also consistent with the pattern on the inside of the door well, where you open the door to get out. The forensic team found Simpson's blood by the driver's door, on the driver's side pocket, on the seat, the instrument panel, and on the steering wheel. But it With the discovery of Nicole Brown's ongoing insight, particularly on the central console on Tuesday. However, it appears to prove that Simpson had been involved in this crime. There is anybody's mind. This person that this is real problem. Reality. You need something to point in another direction. You need something substantive that says that someone else did this crime. None of that exists. Absolutely none of it. A mountain of evidence showed that Simpson was the liar. But is that case really so conclusive? Not only is there significant evidence pointing away from Simpson, but it's also now clear with new research with this film that there is evidence that the police dismissed or ignored. One private detective has followed it up, and what he has discovered puts the crime on a completely new light. Dallas, Texas. Over the last 40 years, Private Eye Ben Deer has solved a number of major cases and has a reputation for taking nothing for granted. Right from the start, he had major reservations about the police handling of the case, and so began his own investigation. I said, find a number of OJs, and they put two and two together. And there's a little bit of blood down on the Bronco, a little bit of blood found on the driveway. I think they made it from my very quickly. That was OJ. After that point on, they went no further. They had the money. I felt that in my mind, there's something wrong here. It would not be a total story. Bill told the case over, yet twisted you. I can't believe that a guilty man is going to voluntarily go down to the police department, followed by Harold Weitzman, his lawyer, and say to the lawyer, I don't need you, just go ahead and sit outside, go get a cup of coffee, I'll talk to him. If I just go to people, somebody like those that allow themselves cross-examine, ask questions, photograph, fingerprint, everything that they did to him. The case is too complicated. After one out with it's too packed. And I told myself, I said, I've got to know the truth. Bill Deer went out to Los Angeles to examine the crime scene for himself. This is black teeth was found. Back case of the ground was retained for all the time. This is the big wall from my riders and our visitors. Chris across the street and called around jail. I came down the steps, off the narrow passageway, up steps, down steps. There I was standing there by her door. And I'm looking now and I still see some blood. And all of a sudden I'm looking at what I've been told by the press that he was hiding behind the bushes. And I'm saying, he can't be hiding behind the bushes. There's a brick wall there, separating one neighbor from the other. There had to be a lot of commotion, a lot of screaming, because these people were fighting for their life. Ron Goldman was a young man fighting for his life. Nicole was young, didn't want to die. Upstairs, he had two tiny children. I think that's one of the things that really bothered me all along. I'm a father. I'm a single parent. I take a little more picture of myself coming here to myself. If my ex-wife was forever. And leaving my two minor children to walk out and see the mother lying there with his head decapitated and Ron Goldman laying against the bed, bleeding all over the place with his eyes wide open. As a parent to do that. Nothing was funny. The people that we talked to, they all said to me, did you know that O.J. your father's in the sight of blood? A weapon such as a knife is a weapon of choice. O.J. could have done anything other than use a knife if he was afraid of blood. He would want to use a knife, but when he was cutting the knife, he was going to see blood. We arrested O.J. and to me, they examined him. There should have been some bruises on him that were indicative of life. To that day, it was impossible for the killer to
some degree. He's got 20 some odd stab wounds. He was fighting for his life. He's got bruised up. There's marks on the bottom of all of his tension. There's a mark on the canvas top of it. He's trying to kick out, trying to defend himself from body motions. It's impossible he's been talking. George, you had a chance. I think Charles, yes, but Charles and let's not have to go. Bill wants Charles to show his nothing is the kind of he's surprised by the blocking right here. He's defending himself, striking. Down, trying to repair him. He's coming in. Standing with that side kick. Boom. Struck. Again. 1, 2. Struck again. Will there be any wounds or any marks on your body based on what Coleman has just done to defend himself and protect his life? If there were bruised marks on the knuckles, what would that be indicative of to you as a professional? He's striking well. Stick your hands up to strike. I would say there would be striking in care into the facial area. Read the autopsy report. He had bruises around these two knuckles and some of the third on each side, especially in the hands. Could I have done this fight without any bruises whatsoever on my body? What would be the least I could walk away from? The least I could walk away from maybe a black eye, bruise, maybe broken. But when Simpson was examined shortly after the level, there was interest in bruises. Various answers a broken glass in his hotel room in Chicago for wrestling this time. Forensic pathologist Dr. Bernard Spitz viewed the photograph and testified in court against Simpson. She will no try to get him off the inflicting which location on the victim corresponded to that kind of a crime. But even if they were thinking that lot, Golden only followed and though the analysis of Nicole's acquitted men did show blood, it wasn't sensible. It pointed to someone else with a different blood. Like me, so Simpson wasn't brutal as expected, and the criminal evidence pointed away from him. There was also the prosecution were adamant that Simpson carried out the murder in a spontaneous interjection. And the lawyers believed that Simpson was the people he was, suggesting a all of this was the most disturbing aspect of the police case. There were serious questions about the reliability of the evidence against either of the scenes. One of the relatives respected forensic analyst is Dr. Henry Lee. Acting for the witness, he examined the scene for the first time. They are certain it was fighting. Police procedure. That's why the crucial issue was now you redistribute all this time so that DNA would be our own shooting time. It's not just little area becomes so comfortable. So many different habits there. You really can Peter Harper is a British specialist in this field and has reviewed the police handling of the scene. He's astonished by the disregard of basic procedure. About 7 up and down that tunnel, and it took a difference in each hand, all clear. When it was a tragedy, you should never estimate the
According to Henry Lee, Roger was quite clearly equipped to Nichols' flat, but very well be secured. It was never even completed. This suggestion proved to be suspects. That's why so crucial. Some case, we touch and I said that for the should be. I will kill the body. Yes, sir. Only put the body in the body. Peter Hopper and the colleague Terry Master found yet 7 violations of the region. Daisy should have separate keys. Those keys should come so that they did not depend on emergency. There are also major concerns about the blood evidence in the Bronco being contaminated. Incredibly, a number of officers who had been at the Bundy crime scene were reported to have been inside the Bronco before it had been examined. And one of those officers that looked after Nichols' blood-stained walls had originally been equal to the business. Remarkably, just 36 hours after the murders, the Bundy Drive crime scene was washed down. But was this a case of bad police practice, or was the evidence actively tampered with, or even crafted to help downgrade signals? There were 2 cases of damning evidence against him. Nichols' blood was found spattered on a pair of Simpson's socks in his bedroom, and blood was found at the back gate of Nichols' house 3 weeks after the scene had been washed down, provided the best match by far for Simpson's DNA had never seen. During the criminal trial, the defense requested that some tests be done on the bottom of the socks of the road. This time, they both revealed traces of a preservative called EDTA. EDTA is used by forensic specialists to stop blood clotting in the test tubes. It cannot occur naturally in blood. The sock test showed that EDTA was found only in the blood stains, not in the rest of the sock. The gate test had the same result. EDTA was found only in the blood stains, and not in the control sample taken from the gate. Terry Master and Peter Hopper, there is only one interpretation. Simpson's blood was found, but there were also traces of both victims' blood. Particularly noticeable were the blood stains on the center, labeled as items 30 and 36. Item 30 was found to be from Simpson's blood. And like the sample of the case, when the blood evidence in the Bronco was re-examined 3 months later, it also changed. In particular, the results from the console were now very different. Item 30, relabeled as 303 and 306, was now found to be a mixture of Simpson's, Ron Goldman's, and Carolyn's blood. and the hands had to be covered in blood for so himself. But if that's the case, then everything else he touched, like the door handle, steering wheel, or light switch, should also be smeared with the same mixture. But these smears are all just blood butter. In this stage, the main process is to avoid it, and the pocket is in the software should have blood limited as well as light with the difference. However, since the blood is from the fingertips, the best that mixture will be So serious difference over the blood from the rock with the gate and the source. Does this mean that the British monarchy is sweeping the seas? Numerous allegations have been surfaced about LAPD instituted Detective Mark Murdoch, the research officer, discovered some of the most important charges in conspiracies where suspects were beaten and reporters were falsified. But although he pleaded guilty to the message, Henry paid an American fortune.
Take a turn and have you ever classified a policeman? Detective Turner, did you plan or manufacture any of those kits?
There was a disturbing aspect to this. Since its release time was away, that some of the blood taken by the police wasn't to these techniques had gone missing. It discovered that all the main blood samples were taken away by one detective.
Any other case if that had been discovered that it was here, then the case would be but we learned that the single case, which went against Mr. Simpson, nevertheless we learned that that same senior detective had gone to the coroner's and asked for and received samples of the victim's blood. So therefore, the blood of all the principals, that's 100% of the blood types found in this case. On the fence, on the drum, on the gloves, on the socks, clothing, the car, the universal blood in this case, samples of which were in the hands of senior, at least one senior detective. Thus violating the chain of evidence absolutely, violating every safeguard, every tradition, every expectation on the part of the prisoner involved. Not only freed, but dug out by a highly active aggressive team.
So despite Simpson's blood at the scene and his lack of an alibi, there are now reasonable doubts about the evidence of all three crime scenes. When the verdict came, Americans stopped to watch, and the results split the nation.
Jury of the local pipeline finding defendant Horace J. Simpson not guilty of
Some hailed the result as a victory over a system that would do anything to secure the convictions. His defense team believed that there was a wider pattern of corruption. Whatever evidence might be accumulated, a year later Simpson faced another trial, this time in civil court. In this case, brought by the victims' families, there was new evidence not since. The main set of bloody footprints by the bodies of Dharma Park and Hill was made by a style of Bruno Langley shoes, of which there were only 300 pairs sold in the United States. No, Simpson denied anything of that. In the time of heard about his testimony regarding the shoes. So what is that? That's what I'm talking about. Picture is this picture of school. Another photographer same shoes on the same day. On top of a photo of 30 shoes published in the newspaper without a consultation. 9 months before, now we have a photo of this picture on the record. It was possible even to Simpson lost the case and was ordered to pay the families of the victims millions of dollars. The families and lawyers have successfully argued to the civil trial jury that Simpson owned a pair of no money shoes. So would Simpson have been at the crime scene with someone else? Dr. Henry Lee believes he has found evidence that supports the idea of the murder scene. At the scene, we notice another savage. Also on the wall. His parallel line is a smaller space of the cat. It's the one. It's one thing. Which is indicative of their truth. It's not invented impossible. Dr. Lee was told that none of the shoe prints from the police officers or other officials at the scene matched this parallel line design. It's called a secondary. Another suspect? It's a possibility. Could be a witness? Another possibility. Simpson's defense team also unearthed the third possible shoe print. This time, leaving the scene heading on the Bundy Drive. So, is there an explanation that makes sense of all this evidence that points away from Simpson as the killer, and yet explains the footprints and the blood at the scene? Private Eye Bill Deere facing us some answers, and tonight reveals his findings. Watching the trial down my mind, he came to the crime scene. To me, he came after the moment. Deere wondered whether anyone else would have called Simpson to go to the scene. After investigating other possible suspects, he moved in on just one. Simpson's son from his first marriage, Jason. Then I picked the phone call my first. I said, find out if there's any record at the police department of Jason Lamar Simpson ever been interviewed by the police department. I said, no, they never know. Are you really telling me they never interviewed him? Never interviewed him. So I said, okay, I've got to look for him. So I go down to the city. And when I look up criminal records, I found that the day of the murder that Jason Lamar Simpson was on probation. Our deal discovered that Jason, the sheriff, that he put on probation for a crime to finding he also found that Jason had other convictions, including drunk driving and hitting wrong. She said he worked for us about 3 or 4 months. And one day she called in and said, hey, come down. I said, and they said, I saw Jason at a basketball. Next day, Jason shows up and says, I like to work now. I think I'm going to friends. I want to pay for working on. He said, Paul said, no, I'm not going to pay you for being off. You're the best one. He said, you're going to pay me. So his face started lighting up. He said, you're going to pay me. You told me. And Paul said, no, I'm not going to pay you. And turned to walk away. He said, all of a sudden, Jason comes run up behind him, and he comes back to the behind him. They fell down. They talking back to the next thing you know, he reached the night. He gets checked up. And she said that Jason called and said that Jason was arrested. And charged her with foul. She said that the charges were lower than misdemeanor, but he was fined and placed on probation. After many instances of teaching Jason, they discovered that he was talking about Age 15, Jason had even attempted to step up with his father in the place for a class. The key question was whether Jason had on the night of the police, but the girl Jason was working as a chef in Jason's restaurant in Beverly Hills. He wouldn't know why the people there were pretty well liked. And as like most chefs, he had his own utensils. Because I remember doing all the time. According to the police, Jason had the only time on the line. He was cooking into the plate that he established that he was with people that spoke for him. They were with him. Well, I've always taken the position to never see hell whereabouts. So I went to the restaurant and I'm talking to the waitress and I said, I was in on the I think it was the Sunday before. And I was there for 12. I said, you haven't heard of anybody here? She said, yeah, we were lucky to be at 20 plates. We started closing. All of a sudden, I was like, so they did the restaurant shop that did track down the whole way for a job. On Sunday night, June 12th, there was only 20 to 25 people. Didn't enjoy that, what, 8:30? So the restaurant shut is Jason, he's Jason himself is given an account with what's all the night. He stated that his girlfriend, Jennifer, picked him up his car at around 10 or 10:30, and they drove to her. He then dropped her off. When he watched television to verify Jason's story, his girlfriend's testimony would be complete. Dean tracked her down to a fashion store in West Los Angeles. I was able to finally secure June 12th. I said we were with him on the night of June 12th. Absolutely. She said, well, I was supposed to pick him up at 9:30, so I got there right at 9:30. And he came out, he said, I'll be a few minutes. He came out a little before the phone came. What happened then? He said, well, he came out. Oh, yeah, curious as time. I said, you're talking about a shift tonight? Yes, it's shift. He got into the Jeep, drove to my house. We got out, I went upstairs to my apartment. I said to him, I was there, he was with me until after 11 o'clock. The two still were silent and predicting the times were different. And Jason stated that he never went up to but Jennifer was adamant. She didn't verify the time clock. It was time for time we left. We left about 9:45. It was about a 5-minute drive from Jackson's restaurant to Jennifer's apartment, and a further 15 to 17 minutes to drive to Nicole's house on Barney Drive. So Jason could have been at the crime scene at around 10:15 that night, which was the earliest that police believed the murders would have occurred. With doubts over Jason's alibi, Bill Deere continued to look to Jason's crime, and in particular, her previous girlfriend, D-Day there. She said, astonished. Took me a couple years. This is great to you. I did quite a bit of time. I like it. But he had Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde personality. In fact, he tried to kill him. I went home one night, and Jason was mad. I picked up Chinese pepper and I ran for my life, and he jumped on me. He had in his hand the shell. He took a pigment there and reached down, and I thought he was going to kill me, but instead he took the knife and he cut off all my hair. Which began as early as 14 when he overdosed on cocaine. They discovered that Jason had been a heavy drinker as well as using other drugs. Also found that he was placed in an institution for evaluation and that he attempted suicide 3 times. One of Dia's methods is to go through. After examining Jason's rubbish for some time, he discovered that Jason was consuming a lot of alcohol and that he was taking medicine during death. It is usually prescribed for seizures and a condition called rage disorder and should never be taken with alcohol. A doctor further research. They found that just 6 months before the murders, Jason said that he was losing control. Dia then discovered that Jason suffered from a condition called intermittent rage disorder. And because the murders showed signs of being rage killers, Dia wanted to find out how someone with the condition would behave.
What I usually reversed is the person has moments they barely have, and then for what they may consider good reason, they may have a state of extreme rage, extreme violence. Frequently, that diagnosis is associated with seizure and disorder. Medication that's usually used is one that tends to control seizure activity. Now, 2 months prior to the murders of the first Simpson family, I know from a previous girlfriend that my suspect witnessed his death. And the girlfriend said, "Hey, why are you not taking your death?" And he said, "Stop this." Jason knocked her to the ground. Was beating her. Had his hands around her throat, trying to choke her to death.
The district attorney's office dismissed him as pure fabrication. Just a few weeks after the launches, a story surfaced which showed that the boat was being stalked by someone. Police said Newport Beach had done some of Los Angeles representing the press release. It stated that they had completed a stolen Simpson's then girlfriend in the Barbie area. When they also discovered that they had completed surveillance on the car. Some individual was being stalked. Would this be part of the conspiracy that led to the murder?
Why would OJ why would OJ don't really that drug addict want to do it? This information, police this guy's right, standing up there, that's the right stuff. This is way more this guy just and we can go after No three cents of it tastes did this. In comparison to just eating a lot of fun. They go on that same house. Solid foundation, and you're in the right place. Here's the thing, is your job true or is it your image?
They failed to investigate Jason Simpson's alibi. They failed to compare Jason's fingerprints with the unidentified prints found in the magazine. They also failed to follow up with Von Goldman's show, which one of the original correspondents believes would shed light on the killing. There's two very, very significant facts microwave show. Those are grab tags, bloody grab tags, meaning that they shot someone else, not himself, because they were being boxed. That grabbed and twisted the back of the shirt, the mid-back, and on the upper left shoulder. Using new scientific techniques, Roland believes that these crime patterns could still identify the commander from the police. In the last 2 years, there have been instances of getting fingerprints, walking across, blood. Yes, this shirt has a possibility of never being dead, even though we can, but only deserve to know. This case is over. Nobody wants to talk about this. A lot of things have happened, a lot of water under the bridge, and the jury in this part is voting. How many years old? Is it possible that the case would be reopened? It's clear that if you leave the deed tonight, that a new investigation may be able to solve the problem. With accusations of corruption within the Los Angeles police, I'd assume that we get only hundreds of other cases. The truth about the deaths that they go on, like Von Goldman, will still be known. O.J. Simpson was asked to discuss the issues raised in this program.
Roger, can you hear me? Riser. 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 Oh, there you are.
I believe this is her fourth
Can you
time
hear
on
me?
the show. Very, very funny young lady.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you think?
Yeah, I was kind of blown away a little bit. Just like how poorly the police handled shit and all the alternative pieces of evidence, some that were not collected, some that they didn't find.
And they don't even cover in that video a really big piece of evidence, which is so they have in the civil trial, they had Johnny Cochran, who was O.J. Simpson's attorney, wearing a black beanie that was found at one of the scenes. And then there's a picture of Jason Simpson wearing the same black beanie previously. And the black beanie was found with dog hair on it. And in the picture with Jason Simpson, there's a picture of him with his dog. Basically saying like, hey, this hat was at the crime scene or at one of the crime scenes. And there's a picture of you wearing the hat. Like, I mean, just all kinds of questions. Like, well, one thing, like a grown man, like O.J. Simpson, would not use knives to kill someone. He's not dumb. Knives are a messy way to kill somebody. Somebody with the ability of O.J. Simpson would hire a hitman like he was in discussions of doing, or if he had to do it himself, he would just shoot them. Very easy. There's no fights in that. I mean, O.J. Simpson was a middle-aged man. There's none of that. The idea of Jason Simpson being like having faked his time card is really questionable. That he was on probation at the time of the murders, then they didn't go into that. Like, that's a big thing. That he
He was
had.
on vacation?
No, he was on probation.
Oh.
He was on probation for trying to kill his boss, and they had to get like a separation there. And then the idea that he was excited for his mother or his stepmother to come to his restaurant, and then they bailed on him, and it embarrassed him, and it pissed him off, and then he feed him like a heat of rage or whatever, went to her place to confront her. As I understand what happened is he came to the door, she came to the door, he got in a tussle, maybe just started stabbing her immediately. And then Ronald Goldman was coming later on and just ended up like walking onto the scene with this murder going on. And as I understand, Ronald Goldman as well might have been delivering cocaine. I mean, just imagine you've gone out to eat a lot in your life. If you ever forgot glasses at the restaurant, Would they ever send the waiter to your house to deliver your glasses? Yes or no?
No.
Not in a million years. So there was something more to it, and they never looked in the envelope too well. Like they never addressed the cocaine aspect of it. So this is how Kim Kardashian, like her dad was very involved in this, right?
I did not know that. Why?
Her dad was best friends with O.J. Simpson and was his lawyer in the trial in 1994 or 1995. So that's how the Kardashians got famous. And then she did a sex tape around 2008 that made her famous. But her family was already famous because of this O.J. Simpson trial. That's what motivates her to be like an attorney, because her dad was an attorney. Her dad was one of the most famous attorneys in American history. But on top of that, her dad was also a major coke addict. And so was O.J. Simpson. And they were best friends. They would vacation together. There are pictures of the of OJ and Robert Kardashian all over the place. And
it's pretty amazing that there's just like some drug on earth that like literally just makes you feel like Superman, like God mode.
Well, there are multiple, as I'm sure you're aware. Probably more than we even know. I'm sure.
Yeah.
But just from a natural standpoint,
cocaine in particular,
right? Without doing too much to it, like it'll help you. If you didn't know, the way that cocaine became popular in the Western world was when the Spanish were conquering South America and Central America and such. They noticed that the indigenous people would chew on coca leaves to give them energy, and they knew something was special about this, but it took a while for it to actually, like the process of getting it into powder form occurred, but they would just chew on the leaves because the people just naturally knew that there was something about those leaves that gave them extra power. Okay,
right.
so
have you seen? I have not seen this, but have you seen the Joe Rogan recommended Cocaine Cowboys? I think it was a documentary.
Yeah. I've seen it multiple. There are two of them. Yeah, we should add that to the list.
Is it a documentary or a movie?
It's a documentary. There are two of them. They did one. It's like the one that like the graduating class of the Miami Police Department in whatever 1980 whatever. Like they all either ended up dying or going to jail. Like every single one of them. They either all were killed or turned to be bad guys. Yeah, it's really good. So we'll watch that one of these days. It's really good. The documentarian of that, his name escapes me right now. I'll look it up because he's really good. He does some really good stuff. I want to say it's like Corbin or something. Who's the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian, please? Who is the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian? Cocaine Cowboys, Billy Corbin. Yeah, he does a lot of really cool stuff.
What are his other ones?
Well, he did Cocaine Cowboys, and then he did one for it was on ESPN called The U, which is really interesting. And then he did another one on Billy Corbin documentaries.
What's the U?
The University of Miami. Like, it's just a fascinating story. Like, the University of Miami's football team was so powerful in the 1980s that when people in the NFL, like the Miami Dolphins, wanted to get into a club in Miami, they would go to the guys in college to get them in because these guys were so in the know. And just it's like they won like a bunch of games and stuff. So he did Cocaine Cowboys in 2006. He did the U in 2009. Oh, he did Broke, which was really good too. It's the story. We should watch that too. It's the story of how all these like seemingly really rich athletes, after only a few years out of like their professional days, all end up broke. And it's got these fascinating quotes of guys who are like, I was paying car payments for people I didn't even know. Like one of my boys would be like, hey, can you pay my cell phone bill? And all of a sudden I would just ended up having to start paying somebody else's cell phone bill. And then he would have a friend who would want me to pay his mama's car payment or whatever. Like, and I just would do it because I was friends with these people, thinking that the money was always going to be there. But then I got injured or I had to retire or whatever. And then I had nothing. I had to go bankrupt 2 years later or whatever. Let's see. Square Grouper, The Godfathers of Ganja. I haven't seen that one. Screwball. I don't know if I saw that. I do know this story though. It's really fascinating, with the biogenesis doping scandal in Major League Baseball. But he did Cocaine Cowboys, The Kings of Miami. He did it again in 2021, and I believe I've seen both of them. I know I've seen the first one, but I think I've seen them both. And then he's really good. He has this, like, I know him so well, like, I don't know everything about him. I could barely name his name. I only knew his last name, but I know the name of his production company. I I didn't even look this up, or like, I remember it now. It's called Rick on Tour. Rick on Tour is someone who tells stories with skill, and he's good at it. And so we'll have to watch that someday. But I don't know any of these documentarians companies. I just don't. They don't really they're not that popular. But this one guy, Billy Corbin, I know his. It's called Rick on Tour, and it's like a really cool name. It's like to be able to like a good storyteller, someone who tells stories with skill. All right, back to OJ. Yeah, I went through the footsteps of all those people at one time in my life, even to the McDonald's where they would like where Robert Kardashian and OJ Simpson would meet their cocaine dealer. It's a really interesting McDonald's. Like, I don't eat at McDonald's. I've said it in the past. One time I had to go to the bathroom, but like that's allowed. But there's this one McDonald's in Encino right off Ventura that I went to just because I knew that's where they would go. And it has the biggest fucking parking lot for a really busy area. It's just like, I don't know how they got that. They must have bought this property like a long time ago. But all kinds of drug deals would go on. Like, and I'm not talking like rough drug deals. I'm talking like high, like really important people would go there. They would get like a bag of McDonald's, put cocaine in it, and then just make an exchange in the parking lot. But I'm not talking like gangbangers. I'm talking about lawyers and doctors and like Hollywood executives and such, and athletes. Now there's just like that the documentary we just saw. So are you in agreement that maybe you don't know for sure, but like, there are a lot of questions regarding O.J. Simpson's son?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who do you think planted the blood in his socks with like the chemical agent? It seems like the crime scene tampering seems like real.
Yeah.
Showed up.
No. It definitely was real. They were trying to plant. They were trying to frame O.J. Simpson for that murder.
Yeah, no, that's what But who was trying to frame him?
The LAPD.
Really?
Yeah, dude. The guy, Mark Furman.
Aren't they not supposed to do that?
That's correct. But when it's such a high-profile case, they want as much evidence as possible going in their favor. I mean, this made the LAPD like even more famous than it already was, but arguably like.
Why do they need to be famous? The cops aren't they? Should they just not give a shit?
No, they don't want to. They don't want to take this to trial and lose the case. It makes them look bad. It makes them look like they're taking innocent people to trial and locking up innocent people.
Who's the innocent people that they're locking up?
Well, like basically the argument is if they're going to lock up O.J. Simpson, who is a multimillionaire, famous person, then your random guy on the street has no chance. So the idea is this. Let's weigh the scale in our favor. Let's plant evidence against O.J. Simpson. And then when he's found guilty, we'll look really good, like justice was served. But it backfired for them because he ended up being found not guilty, and then there were all these questions about their dirty practices.
So it's literally just to send a message somehow that they're going to catch you because they caught some random football player.
Not just that. It's just the fact that, look, if we're going to put all this time and energy into this, we want to make sure that we're going to win no matter what. We want the cards stacked in our favor. We don't want to leave any doubt in a juror's mind. And there was doubt.
Yeah, I guess. Well, why wouldn't they just do their job, like, unbiasedly?
Because there's a better chance that they could lose that way.
How did they lose? They're not. It's not a boxing match.
They
do they have enough evidence to find? If the guy got away with it, they got away with it. If they found enough evidence to get
It's extremely bad looking though if they quote unquote got away with it, because then it makes the whole department look bad, and people lose faith in their police. They don't want to fund the police as much as they were because they're like, look, they're taking innocent people to trial and trying to convict them, and they lose. So we need police. We need.
Don't like 80% of murders go like unsolved.
Perhaps, I mean, it's like, how do you know? How do you even know what a murder?
Because there's a bunch of murdered people and you don't have convictions.
No, I agree, but I mean, like, what do you consider a murder? Let's say you have a husband and wife. The wife gets cancer, and the husband doesn't let her seek treatment. Is that a murder? There's an argument to be made both ways. There's an argument to be made both ways. But what I'm saying is, like,
I'm talking about just cold-blooded, like, person shot dead, person stabbed,
right,
person,
right,
blah, blah, blah.
And that's another thing too. Let's say the LAPD, this is in Brentwood, there are 3 places in Los Angeles County that traditionally they're called the 3 Bs. There's Beverly Hills, there's Bel Air, and there's Brentwood. Now there are some areas that are as nicer. There's Malibu, and there's some other places, but those 3 are major places. That's not just where millionaires live, but multimillionaires and billionaires. And if they find out that there's a murder in cold blood in their backyard and the police can't solve it, they lose all faith in the justice system, and they lose all faith in their law enforcement agency. So it's in the best interest of the LAPD to skew the deck, to weigh the scales in their favor, to tip the scales in their favor. It would be like this, right? I mean, I don't know if this is a great example, but let's say you and I are playing chess against each other, and we know this chess game is going to be on national television or international television. it's in your best interest, if you don't want to get embarrassed, for you to use some kind of AI assist so that you don't lose. And that's essentially the same as what they're doing when they're planting evidence. They know that all eyes are going to be on them and they don't want to lose. Because if they lose, there are very powerful people who are going to say, what are we funding with this police department? Not only that, if they could kill this woman and this waiter, could they kill me? Could they come to my house and someone kill me? So it's in the best interest of.
Yeah, so the argument is let's just not fund any police. So that
No, it's not that. It's just the fact that there's a murder that took place, or multiple murders. You have a suspect. If you really feel that this suspect did it, then put them away. And the police department recognizes that sometimes they don't always know who did it, and so they will add some things to their favor, like planting of evidence. And that happened in this case. Not only that, I didn't go into it too much, but in other ones, other documentaries they go into the racial aspect of some of the police officers. Like they would say the N-word on recordings, and it's like, okay, if you have somebody who's comfortable enough doing that, like, look, I mean, today it's different. Today you might have somebody who's like, look, I'm not going to say the N-word on a recording for any reason because I just don't think it's a right thing to do. But one of I know at least one of the detectives of this case had major aspirations to be an actor and was in acting roles and eventually would be hired by Fox News as a consultant. He wanted the spotlight. He wanted to be on television. And he was caught on a recording saying the N-word at least 150 times. Now, it was for a role, but they didn't talk about that. But he was comfortable enough doing it on recording that he did. And I don't understand why they didn't go after the son originally, but I think that very quickly in this story, they found someone who they wanted to target, O.J. Simpson, and there was a lot of excitement behind that. And any evidence that went in any opposite way, they just dismissed.
Did any other tampering of evidence come about in court?
Yeah, it did. In the case, there was the planting of like a drop of blood in the vehicle, and perhaps some of the evidence was moved, like the gloves were moved, maybe, and the socks are found later. So this documentary didn't go into there's more evidence. The most famous police chase in world history is with O.J. Simpson. I'll never forget where I was when I was watching it, and
yeah, why they showed that in the start, and they said that he was fleeing from the cops, and he had a gun to his head.
Yeah,
or something.
That's true.
But
why
was that after the murder had taken place?
Yeah, but what they don't show is when he gets to his house, the first person who greets him at the door is his son, and the police grab the son, and he puts his arms around his back like they're going to arrest him, and O.J. Simpson just says, "Get in the house, don't say anything to anybody," basically. And I don't know exactly what it said. I can see their bodies though, because there's a zoom shot from a helicopter, and they never go into that. There's a lot that this documentary
was he rushing home to warn him or something?
He wasn't rushing home. He had a friend drive, but they shut down the 405. They shut down all the expressway or the freeways of Southern California. Well, the major ones, and it wasn't a high-speed chase, but it was the biggest chase in the history of the United States and likely the world. And
how soon after did they pull into the driveway did the cops come? Like they were on his tail the whole time?
They were on his tail the whole time. And there were people on the bridges as this was going by who were cheering him on.
Nice.
Yeah. And like, you know, I'm not gonna force you to watch anything that you
They
don't.
drove straight home? Why? Why did they drive straight home?
Why did they drive straight home? He wanted to go to his house. So
okay, but wait, why were they pulled over? Like there's a warrant out for his arrest?
He was wanted for questioning. They don't ever really get into this story, but allegedly he was seeing his cocaine dealer in South Orange County, and they were on their way back from that, and that's when the police caught wind of where he was. But they never talk about. I've never heard it on American anything that wasn't on the internet that OJ was coming from these drug dealers. There's all kinds of other issues about this that like they don't go into in this documentary. That's why I say like the 6-part documentary they go into a lot more, but I don't want to watch it now. It's too much. But maybe someday. But you know, I'll just give you an overview. So OJ Simpson, if you don't know, was one of.
We're watching it now.
Oh, we are.
No, I don't want to. If you're tired or something.
No. Okay, we'll watch it right now.
No, it's cool. Just give me a summary. Just summarize it.
Well, no. If you're down to watch it, I'll watch it.
How long is it?
It's 6 parts, about 40 minutes each.
So that's like
Dog,
6 hours.
Dog, let's watch. It's not 6 hours. Okay, so let's watch it. It's called. I'm getting it for you. It's really good. It's called "Is OJ Innocent? The Missing Evidence," and it's in 6 parts. But I'll tell you what, just turn each part on like at 1.5 speed.
What's it called? Sorry.
It's called "Is OJ Innocent? The Missing Evidence."
Okay.
It's narrated by Martin Sheen, Charlie Sheen's dad. All right, I'm ready when you are.
Okay.
Let me know when you're streaming it if you can't. If you can't, that's okay.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just swapping it. The quality on YouTube is so dog shit. Looking for another one.
Wait, for that documentary?
Yeah. Like the quality is so terrible.
Okay, I'll be the judge of that. I mean, I know you're already a judge, but okay, what did I say it's called? O.J. Simpson.
Is OJ innocent?
Okay, so it's a playlist by Judy W.
Yeah, that one sucks. Yeah, the quality sucks.
I'll be the judge of that. No, it's perfect, dude.
No, the voice sounds all whack and
No, it's perfect. It's Martin Sheen.
no, but his voice is like all distorted and like it's brutal. Trust me.
Dog, I've seen it. I've just watched it. That's the one that we need to watch. And just play it at 1.5 speed. It'll be fucked up anyway.
All right.
And the reason why they have to do it that way is because they don't want a copyright strike. So they have to have that weird thing in the background going, and then they show it in a smaller window. That lady's amazing. Oh, and you're amazing for doing that. Can you hear me or no?
Later, investigators independently examined his name. 13-year veteran of the Sergeant Derek Velasco is known for his excellence and specializes in undercover with extensive training in criminal interviews and interrogations. Chris Friday is a forensic psychologist with more than a dozen years' experience with the LAPD. He has contributed to hundreds of homicide investigations, including being a part of the LAPD negotiation team, Chase Indians, Bronco Chase, all for justice. After having this treatment, If I have an opportunity for it, I want it. So, yeah, I've got it. If my agency has a feeling some sort, and some kind of increase out from it, but he takes some actually from what I don't do, okay, well, tell you what, I had the rest of the doubt of it, and I have my reasons for struggling. If this guy thinks he has the truth, then I want to hear it. He might be someplace in the middle, but they are really like you, because more people are. I'm not sure what it is that this theory leads to, right? But I'm intrigued. In Frankfurt, Germany in 1959, Nicole Brown moved to California when she was just a daughter. As she grew into a beautiful young woman, she drew attention wherever she went. And at 18, the high school homecoming queen found a job at an exclusive Beverly Hills nightclub. While waitressing there, Nicole interviewed the superstar O.J. Simpson. Although he was 12 years old and still married to his first wife, he fell for Nicole and within months they were living together. 8 years later, in 1935, the couple married. O.J. and Nicole wasted no time in starting a family. Nicole also became a stepmother to Jason and Arnett, O.J.'s children from his first marriage. Despite such devastating bills, Nicole and O.J.'s marriage was very tense. Not only was O.J. a known philanderer, he was also abusive. Hey, cheating. After 7 rocky years of marriage, the couple divorced in 1992, but the abuse continued. Before they began their inquiry, the investigators decided to meet with the families of the victims and pay their respects. Tanya Brown, one of Nicole's younger sisters, has agreed to meet with Deborah and share her memories of the tragedy of the trial and the love of big sister.
And reason when in her family and friends and children's friends just makes me so happy. You know, his family, my family, the kids, she loves so much love to make sure everyone's happy. And she made everything so special. And she just waited for a special moment to do that. Let's talk about well, it was Monday morning, 6:30, when I was awakened by horrible screams. Like every single horror movie you've ever seen in your entire life, all coordinated and all and I was sitting, was just screaming, and I was like, what's going on? And my sister her, and she says, Coco's dead. And that's what the kids make me nervous. And I was like, no, I know you guys were sorry last night. And I went to my mom and dad's bathroom. And there was my dad with his hand on his forehead, and he's just touching the sink counter, and like his daddy is touching his. I just remember Candace television with the white sheet covering my sister, and my mom's holding my hand, and I'm holding her, and she says, that's my kid.
At the beginning, I was convinced J6 was guilty. When I looked at all the facts, they didn't bring it. It didn't make sense to me. I know who the murder was. To me, it was released with jail where I stayed. From what I had, I'm convinced. Okay, no president's correct. It was no Jason. Jason, of course, he had the opportunity to leave. He had a lot of opportunity to find himself somewhere. It's overwhelming in a lot of respects. Most people in memory of Jason Simpson is having the words when he read his mom's post-trial statement. As they were I believe this part of the trial that I read after the J12 mentioned court over I was sued as my primary lawyer. Killer slaughtered the full hands of the they're out there somewhere. Whatever things to identify them, bring them in. I'll provide for them. The father was alive. It was been the last 20 years Let me show you some of these comments. This is important. There's the active check that night in the trust fund. And the top floor detectives took $50,000. What do you want us to be doing? The thing is, you can go to confront that real time and get the time to live. Real time floor research. I don't know where some shoes go. I can verify. So that I have something to Jason Simpson admitted the strangest way. He had failed to make the last two payments. But because he failed to make the last two payments, I was able to pay the whole house. Then he ran the whole charge. Jason turned the dollars. The whole box and placed in the sink. Like his whole life was in his box. Inside was specialized diamonds. And when he did it, he took the no hands, terrible trouble. He stood there trying to carry his sleeping feeling. I didn't know what to be trying to hide. And then, that's not a speech to the issue of what happened in the church. I think it's really trying to find an entirely different picture of Jason Simpson. I think it was his daughter, his character, not much wrong with his death. It was just the whole thing. Take a look at this picture. This is the picture of Jason Simpson wearing a big cap. It looks exactly like the big cap about the crime scene. Lying next to the bloody puddle outside the cold Supreme Court was a big cap. Inside the cap, crime scene investigators discovered traces of hair consistent with a black male. But this hair could not be linked directly to O.J. Simpson. The LAPD never examined whether this hair cap belonged to another sailor. Could it have belonged to Jason Simpson? That's what the reports by the real Jerry Simpson on the shootings over the time and he took the position of one of O.J. Simpson or the other the other one. During the trial, the prosecution claimed there was only one set of shoe prints coming externally from the scene of the crime. O.J.'s normal body shoes. But the defense claimed that there were actually two sets of shoe prints. If in fact there was another set, it would suggest two students were involved. Observers in this photographic museum showing the one noticed a watch photograph stopped at 9:59 p.m. This is totally contrary to all the execution and prosecution as far as the timeline of the murder. During the trial, the prosecution claimed that the murders occurred at 10:15 p.m. But this crime scene photo has never been released until now. Shows the girl's watch reading 9:59. Big Bill Hader is correct, and the blonde hair stopped at 9:59 p.m. It would contradict the prosecution's timeline, and open the door to alternative theories. It pushed to judgment with an basis. It left Jason himself. I'm sorry, this is all I was saying.
That's the lineup. We think this is enough. You say not. You're not correct. Okay. My job right there tried to see right to the right. See, he came right over the right. He was just as guilty as Jason Simpson. Now, see the innovations of where they are. You believe that Jason Simpson. Yes. You think that they can take care of something. When the first said that, the killer, I was actually genuinely surprised. But I approached everything objectively, so I can find out the truth. Now, finally, they were showing me the wall. About this night, Jason Simpson's watch designed at Rothschild facility. I believe this is where the evidence of the wrong of Jason Simpson. With Bill standing at the birthday, and I saw the knife, I'm like, wow. The fact that was in that storage line, that Bill looked up, was amazing. If you pull it out, look at it. Measured it, fit perfectly. But the observation sustained by the fall. And notice the one thing that I haven't done is I've never allowed anybody to open the stitches because I felt possibly that maybe somebody inside. Jason Simpson has never commented on these allegations. This potentially overlooked evidence could vastly alter what the public knows about the murders of Nicole Brown and Robert Bill. Then the NIPCAP found the crime scene belonged to Jason Simpson. Is the knife found in Jason Simpson's abandoned storage rifle the weapon? Was there in fact 2 sets of shoe prints coming in from the crime scene? And if there was another suspect that committed these violent crimes, was it Jason Simpson? I would nothing that happened to the words. They want the jury for a judge and that's your position. That is the kinds of questions that the families that you have answered and after society was trying to get us to press that box. What do you want? If you currently have, I'm right now, like I said, it's not working. The killings of Nicole Brown brothers that remain unsolved. The opinions expressed in this series represent just some of the many conceivable scenarios regarding how those crimes may have occurred. Jason Simpson has never been questioned or charged in relation to these crimes, and he has not made any public statements about any allegations regarding his involvement. We encourage viewers to reach their full conclusions. Police Sergeant Derek Levesque and forensic psychologist Christopher Cole have begun their investigation of the Jason Simpson case. They started their journey in a solving crime. Nicole Brown Simpson correctly done. The case again was this serious story which was held here by a community in Liberia. During O.J. Simpson's trial, crime scene investigators said they believe that the killer most likely entered through the doorway and moved down the narrow walkway to the vertical highway where the savage murders were committed. These places are super close to one another. I don't understand those people get into the murder house, half the house, O.J. Simpson sustained on the rocket company. About 2 miles from the coast company is where the first Roman chased him. This is right. Street this is where it's from. I gotta tell you, this is the first time I've been back here since it happened. Yes, I was. I was part of the SWAT negotiation team responding to the house. And for 500 people on Baseball Street chanting, pushing the cars for police. News fans from all over the area, big satellite issues, news, sports people. Keep in mind, it's a lot different than back then because since this all went down, they demolished the house and built it really since the property is the same, but what's on is different. So I'm here. I'm going to slow down and see this guy right now. This is not right. As that rocket was out of nowhere, this man comes running up and he's yelling, OJ, don't do it, OJ, don't do it. I just got some issue. They grab him and pull him off and they take him away. But that was where his first work at Jason Simpson. It's crazy. Just thinking about it, this is where they opened their basement. It was crazy. Some of this presentation will be unpleasant. If you have difficulty or find yourself feeling very uncomfortable, please feel free to let me know. Prosecutors described in 1979 how 60 nights in the lives of Brown Simpson and Ronald Gold. Both victims fought desperately for their lives, and both were overpowered. Since the murders, there has been an expensive trouble in weapon that was used to commit these crimes. Many others have been tested. But the murder weapon is never the gun. About Jason Simpson's life and Cookie Prince, the murder weapon, Derek and Chris are meeting with Chief LA County Court investigator Craig Hartman. The rules don't seem to be professionally investigated yet, and descriptive on the body that are intended to incapacitate and not necessarily just dispatch symptoms. There was clearly a struggle. I think one of them struggled very violently against his assailant because he got a lot more defensive than Brown. Brown took quite a few injuries in his assault in addition to the murder and the neck rating cast downward. Cast him downward in the abdomen. The failed to be the one in the neck area. What would you expect to see on the offender from what you saw on Ron Goldman's witness? You might see bruising, you might see lacerations, you might see spectrum, that type of thing. Would you say there's a pretty good chance that there'd be a fair amount of those injuries if you took all the clothes off the suspect and took a look at his body? But you would probably see some evidence of those type of injuries on there. If you're the suspect in this case, would it be there? You can have something with bruises, something with cutting. What defensive moves did you notice on the whole Brown size? The defensive moves are primarily in the hands and fingers. From the autopsy, we can see that either claims to go on and some claims that whoever did it went by the hair, by the forehead, took the her back, hyperextending her neck, and then used the knife to cut
one of these people that being stabbed over and over and still being alive and having to see that way play into you over again. I can't imagine. But you have to because it puts you in their position and it makes you work for it. It'll bring something out for you. Get your opinion on based on everything that we said. What do you think about this in comparison to some of the others? You can't exclude additional weapons having been used in some ways. It's a possibility that we are able to discern in some of the future gives us indication that probably a single hit weapon is used. So many of the injuries are lacking very specific characteristics. It would not be surprising to me that were Nelson's life led him to believe that many of these could have been by a single work-related knife. Now that's different than the knife that he think could have been. On the other hand, he could not ultimately pull out a double-bladed knife. Things could still very well be the first. I think we have everything we had yet. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, with respect to other legislation, we made the August Friday meeting. We advanced our ability to expand information from the lab with an element of DNA testing. This allows us to be far more precise in pinpointing the possible source of our blood stain. The Supreme Trial of the Century introduced DNA evidence to the America. In O.J. Simpson's fake certificate, the jury four was decided. Incredible games. With that matter, they could find in 57 billion people that could have left that life. 1.4 in cancer cells can in fact be excluded. The answer was no. There is so little DNA when you look at the spheres of the wall on the console. And of course, Mr. Goldman's contributions at 7 tenths of the tropical that's very, very, very but even with the stage because 10 the defense team the jury as well as the public had a difficult time with this new with the plane retrieved from Jason Simpson's abandoned storage room. The investigators found that recent advances in DNA science have helped uncover the truth about this possible murder. So the team is being locked in a forensic scientist at one of the top private forensic labs in Southern California. The lab will examine the knife and machine with microscopic amounts of blood. If they find any, they can use DNA testing to skills blood of almost any whole round system. Run the person's own. Let it down here. The presumptive test is allowed very carefully color test determine how quickly something is on. And it's possible that how long do you think that blood test in its current condition right now? How long will the blood actually last? It's been stored and dry for 10 of years, 20, 30 years. If that jury room had been left with the feeding on the blood, then you could have done it in this very that was negative, so we didn't detect anything. Again, one thing that I made a point of everyone is over the shape of the knife. Because if they go follow the shape, you will make another piece to the puzzle fall into the knife. That's how they got this guy right. As you might imagine, threads are a really great area of job.
We're watching something too.
What's it called?
It just started. It's on O.J. Simpson.
Dr. Henry Lee estimates that 20+ years later, that's large shoppers. This retrospective analysis made very harsh. And finally, the investigators walked out with those 10 TVs of real leaders evidence. Zero to watch, no subscribers already. Down to 20. Major legal tended to have the same. Then came that change. That's it. I was both of these because when we less than the case, we'll never see an actual issue. Because real things are why the other people shows making something this problem is one to the one they committed in a different time because if attention is so unknown, we're going to keep digging into the truth. It is a truly normal process Thank you for being with me. It's like a convinced people. Regarding how those crimes may occur, Jason Simpson has never been questioned or charged. In relation to these crimes, Jason has made any non-statements about any allegations regarding his involvement. We encourage parents to reach their own conclusions. Previous offenses which have been explained. Jason
We know from the other information it's not it's not. We just got this incredible sample behavior from Jason. On the one hand, we've got his diaries, which is running out his famous thoughts and behaviors. It's darkness that's beneath the surface. Then there's the videotape deposition, where he's controlled. His calm exterior, and nothing's coming out. He's an enigma. We have to dig further and understand who he is and what he's capable of. What do you think we should do from here? We need to get everything verified with an expert, confirm that is in fact Jason's journals. And if they are in fact it, I think we should also take it to another account and get their take on what the pitch is going on with the person that actually wrote those journals. They do that back with Jason, right? In addition to the psychologist, we're trying to reach out to any friends, acquaintances that may have still had before the incident and after. Like you said, he's not sure. How is he on camera? How is he being bars and conduct himself? I think the best indication of that is family friends. You'll see convinced of Jason's guilt. But Chris and I both agree that we need more evidence from third parties. Jason Holt himself testified evidence. So the people that know him there's no evidence that we want to change our sex. It's possible that the murders that they go around some sort of environment. They need to first have a person that the person is not so seeing this handwriting, she's very validating those diaries will not Jason's handwriting. Jack is a personal check. That's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, that's great.
There's definite similarity in his case, as well as spacing within each letter. For similar string formations, I can skip every letter here. Based on what you're looking at here, your analysis make personality differences. One thing about people right now is there's no way to get to them. They have I mean, they might be social and interact socially just fine, but you don't really find out what drives them to their fears, their dreams, because they stay very curious.
My title is successful person.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What? I guess you're really going to
I can see just by Ben's reaction that this scribble note was distributed very close to us.
It looks like underneath all of this we do have, right?
Have you seen stuff like this before?
Not a lot. Very rare. Normally, was it numbers?
So people who are receiving
If they might see something like this, definitely look like this as a teenager's journal.
why teenagers?
Why do we still like that? We also don't step back and forth.
Why? That's the comic reason I love it. To see where you like this one going back and writing names. This is like a tantrum. This is like a tantrum.
I agree. See how it is in comparison to this. So whatever this is now, this is much heavier pressure than what's being experienced versus what on the page. I don't say outrage. I would say frustration.
All three of these documents are professional. We're about the same person.
Correct. Absolutely.
Although I believe that that's my analysis. If I said you want to find this there, that's what was so important.
Consultation with other psychologists and even are likewise psychologists. A second opinion from somebody who reports cases of extreme violence is well versed in predecessors. They can look at these writings to form their own independent conclusions. This is a very troubled person. Challenging circumstances. It strikes me that this person is struggling with codependency. Family relationships, not being supported by family, or alienation. I think if that person feels like they want to talk to, it's but I do agree that somebody who really wants to fit in, somebody who wants to get in. There are a lot of troubling things. Looking at entry here, this is the year of your life. That's really troubling to me. What is right to this person? This is something that this person has used as a weapon in the past. This sounds like you would like to get rid of something. It's hard to know. An aspect of himself he'd like to shed. Another part of his life he'd like to eliminate. So we have an entry here that says, I'm scared of myself. I don't know what I'm doing. This is a statement I've heard before when someone has done something that they regret or when someone feels out of control. This sounds like a person who's afraid of flight. Depending on the situation, it stresses them. Would you say that this potential? Yes. This individual sounds out of control. When I read this, I hear somebody who's really clutching and trying to be in control. And he's struggling. I would expect that this person lost control and episode of violence. It would not be organized. It would not be well thought out. It would be particularly to see somebody who would act out in a very chaotic way. I'll tell you what, as we've gone through this process, your opinion from Jason's psychology is beginning to take form. This is a young man who had lots of evils, disturbed, angry, and very challenged and potentially violent.